precisares de alguma coisa é para o grupo do WhatsApp. Ou assim, ou...
Fica mesmo aí embaixo que eu vou pôr isso. Avança mais um bocadinho, avança mais um bocadinho. Tá bom, tá bom, tá bom.
Não, tronista aqui, cuidado. Cuidado, atenção.
To the freight surfers out there, good morning once again. Don't hate me. Please start filling the competition area with just over 10 minutes to start. Thank you. Info from our beach marshal is that all the competitors already checked in for the CP11. Again, going through the schedule for today, we're going to finish this round off at 48 with these two remaining heats, heats 11 and 12. Then we go straight into the ladies, round of 32. 8 heats ahead of us. And men's round of 24. We have the first 4 heats, the first half of the round. Heats 1 till 4. We're still on standby. We're still running heats at the 30 minutes. And we're still giving you, I believe, check that, but I'm pretty sure we're still going with the 500 credit. Muito bom dia à nossa Water Patrol. Bom dia, rapazes. Bom serviço. Resurfers in the lineup. Start catching your last one. Back to the beach. We're going to start the heat now in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to start. Surfers in heat 1. Feel free to pedal out. Remaining free surfers in the lineup, please don't wait for another set. Clear the area now. Thank you. Estamos free surfers aí fora, uma vez mais. Agradeço aos locais aqui de Ribeira pela vossa generosidade. Five minutes to start, 5 minutes to start. All the free surfers now must clear the area immediately. Thank you.
Challenger Series action hotting up in Europe. The fine shores of Ribeira de Ilhas, Portugal, play host to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira 2021. The finest surfers from across the planet convening on our right-hand point break, which has been blessed with good waves throughout the week. And a very warm welcome back, day 3 of competition, as we see some preparations getting ready in the crisp morning airs. Paul Evans in the studio for the call, and joining me for some great surf chat throughout the day, and a call a few heats too. I'm joined by Mr. Ben Mundy, Mr. Peter Melt. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Paul.
How's vibes this morning? How's stoke levels, stuff like that?
Well, I'm trying to get amped up. Coffee's a little bit tough this morning. It's not really kicking in yet. But I will say, looking at the surf, even though it's a little bit smaller, still quality enough to, looks like, run heats.
Yeah, we're on. I'm feeling pretty good again, Paul. Yeah, we're sort of hit and repeat, aren't we? There's we're down here early every morning. We've still got some swell, not as big as yesterday, but still nice and evenly paced and a good period. Surf's been, guys have been ripping. It's sunny. There's an offshore breeze. Life's pretty good, Paul.
Surfers traditionally tend to favour the fall, the autumn time, a great time of year for wave riders. We do get those thick swells, greeted with sort of chillier mornings with offshore winds, and Pete, feels like we're continuing in that kind of sweet pattern here in Portugal.
And anticipation is very high for what's to be on offer hopefully tomorrow, mid-morning, into Friday and Saturday. I think we've got 3 full days. You look at the heat draw, we still got a bit to go through. You know, we've got the round of 32 for the women. We got to finish up the round of 48 for the men. Then we move into the round of 24 for the men. So there's still a lot of heats to be done.
Let's have a look back at some of the action that went down yesterday. Another massive day of competition, huge performances as well in clutch situations. And our athletes didn't disappoint us. Some explosive performances rewarded with big numbers from our judging panel. And let's just have a little look back at day 3, see how it all went down. Some people catching a little bit of breakfast in the morning, and other people catching waves.
Yeah, exactly right. There was so much action. It was a big day. We started at 8 and sort of finished around 6:30. So, and there was some big turns. Gabrielle Bryan there. Some women getting stuck in. India Robinson was impressive. There was a lot going on the beach. I remember, Paul, you mentioned a few years ago you thought the Japanese sort of surfers, especially the women's division, were the sort of the new driving force. And I think we've kind of started to see that too, this event, after a bit of a break of competition from a year. There's so many great Japanese surfers, especially in the women's division, that really stepped up, I thought, in this contest.
Certainly one of those stories developing. Think about the talent pools from around the world. It's so cool out in the Challenger Series, seeing it all go down. And some big performances from our women early on yesterday. We flipped over to the men's side. They didn't disappoint either. David Silva, one of us surfers of CT status, but just because you're one of those CT surfers doesn't mean you're going to have it all your own way, and that was another story we saw yesterday down here in Portugal.
Yeah, we lost a few of the big names again already in this event. We saw Freddie Moraes exit the building. We saw Ezekiel there. He was one of the most performances of the day. A crazy aerial into dry rock to in the last dying second. So there's some real talent out there.
I've had a few rock moments. Pete, you got a favourite rock moment for what we've seen so far?
It would be Ezekiel. I think that was, you know, just because of the clutch performance at the very end. I mean, he was basically a Hail Mary, which he pulled off, and that's always fun to watch, especially when he's in actual danger of hurting himself. I mean, he did not hold back. And then also, I can't help but be stoked on Nat Young and his performance. You know, he's had a couple good heat wins. You know, he was up against Italo. That was going to be a tough draw, and he came out on top. So that's always exciting when you got one of the boys that I grew up surfing with doing well.
Yeah, Mateus Herdy there too. The Brazilians starting to warm up. And there's another one of those Japanese surfers. That was Hiroto Ohara. He's been in good form as well. Yeah, I mean, with just so many sort of surfers, so many guys in this Challenger Series with so much talent and all fighting for just those 12 spots. It's been cutthroat, Paul.
Morning scenes at Ribeira de Ilhas, of course, a wild surfing reserve down here. We're protecting our breaks, looking after our ocean, and we're also looking out for some big statement performances throughout the day. High stakes. We talked about some of those passions that we saw yesterday, and it really is crucial. Just 4 events on the Challenger Series. This is the second of them, and making sure we get all these decisions right. It's Travis Logie. He's making the official calls. Let's go and hear it.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Travis. Beautiful day today. What do we have? Yeah, we're going to finish off the round of 48 of the men, heats 11 and 12, and then go straight into the round of 32 of the women, heats 1 to 8. And we've got the first 4 heats of the next round of men on standby, just in case we start seeing signs of that new swell. But the waves look really fun, 3 to 4 foot range. It's dropped a little bit, but it's hitting the reef really nicely. And yeah, it should be a good day.
And what about that fog there into the distance?
Yeah, out on the horizon, there's a huge fog bank, so fingers crossed it doesn't come in. We really hope that wind starts blowing pretty soon and blows it out to sea. So, but yeah, right now the judges can see and it's really clear. So let's hope it stays that way.
And who's helping you make those great decisions?
I've got a good team, but I've got the local legend Miguel Forte, who helps me every single day for every single call, and he's been amazing this week.
Great calls. Thank you very much.
All right, awesome stuff. Our official call, we are on and underway. And let's check out the first heat out in the water. Callum Robson of Australia, Michael Rodriguez from Brazil, Josh Burke out of Barbados, Sheldon Simkus from Australia. And we have been talking about surfers who showed sort of flashes of brilliance, and then a couple of seasons have gone quiet. I mean, you know, the world's gone fairly quiet for a variety of reasons, a couple of years, but Michael Rodriguez, he looked like he was very much on an upward trajectory, and that trajectory just kind of been clipped a little bit, and it looks like he's feeling good, he's looking good. Can he get back up where he wants to be?
I would say yes on all facets there. He is out in the water, been putting in a lot of time. He's been up early. You know, Rodriguez is one of those guys that likes to have fun. You know, and be it a surfer, we all like to have fun. And generally speaking, he is now focused directly on what is at hand, is getting back on the championship tour. And he has a good chance, you know, especially, you know, Mayhem's been a long-time supporter of him, so he's got good boards under his feet. And from what I've seen early rounds, he's the one to watch here.
All right, so half-hour heats for our surfers this morning. And as Travis mentioned, you know, we did have a couple of situations with fog and stuff like that, but so far the visuals are pretty good down here. A nice crisp morning. It's a little slight chill in the air, which is generally fairly encouraging and helping these offshore winds just kind of blow down through the valley here and clean up the faces of the waves. Very ruler-edged and crisp this morning. Maybe a little drop in the swell, but certainly enough out there for our surfers. Callum Robson out of Australia, Ben.
Yes.
You big fan?
Well, I'm increasingly so, yeah. You know, he's one of those guys that sort of burst on the scene relatively new. He's only 20 years old. Already had a really big performance in Huntington. Big, strong, strapping lad. And from having talking to a few of the Australians about him, they're all just really impressed with his determination, his work ethic. He lives and breathes professional surfing. And yeah, so increasingly, I'm really impressed by his whole act.
Josh Burke up and swinging. First wave of this encounter. He'll climb some foam. Just kind of plug away at a nice shape to this wave here. If you can get a good little bowl section through there, and he'll just lay back really nicely. Unfortunately, on the end of that turn, that rail grabs. A little disappointment from him as he gathers in the board.
I've been lucky enough to have a few chats with Josh over the last sort of 18 months. He, you know, you talk about people going through their individual lockdowns, and for some surfers, that did coincide with some amazing swells. And Josh from Barbados, you know, I think at the start of last year, he said the best run of swell he's ever had at Soup Bowls, his favourite wave. And him and his brother were often surfing 8 to 10 foot perfection just on their own for weeks on end.
A solid shout for like world's most consistent surf spot. I wonder how many unsurfable days there are a year at Soup Bowl out of 365.
Zero.
It's surfable pretty much every day, but it's windy most of the time, and then you get the clean swells.
I actually had an experience there where I was able to get it on an offshore day, and it's one of the most epic waves because it has the full barrel to it. It's got this bowl. The Soup Bowl literally is that hooking. It's the optimum right-hand kind of point break, and even when it's windy, it's still super fun, always has lip. But when it's offshore, oh my, it is one of the most perfect waves.
Another man from a land of long right-handers, Sheldon Simkus. And he'll get a couple of hits of his own. Under 25 remaining in this one. Still waiting on that score for Josh Burke. We'll get a number plug in for Simkus as well. He'll make his way back out. So just kind of the energy this morning, just kind of seeping through. Nothing particularly explosive as yet in this one, as everyone just tries to warm up, fill out the lineup here. A little opportunity for maybe about half hour of free surfing in the sort of early morning light. Here's live action from Robson. He'll sting a first hit. Stayed pretty low to his board and just kind of wrap one on the rail. Nice little section here for him. And he'll prod the board up high. Gets to that one a little late, but kind of looks like he's hanging on, and then a slightly sort of semi-comedic effort, and he doesn't get a mate.
We're seeing already a couple mistakes early on the first waves. Let's see. I mean, we're doing 30-minute heats once again today, so you're afforded, you know, a couple mistakes, maybe. I mean, one mistake, at least. But yeah, you don't want to make any. You want to make zero.
It's like they were pushing it a bit hard, weren't they? Just sort of maybe just over-egging it on that first wave, trying to get a good score on the board. See Josh Burke a bit more smooth, and he's hit it. He went for that same turn last wave and fell off. This time, as you said, Pete, you can't make the same mistake twice, and he's hung on to that one, and the Barbasian Brains Trust look pretty happy with it.
Josh Burke there getting the completion on this one. As you said, it was a similar sort of turn. Does get it done, but get a little stuck in the whitewater, doesn't he?
It wasn't a clean exit, which is what the judges do prefer, but it was pretty radical and a bit of risk involved. And the fins came out. It's pretty cool, but yeah, you're right. It just wasn't that clean exit that you'd ideally want. Sheldon Simkus, kind of similar turn actually. This was his first wave, so he's one of the servers. He just got off to a strong start. Didn't make a mistake on this. Obviously that point break sort of upbringing there on the Gold Coast, helping with its smooth style. And yeah, this is the one, Pete, that you think that Robson just pushed a little bit too hard.
Yeah, he's. I like how compressed he is, though. You know, you can see you're talking about how his determination, and it kind of shows in his style. He did everything he could to get himself back to his feet to ride out of it. That determination on offer right there to watch us. But man, you just don't want to have mistakes early in the heats.
If you've just joined us, it is a very warm welcome to Ribeira Dilas in Portugal, the MEO Vissla Pro Challenger Series competition. And it's a Wednesday morning on the western-facing shores of Europe, peeking out into the Atlantic, where our energies maybe just simmered down a touch from the past couple of days. We're expecting to ramp up again. The great forecast has promised us good swell, and the North Atlantic has been delivering. We'll see a little line approaching here. Can just give you an idea. It's not going to be a ridden wave, but gives you quite a good indication of the refraction here, of how this swell bends into Ribeira Dilas. And our surfers are giving us a little insight in the kind of waves they're looking for. Essentially, the way this wave is and the way it gets deep pretty quick, you kind of want a wave, Pete, I think, with a lot of wall already. Almost the ones that look like a closeout seems to be the kind of consensus.
And we've heard that from the athletes as they're, you know, coming in from their heats, the heat winners. They're like, yeah, you look for a closeout, and it'll end up being a nice wall, which will give you steep sections. You know, if you get one with a big shoulder on it, generally they'll just go into that deep water and dissipate. You want one that's going to load up. It's going to give you that inside section. Also give you the opportunity on that outside section. So that's those best waves. We saw a couple of those in the afternoon yesterday. We went on that fog break, and then those two heats that we ran in the evening, probably some of the better conditions we had all day or all event long.
Yeah, super consistent this break, and really providing, you know, we have been talking about those tides and how significant they are in Europe, but just in terms of somewhere we can surf pretty much throughout most of the time, Ribeira Dilas has been real good to us. Let's hope that continues throughout today. It's just over 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. Simkus with the best of it thus far. Our two Australians at the moment in decent positions, but very early days really. We'll wait till everyone's got two scores locked in. Michael Rodriguez does have priorities. Had to be pretty patient so far. Nearly 10 minutes gone, just 0.8 on the board for him. Not a lot of sets really lining up.
That tide, it's still moving out a little bit. It's not going to be as low as we've had in the earlier mornings, as it's now around, what, 8:30, 9 o'clock, I think is the low tide, and then we'll see it turn around. Our high tides in the afternoon, what, 2:30, almost 3 o'clock, something like that. So we'll see that increase in tide, which will be helpful. And that fog bank, you know, there was that pensive look over the top of you know, Travis's shoulder. He kept looking over there like, is it getting closer? Is it getting closer? Because we did have that pretty much fog delay yesterday that it came in and it just shut us down.
Yeah, I mean, Travis just having his own personal fog patch just hovering above his little beanie there, didn't he? Ever watching, and it seems to be coming in. Yeah, all sorts of little microclimates operating in this part of the coast, isn't there, Paul? Like, even, not even between like 10 kilometre and 20 kilometre stretches, but even like between headland to headland, little In Sintra, for example, which is just over the road, there's a whole new sort of wind sort of patterns and things. So, yeah, you just got to keep your eye on it the whole time. It changes so fast.
And it's almost emphasized in this time of the year, right? When we're seeing that autumn change in weather, you'll see those microclimates come and become, you know, just dicey.
Yeah, well, the land heats up quick, doesn't it? And then it's got the cool water of the Atlantic out there. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in this paddle here. It looks like Callum Robson and Josh Burke paddling for that one in 4th priority. So, yeah, a little bit slow. And Emride was starting to be getting a little bit nervous. Kai O'Belly was in the booth yesterday and had some positive things to say about Rodriguez, saying that he's been super switched on. He's saying he's aerial surfing, which has always been a strength. If anything, it's gotten even better. His completion ratios are out of this world. So he was talking him right up.
Here he is. Here goes Rodriguez swinging on a wave. A little snap back from him, and he'll bound down the line, picking up speed. Nice little flick off the top, and gets another one done. A real steep section. Technical maneuver that. And he ain't done yet. He'll try and get a little bonus runner through here. Getting a little bit held up by the foam, and then he liberates the board. And has a little look at an inside, not really super fired up in terms of his body language. He's just sort of being patient. If it does stand out, we'll hit it. And in the end, the wave just kind of fizzles out underneath it, but a couple of quick turns for him.
Matt Biolis is longtime shaper. I mean, that's where I first actually heard about Michael Rodriguez, and it was, you know, a good 10 years ago. You know, he was backing him big time, supporting him with boards, and, you know, it was one of those times when, you know, here's this kid that was ripping in Brazil, and, you know, he didn't have a whole lot of support, and Matt was like, you know what, I'm giving him boards, and that really helped kind of elevate him. And then he was, you know, fighting on the QS, finally made it onto the championship tour. So there's your tides. Yeah, 9 o'clock is low.
And interesting to see 9:06 a.m. the low tide, 0.6 meters. That's the height of the tide, right? So look at the high tide, 3.7. So you've got 3.1 meters of tide. So what's that, 10 feet?
Yep.
10 feet vertical difference. So a fair old tidal swing here. And that reef that we can see there, that'll be completely underwater in about 6 hours' time. Or less, actually, about 4 hours from now. We get up towards that mid-tide, that flat section fills in. And that's generally when we get the best part of the conditions. Have another look at Michael's wave.
Yeah, he came in strong here. The last turn was probably the clutch one was really late, but he got it up just in time there and then just rode out. So it was really technically surfing, quite difficult. And then he thought he might get a little bonus section. In hindsight, if he just pulled off there and got straight back out, would have been of probably more use, but you never know. Sometimes when those little insiders can run off, you get a little bit lucky. But he looked on point. I think he'd be relatively happy. He had to get moving, sort of almost at the halfway stage, so he's going again.
Live action from Rodriguez. Got a spring in his step on this wave. Doesn't like the look of the end section, though. And he'll eject. 16:20 to go in this, but he'll get another score to come in. So he will have a legit total 5.67 for previous for him. Another number to come in. And it should move him up the ratings. We'll just wait for everyone to lock 2 waves in before we get too much into the scores. But, you know, just thinking about sort of some of our bigger names, Ben, and participation that we've seen from them, which, well, yesterday came to an abrupt end for some people. Were you surprised to see Italo leave the water?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I was actually calling that event, that heat. Sorry, and I thought he'd left the water because of an injury or some type of equipment, but I think it was just a personal decision based on the conditions. From what I've heard, I haven't heard Italo's version of it or know too much more than that. But yeah, I was surprised. It's not very rarely that you see people leave a heat of their own, volition.
Just goes to show how high the talent level is on the Challenger Series. Let's hope this heat fires up. It's been a little slow start, bit of a phony war in terms of point scoring so far. Stay tuned to the broadcast. We'll be back with more live action. The rest of this heat coming at you from beautiful Ericeira right after this. Boom, Gia, and welcome back to Portugal. The MEO Vissla Pro underway. Our 4th day of competition sees heat 11 of the round of 48 out in the water at the moment. Our Bayesian surfer, Joshua Burke, making the best of this. It's been a low-scoring encounter so far. Let's hope it fires up for the back end of the heat. Here goes Callum Robson, just a second ride for him. He's got a 5 under him, and he'll go for a punt. And not really, maybe with the speed there, just to get the elevation off that section. And it'll be incomplete for him, just a second wave. It will be a throwaway. But he'll want to up the wave count, as well as compatriot Sheldon Simpkins, also only ridden the 1 wave, but good enough for a 617. So the best individual number so far with Sheldon. But it has just been one of those early morning heats where that energy not really kind of hitting the reef super hard, so a little soft. And maybe as a reflection of that, our surfers trying to make up that energy, kind of pushing it a little bit, and getting it a little bit wrong.
Yeah, they're forcing it, understandably, given the prize on offer. But yeah, just not quite connecting in the right spots, as we see. Two surfers up on there. So Sheldon, he's the one that's been waiting a bit more patiently. And here he goes. It's only his 2nd wave. Got a good start. So I think he's been the smart one. He's been waiting for the right waves, and yeah, as you said, not forcing it as much, and just trying to connect a few of those bigger sections. And given that he had a 6.17, I think he's got himself right back in the game.
Strategically, it would be smart to kind of build momentum through the heat, you know, and that's what seems like Sheldon has been able to do with that 617. And it wasn't like there was anything really super dynamic, but he kept his speed up, and now trying to push a little bit harder, obviously, as you build through the heat. I mean, when we get down to those last, 15 minutes, the back half, you obviously want to be lifting your scores.
Let's get a look at a replay of Josh Burke, your heat leader.
Yeah, so he clearly didn't have priority, where Sheldon did, so he opted to use it. And yeah, he's had a good couple of years, Sheldon. He's just sort of, he's found his place in the pecking order behind the rock there at Snapper, which is no easy place to get your spot. He's a real smooth surfer. He's pretty cruisy type of a guy, but I think he's just getting his competitive head on, traveling with his girlfriend, his partner Macy, and yeah, I think he's just a bit of a slow burner, Sheldon. I think we could expect bigger things once he just matures a little bit more.
A little flow on the turns there. Good enough for a 3-2. Good enough to put him in the lead, as we'll check out Michael Dumphy from this ocean, from the Atlantic coast of the United States, the East Coast. Pretty much. It's not completely dissimilar sort of latitude from here. If you were to look straight west, you might see, if you have really, really good eyesight, round about where he lives.
Yeah.
Are you going flat Earth on us right now?
If you can see 4,000 miles, then yeah, you just probably say hi to his
Ben,
parents.
how many times have I told you to eat your carrots, Ben?
Yeah,
Every
true.
day I say it, and you never listen.
I've got those new spectacles in a lovely green case, but I just still can't see that. There he goes. That's the man from Barbados.
Josh Burke here slicing on a smaller wave, but with a nice kind of steepness to it. Good energy from Josh, who was leading this one for the early part. Wants to get that lead back if possible, and swinging, hoping to get 4.11 or better. Good enough to take them to first. 10.5 on the clock in this one, and a little sluggish just in terms of energy from the waves. Let's see if they'll fire up. We saw a bunch of heats yesterday, which maybe had a little gaps in terms of action throughout them, Pete, and then right at the end we got these great exchanges and these situations unfolding right at the end of the heat. Let's hope we get some of that energy for this one.
I agree. We are looking at probably the smallest day in our forecast, which means that, energy-wise, we're going to see smaller surf. But, the North Atlantic has been able to turn off, and it's been pulsing throughout the forecast as well, so you see moments.
Burke staying busy, really nicely done there, and he collects. And that was sweetly timed. Didn't have to do too much. They had a really nice line with some good speed.
Another one.
Still going all we thought about it. And he'll just sting the lip a couple of times.
That's
and again, and that's good stuff from him, and he loves it.
Yeah, that's going to be his best wave. And added to the 5.27, it's going to keep him in that 2nd position. So now Rodriguez and Kalin are going to be working hard.
I think that just comes, he was just got another wave, didn't he? You never know out here, by staying busy, by keeping your momentum. He's just paddling back out, saw a wave, has obviously surfed this place long enough, and has enough knowledge to know that sometimes those little insiders can provide, and it just kept giving. So, sometimes you never know. Playing the patient game can work, but just by catching waves and staying flexible, you can can do well.
And it's interesting to think, like, where he took this wave, if you were sitting in the lineup, sort of the lineup proper, you'd have no chance of paddling into that wave. It would just kind of cap underneath you, but he's managed to scoop it up from an inside position.
He just looked really zappy, didn't he? He was in the pocket, had a bit of a variety. I mean, obviously it was a small wave, as you can see, but I tell you what, it was steep, and he just went it down.
Well, he got a 5.43 for previous to that, and he's got this score to come in as well. So he's back in the lead at the moment. Could extend as well if he improves on 5.27, which gives his back up at the moment. 8.5 on the clock.
I will say, like, that energy that he's carrying, all of a sudden, it kind of woke us up, right? And I think it does the exact same thing for the guys in the tower. You know, all of a sudden, you're like, whoa, okay, wait, this is actually kind of cool. You know, you're going to get a score for having that kind of energy. I mean, obviously, pop in the air, too. That kind of gave us another new look from this morning. That's better than coffee.
I literally woke them up. They were, there's 3 of them, just literally. Oh, what? Okay. No, of course not. You know, this is going to get the judges firing as well. He could have an aerial up on M-Rod, just trying to find an open face. Got that little sort of sharp spray on the bottom, just biding his time. Just, you know, unlike Josh's wave, finally got a bit of a sting there. Just no rhythm, just couldn't get the open face, and no variety. Oh, there you go. So just started warming up. Another one. So now he's starting to get his groove on. And he looked sharp, and he looked pretty aggressive, but just lacked the flow of that wave of Burke's.
He only needs a 3.71 here, so I feel like he's getting that.
Rodriguez firing up here with just over 7 and 20 seconds to go in this heat. 3rd position for him, as you said, Pete, just needed a 3.71, but we're getting a good number coming in for Josh Burke. Let's have another look at this wave here from Michael Rodriguez. And he did well to build up speed through this early part of the wave.
Well, it came into the inside section, too, that allowed him, you know, a smaller wave, but it had the line on it. And you were talking about just a little more disjointed as in comparative to we saw from Burke, but this is going to be his best wave. A lot of exciting turns on it. And he's carrying a low score of a 1.83 and again, only needs the 3.71 to move into second. So that's a good position. Now he's in second. And go back out there and not start trying to control the lineup.
All right, Josh Burke does extend his lead to 7.27 for Josh for his last wave. So a good number. And fired up this heat with a bit of quality. So just accessing that scale up in the good range. And just allowing our judges the opportunity to kind of throw more points. Can tend to see a lot sort of similar kind of surfing. The scores can get a little bunched. Accessing that scale, 7.27. Meanwhile, a good number also for Rodriguez. Takes him into second and gives him a little bit of a cushion over Sheldon Simkus now. He'll get a 6.13 for his last wave. We're looking at Josh Burke, your heat leader. That is, if you're unfamiliar with the flag, it's the flag of Barbados. Small island with some great surf in the Caribbean.
And it's packed full of surfers, too. You know, you got Chelsea Tuak, who was on the beach actually here watching him. She was able to make her heat yesterday, so she'll be coming up in that next round.
Michael Rodriguez, 2nd place at the moment. And we'll see our heat leader here, Josh Burke, on a rail.
Nice.
Nice roundhouse wrap in the pocket. Flick one off the top, releasing the tail. And another nice carve from him. He looks on point now. He's really feeling this. He's found some good rhythm with the swell and the energy down here on the reef. And he's really enjoying himself. Again, just opening up on the rail, using the upper body, just kind of rotating shoulders, hips.
That was excellent.
He could not have surfed that wave any better. Every single section was absolutely maximized.
Ooh, big hit there off the top from Robson. And he'll lean hard into his bottom turn and go into the lip again. So firing up now, final 5 minutes. It's getting serious in this one. A good looking wave here for one of our Aussies, Robson. And he's still swinging down through an inside section. Have a little look here and hope to get a little bonus steep part. Just to kind of put that all-important exclamation point. And just keep on plugging away. Multiple turns. This number 7 on this wave. And he'll flick off. He's ridden a long way there. Back and forth. 6.8 his requirement for second. And he'll certainly improve on his low score. Could attack his high as well. Just over 4 and 15 to go. Not a lot of time.
Great exchange. You know, we're going to see most likely a good number better than the 7.27 for Josh Burke, but This is a sizable wave. You know, this is a full set wave for today. You know, just about head high. You love how compressed Calum has been, you know, in this, you know, I love that. This shows that you're engaged, you know, you're not being lazy, you're pushing hard. So this, like I said, both these waves are going to be solid numbers, and it's going to tighten this heat up with the last 3 minutes to go.
All right, so we were hoping for some action towards the back end of the heat and a really good exchange here. We're expecting big number for our leader, Burke. Let's have another look at this wave, Ben.
Oh, this was, it started right there. That first roundhouse cutback, one of the most technical and difficult things to do in surfing. He did it was so well, and then here he goes again. That's another one. You can tell he's on point. You can tell he's confident, good style. And then he just gets another little turn here. He's racing with so much speed. There's no, you know, jitters between his turns. His transitions are smooth, and that's going to be a huge score.
Well, it comes in the excellent range. 8.73 for Josh. 8.73 for Josh Burke, and he is streets ahead in this one. Here's Rodriguez.
Yeah, real different styles, aren't they, Pete? Like just a really good, you know, comparison. Emrod, just a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more sort of pushing it, but surfing really well. These two guys are just getting the best waves as well, so it's a really, really tight battle at the moment. And swings it round. I don't know if that's going to be a completion. So, yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, the last 5 minutes has been really, really entertaining surfing.
Heat's got a little fire in its belly now. Simkus and Robson have question marks next to their names. Can they get back into this? We're waiting for a score to come in for Robson. Under 2.5 minutes to go. 6.8, that requirement to get into second. That assumes, of course, Michael Rodriguez doesn't improve. That last wave, we just saw an incomplete air attempt on the inside, but he got some good work done prior to that. And if he can improve on his 5, 6, 7 as a backup, or even his high score, he will make that requirement more difficult for our Australian duo out in the water. 2 on the clock now. Let's hope we get another flurry of set activity. Love these exchanges.
I do, but I just almost think that's almost the curse of the priority here for Sheldon. He must be sitting out the back. You know, you've taught to protect that priority. It's an important part of the game, but he's just watched all the other surfers just, you know, rifling down the line. You must be watching the spray, so doesn't need a big score. As you see the other guys just keep going and staying busy. Rodriguez again, he's not going to make that. And yeah, so Simkus, I'm just wondering, with time running away, he's had a lot of time to think about it and just hasn't been able to get that set wave.
We do get an improvement from Michael Rodriguez. 5.97 prior to that last aborted aerial attempt, but a 5.97 for the previous to last wave for Rodriguez. Consolidates that second place position requirements now. Sheldon Simkus needs a 5.93, a 7.1 for Callum. Let's go down and hear from Joanna. She's on the beach with Macy Callahan.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to know how your nerves are. It's 1 minute to go.
Yep, pretty nervous. I probably get more nervous for him than I do for myself. So, yeah, it's been a tough heat, though. Thanks
very much. Get you to.
All right, tensions on the beach in the early morning. And it's always hard, a lot harder watching than being out there in battle yourself.
It's like when I listen to you doing the commentary, Paul, I actually get a bit more nervous for you than I would for myself. I can sort of empathise with Macy.
That's actually really sweet, mate.
That's all right. I just thought I'd get it out there. But yeah, Macy watching, and she can't do anything. She's in that, well, she can do her own performances, but yeah, when you're watching a partner, but it looks like Sheldon, this is his last throw at the dice.
Here he goes. He's up and swinging. His requirement, 5.93. He's got a fair-sized wave. Let's see if he can get some steep face and a little bit lateral. And a mistake from him, and that's not going to be the number required. And it'll be disappointing from him. He sat with priority for a long time, as you mentioned, Ben. That's just his third wave ridden in a half an hour, and it's not going to be enough. This is an effort from Callum Robson. He's a 7.1. And unless there's been...
Does have a score coming in, doesn't he?
Yeah, that was that set wave, right? So
sure.
That long one.
Great point.
Is that one the 7.1? I mean, my first inclination says no, but judges are taking their time, so they're doing some comparisons.
And I think when he took off, he only needed a sort of a 6, didn't he, or 6.5?
Yeah, 6.8.
So that's gone up. If it wasn't for that, but there's some happy...
I'm loving this energy. This is called the Bayesian wave. You've heard of the Mexican wave, right? This is the Bayesian wave.
I like it.
These guys are stoked. This is, you know, several degrees colder than they're used to at this time of day when they're just having their morning coffee or a juice. Overlooking
7
the
degrees
Caribbean
colder
Sea.
and about 3 hours earlier, I would say.
But they are fired up by Josh Burke, who's absolutely torn this place apart. big numbers. And we are waiting for a crucial score to come in for Callum Robson. If it's better than a 7.1, he will join Josh Burke. That man there through to the next round, but he'll be stoked with this. And we talk, Pete, about the Challenger Series and when a result kind of starts, when it kicks in, but you want to be making this round, get through to the next round, and really kind of looking to kick on from there.
Yeah, even I mean, the round of 16 can kind of be a result, I think, but it's really quarterfinals. I mean, because that is the last, top 12 make it onto the championship tour this year. No double qualifiers, so you'll see that there'll be maybe some championship tour surfers who might take a spot or two there. But with that top 12, you need to finish kind of in the quarterfinals is basically giving you an equal fifth. If you were to lose out on that, but then there's 8 surfers there, right? So those 8 surfers are all getting the same points or a bit more. So you need to be in that top 8 to keep your spot in that top 12.
For anyone who's ever come, well, we're getting a score come in. Hold the phone. Callum Robson gets that number 733. He got that long set wave. It took an eternity for the judges to drop a number, but it comes in. Wow. That is bad news for Michael Rodriguez. That is great news for Callum Robson.
He looks surprised as anyone, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And I felt like it was just a question mark for me. But they all reviewed it. They all looked at it once again through some comparisons. It was a bigger wave, though, right? It was one of the bigger waves of the heat.
And there was 1 or 2 of those real drawn-out power carves that none of the other surfers had managed to get in. So there was a bit of a point of difference. But, yeah, I think he might consider himself a little bit lucky. He's got one of those ones that can go either way. And it's those little bits of magic and little bits of moments of almost luck that can change your whole event.
Official results, Josh Burke. Big total, 16 points for him and a good performance in the early morning sunshine. Callum Robson gets a last gasp score to overcome Michael Rodriguez. And Sheldon Simkus down in 4th. We'll lose the later 2. We'll throw the first 2 into the mix for the next round. That's how things are going down this morning. Beautiful sunshine. Still some nice swell out in the water. Josh Burke warming things up on a chilly morning in Portugal. Come back real soon. Join us for more live action right after the break. Good morning, bom dia, and welcome back to Ribeira de Ilhas, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira 2021 Challenger Series action. Coming at you live from the beautiful shores of Portugal. A little crisp swell out in the water and an opening first heat. Surfers making the best of these conditions to advance through to the next round. Let's set it up for heat number 12 of our round of 48, where we'll see Alejo Muniz from Brazil. We'll see Imai DeVault from Hawaii. We're watching Alejo right now in live action. And that wide stance, just talking that board, and a snap board on his opening wave. And that's not something you see all that often.
When he was riding that board, I was like, he's got a really funny stance. I mean, he's got a wide stance, Alejo, anyway, but that looked wider. And it just, something looked a bit strange, I thought. And then sure enough, yeah, I just don't know how that's happened. I mean, he must have been creased on the way out. It must have been such a favourite ball that he wanted to risk it. But he's put himself a little bit behind the 8 ball at the start of this heat.
So he's paddling his way back in, and someone should be down there. He'll have someone in his corner with a backup board, hopefully already and leashed up, because he has broken his board just in front of the fins. A clean break. He just saw him get at the top of that wave, and that thing just literally disintegrated underneath him.
He, pretty sure, yeah, he'd had that board fixed. It must have been a magic board. He'd had it repaired. Took the risk. That's the kind of decision that you got to make in these sort of events. You got to, one of your favourite boards, And he goes here, and then just there it looks funny. So he's just, yeah, fanging through here, but it just looks a little bit sticky. And just here he gets a bit wider on his angle and pushes the turn here. And just there, pop. I think it's this one here. It just comes off. It's like it becomes unglued. I can't even understand the physics of it. But that's a really hard paddle because he has to come over those rocks, get back out. He's only lost 3 or 4 minutes. I put the leg rope on out the back. But yeah, so new board, new reset, and start again.
So someone's brought him down, a backup board. He'll try and make his way with haste and not too much speed. It is tricky in there. A great leveler for anyone who's ever had a bit of trouble sort of getting in and out of the water. And you think, you know, why always me? To coin a phrase. Even the best in the world, they're taking their time and being careful.
It's really hard to maintain any type of, like even the best surfers in the world, any type of dignity when you're sort of gingerly walking and you don't know whether to jump off. But there he is, he's off. He's back out there. Lost some time, but no one's got a wave on the plus side. He's lost 5 minutes, but no one's been able to really capitalise yet. So he's back in it for sure. Beautiful blue seas. You see big fog bank out over our horizon. Let's hope that stays off at the moment. Beautiful sunshine poking from the valley at Ribeira Dilas. As we'll see Michael Dunphy out there in the water. Ton of experience from him. And he would really love to make that step up to the elite level. We talked about this Challenger Series. It's a real opportunity. You get on a roll in these events. 2 of them real close together here in Europe. Some good results here. You can pick yourself well in that qualification conversation. This is Jesse Mendez, who has World Tour experience. He's an incredible surfer. You know all about his backhand and what he can do. He looked good in the early rounds. He's been patient so far in this one. Nothing on the board. Yeah, I mean, you look at those guys, Alea Moniz, Michael Dunphy and Jesse Mendez. I mean, if you could add up the heats they've served between them, especially on the qualifying series and now the challenging series, they'd be literally running into the tens of thousands. And yeah, Jesse Mendez, such a real calm competitor. Always was, even as a young guy heading on the scene, was always sort of held up as the, you know, by, especially by some of the coaches, was like, that's the approach you need to take to be successful. He's always really organised, put a lot of time in, a lot of training. His boards are always on point. So he's a real sort of organised and, you know, sort of really great professional, but he's got an electric style as well. So yeah, pretty good combinations. Got him a lot of success so far. All right, with not a load of action down the water, let's go and hear from a man who was definitely dialed into the energy down here. It's Josh Burke, and he's standing by with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. Way to start the day. Were you looking for those air sections? Was that the game plan?
To be honest, not really. I was looking for more of the longer walls. At low tide, it hugs the reef a little bit better than high tide, which I've only had a high tide heat. So I was happy for it to be low tide and get a little bit more bowly sections. I started off my heat falling, and then I got the 5. And then I got a nice insider that's way inside of everyone. So I was happy, and I knew I just needed to do air if I get insider. So I did air first turn, and then it linked out the rest of the wave and started my heat with a 7. So.
And you got a really great combo with an 8.73.
Yeah, and then I paddled back out, and I paddled deep, and the guys were sitting with priority pretty close to the shoulder. But the lineup's pretty hard. Like, they were almost in the spot, but I could get a wave deeper. So I did like what I did my last heat, to be honest, and paddled deeper, and ended up getting like where they were was a shoulder. And as soon as I passed them, so they didn't take it from me. So as soon as I passed them, then it lined up with good wall hugging the reef. So it worked out for me, and I just surfed to the inside.
And you were looking really sharp. Thank you very much. Back to you guys. Yeah, sure.
So my 2 uncles, actually, my Uncle Scott was in surgery yesterday for kidney stones, and then my Uncle Stuart is in surgery actually this morning, or in a couple hours he's going in surgery for open heart surgery. So I just want to dedicate that heat for them.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff from Josh Burke, and we saw a wave ridden during that interview by Imai DeVault, who absolutely blazed on our first day of competition. And just looking at the way he was dialed into the energy there, he makes surfing look really easy, Ben.
He really does. It's that mix of making it look easy and smooth, and then knowing that something sort of crazy could come at any time. Like the combination, not many surfers have that. As soon as they're up on their feet, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? And yeah, Imai's wave, which we saw as we were talking to Josh, did look like an absolute belter. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the Burke family right now, so yeah, good luck to his uncles and going through their medical problems, but I'll tell you what, they'll be pretty stoked that their young nephew's absolutely on a tear and being supported by his family over here in Portugal.
Sets stacking up down here at Ribeira Dilas, just the 2 ways ridden. We're waiting for a score for Imai de Volt from Maui in the Hawaiian Islands, and that will be the healthier number of the 2 that we've seen ridden. Let's get another look at it.
Yeah, just that black board he's been on, it's been looking so sharp, so he's fanging down the line. This turn here was big, just came around the corner and belted it. Got a bit of a foam sort of shampoo on the way back down, came around. Just that downtime on this wave, as we all know, is really important, just to still stay at ease and look good, and there he finishes off with another big hack. So just power and spray and just timing. So that's going to be a big score and a great opening wave for Imai.
Yeah, nice finish on the end as well. Just a little extra spark. See how technical he is. We're sort of shifting that weight from front to back foot, impressing the judges with some sort of rapid fire direction changes right on that exploding lip section where points have been scored throughout the week. And early indications are a massive number dropping for him. Looks like in the excellent range for Imai, which is a great way to start any heat, particularly one that might be a little slow in terms of waves. Throw something huge up early on, and will just help you breathe that bit more easily. It's going to be a really good number for him. We've got scores to come in for all of our surfers, actually. Just wait till they all come in. But certainly the best of the early running will be that man there from Maui, who was just ripping early on. He seems to be super relaxed in his general approach to competition and sort of life itself. And he fired up in his early heat, threw up massive numbers. He's on his way again with a similar kind of thing. An 8.5 comes in for Imai early on. He's just finding out about it now. The spread from the panel, they're all pretty much singing off the same hymn sheet there, Ben.
Yeah, they're in agreement that that was a pretty special wave in the excellent range. What a start. Imai, just another one of those Hawaiians. Just, it's got it all, you know. You see these young Hawaiians coming out of the North Shore, got the air game, got the barrel game, and then can still link turns on small point breaks. So well rounded.
Here he goes again. Quick wave.
Staying busy. Don't mind that. We just saw Josh. He said he was paddling up. He's got one of his best waves on the way down on the reef, and he was paddling back out. Got his other best wave, and he went way past the surfers on the reef. So just the knowledge of that, of this little bit of reef, and keeping busy, keeping sometimes away from your opponents can pay off.
Yeah, we talk about some of the advice from some of our coaches that we pick up, obviously, you know, offering insights and a sort of slightly different look on things. Obviously, the surfers in the water kind of read in the ocean, but back on the beach, we did hear a bit of advice. I'm not going to say who it's from, but it was to stay busy, but also stay patient.
Yeah, stay busy, stay patient.
Ben, is that something you think? Would you be able to?
Kind of my motto.
Busy
for life.
and patient.
Just staying busy, but while you're being really busy, just stay patient as well. So yeah, it's a good bit of advice. I mean, the coaching world, look, smokes and mirrors, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, no one knows what they do.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
You try and get their advice. They're always cagey because they kind of know that they don't really. Yeah, so it's a very difficult job. It's sort of part psychology, part nutrition, part babysitting, part sort of psychologist.
Could you just pick me up a box of cereal from the supermarket on the way?
Part taxi, part shopper, and there's a lot to it, and hence why no one really knows what exactly they do.
All right, good set stacking up here, just under 18 on the clock. This is Muniz on a backup board, wide stance, some speed, and a big gold wobble. And he'll go, kind of looks slightly bemused and baffled down at his equipment. Wonder what happened. He might get another opportunity here, though. He'll just swing and get himself in position. And decide that wave isn't going to offer much for him. So far in this heat, it's not really gone his way. He's having a little look at the setup, but I think everyone will be pretty dialed in with their backup board. He should know how that thing goes.
Yeah, you would. But the point that he sort of got that first board repaired, and obviously took a risk with that, and made that he can't be that confident on your backup board. I might suggest as a bit of a, putting it out there. I don't know the ins and outs of Alejo's equipment, and I haven't spoken to him about it, but the fact that he risked that magic board means that he might not be as comfortable, and just straight away he looked off there. His feet looked sort of bemused by what had happened, and checked the fin. So he's got to regroup, maybe get a few waves, just feel it out, And then hopefully, yeah, put some big scores on the board there. Is that board there? Good bit of camera work there, straight onto it. And, yeah, right down the middle. It's just been snapped. It must have been creased. There's Ian Gavaya. He's got his hands on it. Oh, unless he's just a Stoke Grom that's waiting for a signature when he comes in. He's like, yeah. But, yeah, just looking after his friend's equipment. And Leho, I mean, obviously we've talked about he's so experienced, such a great CT campaigner. Just had so many injuries. It's probably one of the defining sort of parts of his career which hasn't probably got him to where he really could have been. But always comes back from those injuries fighting, always comes in swinging, and here comes some sets.
Imai DeVault, your heat leader, a little shiny number, and he'll swing around. It's sort of crisp technique, not putting too much vigor into those maneuvers as this wave is a little bit soft. And he'll hope to gather up a little speed through. He'll do it pretty smoothly, and just as ever, I think that key takeaway makes surfing look so incredibly easy. Here goes Michael Dunphy. He's been awful quiet. This is his first wave, now looking to get something going. And he sort of energetically thrusts his board up over a whitewater section, gathers into a little carve, he'll prod it up again. And look to swing down for an inside. Hasn't got a lot of pace to his surfing on this particular wave. Let's see if he can build up the speed in here. Gets a nice little hit finish. And much better from him. He needed a wave and he found one.
Yeah, he surfed this wave a lot of times. We see Alejo there, just getting it up, trademark style, and he's going to belt this. Bit more sting than the wave of Dunphy's. He liked it, claims it, and feels like he's back on now. Back on Jesse Mendez. First wave after a long time. Sorry, second wave after a long wait. So 2 waves in 15 minutes, and neither have been in any way, shape or form what he needs.
Mendez putting himself a little wider. Just having a look again. Looks a little bit out of sorts down here. Just think with this smaller swell, what we don't have, that we've had the last few days, we've had that kind of big triangle of white water. This kind of shows where the apex of the peak is. And it's quite easier to sort of be in position when we're up in that sort of overhead range. Today, you're getting kind of flat water in between sets, and the reef really calms down in terms of those rips. And therefore, it is quite easy, if you don't have your lineup markers sorted out, to get a little bit caught out of position. We're just seeing a little bit of that. We're not seeing massive wave counts at all. It's all about making the best of what comes through. There are still really good numbers out there, testified by that 8.5 from Imai DeVault early on in this one, testified by the performance in the last heat from Josh Burke. He ripped this place up and looked to be in very fine fettle. We'll go down into the second half of the heat. Just under 14 minutes to go in this one. And Imai DeVault, seen him competing on the QS and this sort of higher end of competition for a number of years. And, you know, we talk about a lot of people just, it's putting that whole year and putting those consistent performances together. It feels like this is a much better opportunity to do that. If you are in form for Challenger Series, the whole thing goes down in the space of 3 months. And it feels like a great opportunity to really step up. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from Brandon Gilmet, who's standing by with Joanna.
Yeah, you were talking about busy but patient. Well, here's the guy.
Yeah, it's just a little inside joke we got, but yeah, Michael's definitely been patient out there. He had first priority and was waiting for a specific wave. You know, he finally got on the board, so it's been a bit of a slow heat. And so, yeah, I like where he's at right now. Hopefully he can get back out there and get a little more busy now. He did the patient part, now we want to get busy.
And he got 1 wave just before the interview.
Yeah. Was that the score? 4.5 it sounds like. So he's on the board, not a huge start, but maybe a good backup. It's just been a really slow heat, so hopefully he can go out there and get a big.
And what have you been doing between heats?
We've just been watching a lot of heats here, free surfing down the way, like enjoying, you know, all the great restaurants and good food and stuff. So it's been a fun trip.
Cool, thank you very much.
All right, great insights there. Busy but patient, Ben.
Tell you what, joke's on us, isn't it? So we thought we were being smart and clever. We weren't. He's actually got a pretty good guide for life. So Brandon, yeah, really experienced coach and manager. Has travelled with other Hurley guys for a long time. Knows the sport inside out. Really good sounding board for all these guys. Now it's done a bit of work for a Norwegian luggage brand called DB.
Great board bags.
Great board bags. I mean, great bags. Great company, great guys. And we see Dunphy there. He's his man in this heat. What's he got, Paul? He's got nothing. That's what he's got for that one. So that Patience not paying off there. And he'll have to regroup.
Here goes Alejo Menez having a concerted swing of the arms. He wants on this wave. There's the wide stance. There's the big leaps and bounds from him as he drives down the line with a lot of energy. And it's slightly ungainly as the head sort of goes underwater first while his feet are still on the board. And he will exit that wave. Behind him, Mendez, who has been really quiet himself. And he's up here on a little inside wave. If he can get some speed going, he will be vicious in that backhand attack, as he'll just flow through a few turns. Nice stab there. Big sting of the tail with some good spray. Just flicking it off that rail on the backhand. Nice little procession of maneuvers through it inside on a smaller, softer wave, but it's better stuff from Jessie.
And world number 2, Tatiana Weston-Webb. She had an amazing finals. That's Jessie's partner, long-time partner, and she's not in the event. She's come here to support Jess. And what a great performance she put in there at Trestles, pushing Carissa Moore to the best of 3. Won the first one, was right on the cusp, literally was half an hour away from a world title, Tati. Unfortunately for her, Carissa came back and stomped her authority, but yeah, what a year, and now she's backing her man. And you could just see the class of that. I mean, that wave wasn't incredible, it was small, but just his technical ability and his CT class showed, even on this relatively small wave. So just came around, just hit every section well. A bit of spray, nothing crazy here, obviously, but just even that vertical sort of whack, really hard to do, really difficult to make this little wave look smooth and seamless. So yeah, really efficient and great surfing, just a smaller wave. Alejo got this wave might be 7.5, so he locked in a big score. You can see why, 2 big calves already at the back and a third. This is the way we saw him sort of beating his chest and being really stoked on the inside here, and that's why, because he's done 4 or 5 great turns and finished it off in the soupy section down the bottom, and there we go, and that's why he liked it. You got a 7.5, so overcome that broken board and back in the game. And Dunphy, as we say, this wave is a bigger wave, a bit of a steeper section, but a little bit wobbly. Could never really connect, missed that section, got a bit late, and that was probably the money sort of wave section of the wave, but kept fighting. This is the 4.5. So, you know what? He's in the game, but he's going to have to do a little bit better than these kind of lateral turns. He's got it in him. He's spent a lot of time down here, haven't we seen him over the years on the QS and Europe. Used to him and Mitch Cruz, used to be a bit of a double act, cruising around, having a good time. So he knows the wave and knows the area, but he's just got to, yeah, he needs a couple more. MI just backing up his 8.5, which, it's not a bad strategy. He's got a 3.33 for that. With an 8 in his lock already, he's in the box seat, but he knows you'll need to do better than that. That was just too small a wave. Not a lot of scoring potential.
8.5 to go in this heat 12 of a round of 48, the second heat of a morning. A slight decrease in swell action, but still throwing up excellent numbers. In this heat, Imai DeVault with the best of the early work so far. Can he hold on to that lead? He's looking pretty good with his number, but still vulnerable with a low backup. Join us for more live action. We're going to switch over and see talent like this woman, Pauline Addo, and many others. They're all coming at you live from Portugal right after the break. We're back live in Ericeira, the MEO Vissla Pro Challenger Series action. down here on the famous reef and the iconic surf down, one of the great surf capitals of Europe. And an epic place to come for a surf trip. Ride some waves, watch some elite professional surfing as well. Right now out in the water, making the best of this one is Imai de Volts with a real strong start. Hasn't backed up that with much notable since that excellent score early on of 8.5. Coming back at him, Alejo Meniz, second spot for him. A good number of that 7.5 that we watched just before we went to break. Mendez and Dunphy with a bit to do. That is the American Michael Dunphy on your screen in 4th place at the moment. 6.01 his requirement. We see all of our surfers scattering seaward. That indicates a set approaching on the outside reef here, getting down towards that low tide. Around about now, actually, low water. So this is as shallow as the reef is going to get. We're trying to work out bathymetry, sort of refraction of swell, and all those sort of things that come into the equation of catching waves. Are our surfers who just want opportunities. Not been loads of waves ridden in this heat. 9 in total so far in 25 odd minutes. Let's get a look at a replay of Alejo Meniz.
Yeah, well, on the break, Alejo staying busy, trying to improve that 7.5. A wide stance, gets a lot of power. He's obviously worked out that backup board by now, starting to really get his groove on. Such a powerful surfer. Those big open arm calves. He's been doing those for a decade on tour now at least. And he's still super, yeah, he's just strong, isn't he? You can tell by his way he approaches a wave. He's always about trying to just juice it up. And then you got a few more, Jesse Mendez as well. One of those, it was a little bit behind the peak at the start, which is what you want. That often means that they just a bit of a steep wall as they race down. Smooth Mendez style, almost got a little bobble but hung on. So Jesse getting back in the game. Lacking a little bit of the spray of Alejo. Finishes well on the inside. Really sort of solid surfing, and Dunphy, crikey, it was all going on in that ad break, wasn't it, Paolo? He's really got his sort of smooth, these little inside runners. Starting to get a bit of spray there, clicking off. Thought about an air, but instead just kept rifling down the line. Sort of Rincon style, kind of Bell's Rincon style waves here now. And he's staying so electric, so alive. Finished it off. Has he got one more leg burner? He'll be happy with that. So he was pumped.
Much more like it from Dunphy. He was real quiet early on, and that's the kind of thing we expect from him. Meanwhile, Imai de Volts kept busy too.
Yeah, so many waves ridden that little stretch. That's the difference he's got. He's throwing some fins. He's not afraid to throw a little bit more risk, and that's just the way he surfs. It's not a really strategic decision. It's just the way he sort of operates. And with that 8.5, this wave's going to be better than one he's had before, and then just a bit bigger finish. So real contrast of styles, less turns, but more fins. But Dunphy just had so many of them. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, we're game on now, Mundy. Final 5 minutes, things firing up, asking questions of our judges to throw down some scores. They've thrown this number at Alejo Meniz, 6.5. You see the spread of the panel will lose that 6 and that 7 and take the average of the 3 remaining scores, which all happen to be 6.5. So they average out at that precise number. And him just really trying to impose himself physically on the wave down here this morning. Traditionally, we kind of talk about the power of this wave. It's a little softer today, and Alejo's just kind of firing up himself and trying to deliver that sort of dynamism, that kinetic energy out of that wide stance that we talked about, using the arms as well. It's been effective so far. He's now in 1st place, but we are going to get a score to come in for Imai. It's going to be another really good number, so he will very shortly go back into the lead, and he gets an 8. So he's already got an 8.5. He throws an 8 down. Another massive total from him once again. EDP Ride of the Day contention straight away. And there's the spread of the panel. And Imai is in such good fettle down here. He'll just want to keep these heats going. He won't want to stop surfing, Ben.
No, not at all. And I think that score, we haven't got the other ones to come in, but that was probably the worst wave of all those, just the actual wave itself in terms of quality. But he just manufactured something special. He's got that. He's really talented.
Dunphy, live action. He's swinging. He'll be fired up from his last wave with a little extra pep in his step. There's a nice stinging turn from him. It's not super critical. This wave is a little bit slopey. Let's see if it gets steeper through the inside or just release the tail a wee bit. Doesn't quite get the finish he might have hoped for, but he's rallying under a couple of minutes, and everyone now realizing they need to get going. Here goes Mendez. Wow, big backhand rotation attempt. Unsuccessful from him. Didn't have a lot of other options on. It was kind of a one maneuver wave. The heat leader, who's just blowing up down here, he'll try and ditch the tail. That'll be an incomplete maneuver for him, just a throwaway score. He's already sitting on 16.5 points with 90 seconds to go. Doesn't really need to do much more in this heat other than enjoy the very pleasant view of Ericeira.
Yeah, he's locked and loaded. A couple of 8s, 16.5 heat total. Really, really impressive. Backed up his performances from that first heat as well. So you start to see those little sort of momentum shifts where one surfer just keeps hammering away at big scores in both heats, and you keep an eye out for him. And I think Imai is one of those in this event so far. Been one of the most sort of progressive and dynamic surfers we've seen, and there's been a lot of that going on as well. So to stand out in this crowd is no small feat. He's done that. But we've got some scores coming in, so Dunphy's fought back strong.
Mendes in live action. Here he goes in third at the moment. He needs a 9.1. A massive number required from him, as he's got a smaller wave on the inside. He'll keep drilling away at it, but I don't think it's going to be the upper excellent part of the scale that he requires to get into first. Just sort of surf this way in. He's been a little bit wave starved. Not loads of mistakes, but he's not found one of those waves with that open face all the way across the point here. Meanwhile, deep and hard off the bottom. Nice and spicy off the top. Is Alejo Meniz trying to defend that second place position. We'll go countdown into the final 10 seconds. We've got scores to come in for everyone. And this is live action. Dunphy now swinging and slicing. His requirement much more modest, 6.88. And he will throw a little layback and get a completion down on the end.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 waves to come in potentially for Dunphy. So 7.13 for that really long multiple turn wave that got him back in the game, and now needing a 6.88 either from that wave or the one just before. So tell you what, he went down swinging. Really great sort of comeback. And, this guy's stoked. What's he got for us? He's got the, is that the MD tattoo? We'll have to find out.
It's Corinthians, Brazilian football team.
Loves the Corinthians. And yeah, there's Hawaiian. What another great performance. Just looking super calm, super progressive, just on fire.
Very casual in his overall approach. Got that real kind of cruisy energy, but certainly out in the water just seems absolutely in his element. Imai, and another highly polished and professional performance from him. As this man who's struggled against adversity in this heat, snapped a board on his opening wave, had to come in low tide over that rock shelf, super awkward, get the back up, get back out there. And luckily for him, no one else aside from Imai had done much. They hadn't caught many waves early on, and Alejo was just like, you know what, here's a big opportunity. Grabbed it with both hands, Ben.
Sure did, yeah. Overcome some obstacles, always good for your confidence to know that you've been sort of put in a corner and you've boxed your way out of it. And, you know, he was strong. Big, powerful carbs. And you see just Jesse's obviously disappointed. He knows that he's not in with the shot at all, so his run is end. He'll head to France now, trying to make the most up there. He's surfed in the CT events multiple years, knows the Hossiger inside out, so he'll be dangerous up there. Right now he's got to regroup. And Alejo, great to see Alejo, as we said. He's had his own obstacles in his career. Injuries have curtailed his ability just to stay in the water for like 6 to 9 months at a time. A couple of multiple knee reconstructions. And he still keeps coming back and never gives up on his dream of CT qualification. And another little heat step in the round of 24. 2 more heats like that, and he's got a result.
Official results are in, and there it is. Imai DeVault going great guns, 16.5 his total. Alejo Meniz, 14 out of 20 for him. Good enough through to the next round. We'll say ciao to Dunphy and Mendes. That'll wrap up heat 12 of our round of 48, the last of our round of the men. In the first couple of heats this morning, as we go out towards that low tide, not disappointing us in terms of excellent range scores. Some big performances. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in the women. Keely Andrews, Sophie McCulloch, Juliette Lacombe, Pauline Nadeau. They're all coming at you live right after this. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We are deep into the meaty section of this Challenger Series sandwich. And I'll tell you what, the action keeps coming. We've just progressed through the men's round of 48. We're going straight through to the round of 32 for the women's division. We have Keely Andrew, Sophie McCulloch, 2 Australians versus 2 French, Juliette Lacombe, Pauline Ado. So we've got a stacked field. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm in the booth and being joined by our local Portuguese legend, Francisco Alves. First time here, mate. Just sum up the scene out there. You've been walking around, you've been talking to people. You seem to know 4 out of every 5 person down at this event. What's the general vibe out there, mate? What can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Ben. I just had a good breakfast,
Right.
and the waves look really good. I enjoyed having breakfast looking at the boys surfing, and yeah, the level was really high. So I'm expecting the girls to surf really well too. And yeah, with the tide coming up, it's going to look better and better.
Yeah, he's Pauline Ado. I'm going to just actually grill you a bit about that breakfast. It's exactly what you went through there. I'm interested in that. But Pauline Ado is a little bit more interesting, the French veteran. Did a long sit on the CT in her career, and it's still, every time she puts on that jersey, she is committed, she is professional, she's focused, and just once off there, 7.33 to start. So that's the type of start that Pauline will always do, and she's so dangerous. Still is desperate to get back on the CT. Has been fighting for a long time for it, and this Challenger Series could provide that avenue. Yeah, so what was the breakfast there? What did you go the pastel de nata, the sweet stuff early, or do you went the croissants, or you know, what was your kind of fresh fruit?
I had 4 pastel de nata.
4, nice.
Yeah. They were small, as we see here. The replay of Keely, the wave closed up, so she kind of had to do the 1 turn combo out the back. But yeah, I had 4, but they were small, so
Yeah.
it counts as a normal one.
Yeah,
maybe.
just the one big one.
I had 1 big one.
Nice.
And then, yeah, it's nice to see Pauline so spicy with her surfing. I have seen Pauline surf for a long time now, and I think she looked really quick here, which is something I enjoyed in you, Ben.
Yeah, she's spicy. She's still as good as ever. Speaking of spicy, down there on the beach, Joanna Garnell with the winner of that last heat.
I'm not as good looking as Joanna, sorry. I had 3 pastel de natas. Imai, your second excellent heat score back-to-back. You've got a connection with Ribera. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I mean, I've been here twice before and never did this well, but I don't know, it just, every heat I kind of get that first like wave that starts well, and it kind of puts me in the rhythm, I think, and it's been working out. It feels really good, and I'm loving the waves, so I'm stoked.
And I got to ask you about the equipment again, because it seems to be working. This one's got a unique look to it. It's got some carbon fiber, but it's actually gold. Is that something different?
Yeah, it's the carbon and negra, he calls it. They're like patches. And then they're just different colors. So it's the same as the bottom. The bottom is black, but it's the same material. He just like, I don't even know what he does, but he knows how to put color into them. So yeah, Keith DeBull, he's shaper out of Maui, so props to him.
And I got to ask you, do you change your dimensions? I mean, this is a styrofoam core, so it's a little bit different than poly boards would be. Do you ever change any of the dimensions?
Not really. It's pretty much just my standard shortboard, just with the carbon. I actually really like my PUs out here as well, but the waves just kind of soft sometimes, so I really just like the feel of, they just feel a little lighter, and they still keep the drive, so that's why I like them a lot.
Well, keep it up, because you ripping, and I love the chain out.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's MI. Yeah, KT Surfboards from Maui. Really interesting guy. He shapes a lot of Kai Lenny's boards at the moment. From an incredible windsurfing background, he uses so many different materials. Real on the cutting edge of surfboard design and the manufacturing process. A lot of vacuum epoxy, models. And right now, Sophie McCulloch, though, she's focusing on the here and now. Bit of a wobbly section, but she's winding up nice. Really technical surfer, Sophie. Really got a bright career, just coming through the ranks, gaining experience. This is one of the first real years on the this elite level or Challenger Series level. So she's one to watch, and she surfed that well. The other surfer in this is Juliette Lacombe. You see this one, though? This is well surfed.
Yeah, this wave looked really clean out the back. Quick snap here. We saw Sophie dodging a bullet on her first round. I don't think. Yeah, she got a big score on her last wave with a big fin release. So we know Sophie's got it all, and here she had a really well surfed wave.
Yeah, looking stylish, looking on point. More sets rolling through. Just the other side of the low tide here. So we should just probably be in for the next 3 hours. It's probably prime time in terms of the tidal conditions. Still low enough to hug that reef, but with a bit of a push as the water comes in and covers it. So looking strong. Yep, and that's 7.33. Still the marker. Opening wave from Pauline Nadeau straight into it. She obviously knows her compatriot Juliette Lacombe, much younger, probably 10 years almost between these two. Juliette also from Biarritz. Pauline's just from just over the hill at a place called Anglet. So they've grown up in the same surf zone. And Juliette would have seen Pauline as one of her heroes. She would have seen her on the CT when she was growing up as a Grom. She's got a lot of respect for Pauline, but she's not going to hold that respect and go easy. She's a real smooth surfer, real stylish, graceful, but she's just had 10 minutes and hasn't caught a wave, so she'll need to address that as we see some lines starting to pour here through Francisco. Kind of your classic sort of October day, really, isn't it, in Portugal? Bit of sun, bit of fog, 4 foot swell, some nice winds. It's sort of what you get around this time of year, quite consistently.
Yeah, a little cold in the morning, then throughout the day it gets a little bit warmer. And yeah, some light winds and good waves. I think this month and September are my favorite months because it's not too cold and there's waves. And then, yeah, when we get into the winter, it gets a little bit too much cold for me.
It's cold down here. Juliette Lacombe, though, she's waited, as we said, for a while. She's just waiting for an open section as well. Finally gets one. Nice turn.
She looks really smooth. Like, she's patient and she's surfing to the rhythm of the wave. She's not rushing anything. So that's quite interesting. She has been waiting a while for this wave, and she's surfing like she's so relaxed.
She was. I think maybe, if I'd say maybe a little bit too relaxed, could have shown a bit more aggression. But yeah, good. Got to start off. McCulloch here, trying to back up her score. Just a little bit hung up on that one, and she wants for a bit of a big finish, something with a bit more aggression. Kicks the tail out.
Oh, and she
hangs on. So there we go, a bit of variety. And McCulloch just getting all the way to the inside there. He's going to sort of go back out. Yeah, Juliette's wave was good. The first section just ran away a bit from her. And then she started just weaving and ducking. So we'll see how she went. McCulloch, though, a bit bigger wave.
Yeah, quick snap out the back. She gets around this section, and she gets a quick carve here. She comes off the bottom again, and boom, another quick jam there. She almost lost it there, but she did a really good job to make it. And yeah, quick snap here, and yeah, I like this last turn, kind of like layback kind of snap, and she makes it both arms to the back of her body, and she pulls it out. So interesting turn from Sophie.
Yeah, and this is a relaxed approach from Juliette. I think even that cutback, she just missed one section there, but now she starts finding a groove. Some nice turns.
That was really clean. Clean rail surfing. She looks calm, really calm, yeah.
Yeah, this in between turns, really smooth, isn't she? She's not stuttering or, like wiggling a board or pumping. She's just letting the wave do the work and looked nice and at ease. Yeah, you talk about the winter. Of course, we've got the big CT event sort of moved here in Portugal to February. Traditionally, the CT event up there at Super Tubes was held around this time of year, but we've moved it in the schedule. Well, when I say we, the WSL moved it on the schedule. Yeah, and to February, where it does get some thumping winter swells, doesn't that place? Those offshore breezes are a bit more common, and yeah, we could see some, proper thumping Super Tubes come February with the world's best surfers in town.
Yeah, I think so. With the window of the event, for sure there's going to be waves, and yeah, hopefully we're going to see some huge barrels. I like to see from the beach.
Yeah,
I really like to see. I really enjoy like watching it. Like.
Well, it's so close, isn't it, Super Chips? Like you can stand on that sand and you can almost like, if you so choose, throw a rock and hit the surface. It's right on the shore.
A rock.
It's just an incredible place where you can be so close to the action, even though it's like 8 to 10 foot sometimes. It still only breaks just offshore. It never sort of moves out, does it? It just comes in and unloads on that bank. So yeah, fingers crossed we'll see some of that action.
It reminds me of La Gravière a little bit, as it's so close. And yeah, it's nice to see your Euros so close to the beach getting barreled. So yeah, for surfing fan, I really advise them to go to Super Tubos in February and watch the comp, because it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be on. Right here though, we've got as we just see one wave coming through. We'll just catch this. I think we might have Pete Mel down there roaming, trying to find some action. That's a nice turn for Kelly Andrew. And there's another one. And a smooth turn from there. So she is just looking really strong. A bit more aggressive than Juliette, a bit more spray. Similar sort of styles, and she kicks out. It's a great thing. But right now, she's surfing over a reef. And I think we might have Pete Mel down there, close to the action. What's going on, Pete?
Well, with the low tide, I had to come here and look at Ezekiel Lau's Memorial Rock. I mean, this is a very uneven reef. If you take a look here, it is a full minefield. This is what those surfers are heading over. It's scary. You look at the big deep valleys, they get sucked through here. And I think I'm trying to find exactly which rock is Ezekiel Lau's, but I think it's this one right behind me. But it's how crazy was that to be able to do an air in this minefield and somehow come out unscathed. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, you're right. They all put on the line, and they're not soft, are they, those rocks?
No. No, and I was actually looking for urchins down here. We're probably going to get wet. But, yeah, I mean, Ericeira comes from, I think it's called, if you can help me out, Jika, what is it? Ericeira means?
The home of the urchin.
Home of the urchin. So I'm looking for some urchins down here, but I don't want to find any. There's some starfish, but I mean, this is a beautiful piece of a coastline, but a very dangerous piece of a coastline.
And not easy to come into when those surfers have to crawl over those rocks, get up those things.
That's why I wear booties.
Yeah, of course
right?
you do. Okay, well, thanks, Pete.
Yep.
Love your chat down there on that rock. You can see they're lucky. Lucky for Pete, he's got a thick head of hair, because that drone camera would be hiding you're getting any type of ball patches up there. But from this aerial view, he looks as safe as houses up the top there. And look at those rocks. That's a beautiful, beautiful image, almost artistic of those. The reef there that, our surfers yesterday were literally landing on and putting it all on the line.
That's actually really sketchy. If you look now where they were landing there, it's really scary.
Yeah, they're big rocks, and if something goes wrong. But yesterday, everyone remained unscathed. Yolanda Hopkins has sort of spent some time in down there as well, as we well know. We had her in the booth yesterday, so you'll see it there. And as that tide comes in, it's pretty much dead low now. That will be covered. And those ones you can see in the foreground there, the reef will just move in. The waves will start breaking across that ledge, and that's what we get here. So much tidal movement and so much sort of interesting reef action. And at the moment, though, these girls, I don't think these girls are really thinking about the geological sort of formations of the reef. They're just trying to catch any wave that comes through. Looks like Kelly Interview got this one, Chico.
Yeah, really good looking wave. Quick cut back here, and yes, the double up is coming. Boom, quick snap there. Another carving snap here. She's looking really smooth, and I love this one. Yeah. Really cool carve, throwing the arms around the body and putting an extension mark on that turn, and yeah, 733.
Yeah, great surfing. She's been doing a lot of work over the years with Andy King, another coach who has had so much experience with some of the world's best surfers. Obviously been helping Gabriel Medina this year, but those two have got a really great relationship, work really hard together and work well together, have lots of fun as well. she's just showing, yeah, she's got that CT ready style. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. Look at the Atlantic just shimmering with the green and blue hues of a beautiful part of the world. The sun is shining. See the wind farms up there generating some renewable energy. We've got some energy in the water. 4 surfers vying for some big points in the Challenger Series. And at this stage, with 11 minutes remaining, it's been Kelly Andrew so far who has got the best of this matchup, a 7.33 and a 5.60. And that's had her out in first place. Sophie McCulloch is also surfed well for her, 6.17 and 4.93. So she's out in the lead. We can see down there in the bottom corner of your screen, sign the petition, weareoneocean.org. That's a website where we aim to protect the important things that matter to us as ocean goers. And just by going on to that website, weareoneocean.org, you can sign the petition and your name can add to the weight of that petition and help us improve the oceans, you know, try and protect the ocean. It's an important aspect that WSL getting right behind. And you look at this, I mean, it's so worth protecting. We are here in Ericeira as a World Surf Reserve, only the second one that was ever assigned. And that's a program that puts surfing and surfers as the key stakeholders in areas where surfing has improved the benefit of the local area in more ways than one. And that's something we want to improve on. As we see, Pauline O'Doe just trying to back up a 7.33. So she's been waiting a while for this. Typically patient, typically biding her time and then not making any mistakes. She's a surfer that rarely makes errors. She's, you know, so done well there. So she needed to just get a 3.77 to move back in the second. So what do you think, Chico? Reckon she might have done that with this wave?
Yeah, I think she needed to have a backup, and I think this wave it was really well surfed. I think she's going to put another score on the board. 3 really beautiful carves there, and she was able to finish it off here. So yeah, Pauline, she's a really smart competitor. Every time she has an opportunity to put her experience on a surf heat, she will do it, and that's why she's been around for so long now. Because she's committed, she works hard, and she's really smart. I think, yeah, nowadays you have to be smart to have good results, and Pauline is one of those cases.
Yeah, exactly. She's a really intelligent surfer and a woman, and she's just got herself back in though, but she won't be safe. You see Kelly Andrew just swinging late. As we see the service out the back of the com, got a 4.1. She's only had the one wave, so she's she's really testing the patience thing. She's going right to the end. We see some of the surfers just trying to get some heads up on how the swell is. There's him out. No one knows more than him. He's been smashing it, so he's giving all sorts of advice. And yeah, we see a fellow Hawaiian just going, yep, okay, got that. I'm going to do what you did and just get a couple of 8s and smash it out of the park. So all the surfers sharing their information to their mates, trying to give it. Any little pointers helps out here. It is a tricky lineup, Xisco, and if you've had someone out there who just surfed it, especially, that can be invaluable.
Yeah, you need to know where to see it and which wave you're looking for. I think the tide is still kind of low, so the wave you're looking for now is not the same one you're going to be looking for in like an hour or hour and a half, or even half an hour, I think. So yeah, the lineup is always shifting, and yeah, if you can get as many advices as possible, it's always helpful. But yeah, too many advices, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not good too, because some people, they're gonna say yeah, stay out the back. Some they're gonna say yeah, come a little bit more to the inside, or look for those waves that double up. I don't know. I think some competitors like to get advice from a lot of people. Others just like to stick with one coach or one person and really put their all their confidence
in that one thing. You're right,
yeah.
and you just got to pick the advice, or pick the ideas that really work for you. We just saw Pauline Addo. She just backed up that wave with another 6.2. So really, really big numbers from Addo. And here she goes again. So staying busy. This was without priority on the insider. Gets a little bit more radical now and pulls it off. So having those platform, classic Addo. Got to built the platform. Got a solid scores. Got the lead now. She can start to open up.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing Pauline surf with this board. I don't know what type of equipment she has, but we can ask. If she wins this heat, we can ask after. But yeah, I think that board is super light on her feet, and she's looking really smooth. Yeah, and that's why she's in the lead, and she has a 7 and a 6. And yeah, as you said, now she's kind of like having fun and catching all the waves she possibly can, so she has more fun in Ribeira de Ilhas with 3 girls out, I think.
Yeah, she loves to pack as many waves as she can. Kelly Andrews, yeah, I mean, she's been coming down to this wave too for probably a decade or so. You know, it's been a stalwart on the European circuit this break, and Pauline's been around such a long time, so many heats that, yeah, her muscle memory of this place is. You know, she just knows it inside out, and it's showing with these first 2 waves. At the rate she's going, with 5 minutes to go, she could be the first of the women's servers in the round of 16, and starting to wedge towards, you know, a result. She didn't get quite the finish that she wanted in Huntington, and she'll know that these 2 events here in Portugal and then back home in Hossega, I mean, her best chance to qualify for a long time, so she'll be excited. Right now, we're going to look through how we got here. Here she goes. This was right off the bat. She just hit the heat running.
Yeah, this was the 7-on-3. It was a really clean wave. She surfed it really well. Clean rail surfing, and she was able to finish it off with some clean turns here. And I love this last kind of Larry layback she had. And yeah, starting off they did really well. Keely afterwards, she was able to come back. She was kind of having a slow hit at the start, and she posted this 7.33 with this really clean surfing, and I love this last carve. Yeah, this was really stylish and powerful from Keely.
Yeah, she's had some big results over the years on the CT. She made the final in Maui one time, and here's Addo coming back, backing up a 7.33. Yeah, Keely, you know, and she just hasn't quite been able to cement herself in that top 10 on the CT. She's often coming around the 9th or 10th or 11th mark, but really close to re-qualifying, but not quite. Being forced to use the qualifying series as it was, and now known as a Challenger Series, to get back on. And I think she's just so close to really becoming one of those sort of 8 women surfers that, you know, just in that top 8, consistently re-qualifying via the CT. Surfing like that shows her strengths and her timing. And right now she's in 2nd spot, but she won't be particularly relaxed. Sophie McCulloch is in the 3rd spot, needing a 6.77. And Juliette Lacombe, with only 1 wave, is requiring another big score. So she's out the back. There's some sets approaching. She needs an 8.83, and that means that she's going to have to absolutely put it all on the line. She's only going to have 1 more opportunity, you'd think. And, that opportunity is going to have to come within the next 3 minutes. As you see clearly, looking at this one.
Yeah, Keely doing the break. We had quick snap there and another one. So looking really fast. we can see she has a lot of energy still, and she's gonna fit another one in there. Yeah, so complete ride from Keely, and she has a 6.23, and she jumps into the lead.
Okay, yeah, so just good, fast surfing, really smooth. That's backing up 7.33 with a 6.23. So they're so close. You look at Keely and Pauline, like only 0.03 of a point between them. So those two really setting a marker, and that makes Sophie McCulloch's job even harder. The young Australian now needs a 7.36. So as it stands, the Australian and French battle. They've been having a few sort of, issues on the larger diplomatic fronts, the Australians and the French. A bit of a political standpoint, if the odd nuclear submarine contract here and there, causing a bit of deep divide. But out in the water, as it stands, it's been spoiled, the two Australians and the two French. We've got Kelly, the Australian, out in the lead. Pauline, the other French woman, in second place, and looking like they should be pretty safe to go through. McCulloch and Lacombe both hitting some big numbers with 90 seconds to go. It's gone a little bit sort of flat out there. See Surfing White, she's only caught one wave in 25 minutes. I mean, you just got to question that a little bit, Chico. Like, it's one thing holding priority and being patient, but you've got a half an hour. You've got to catch more than one wave. It's pretty obvious.
Well,
right?
I think Juliet, she's injured.
Right.
I just saw her ankle now, and she has a blue typed ankle.
Heavily strapped. Okay,
so I think she might be actually, when we saw her surfing, she was kind of like, I think she was just like not forcing too much. She might be in some kind of pain, I think. As you see the back foot there?
Heavily strapped. I see what you mean. That's a good point. So she probably thought I can get two waves in, go through the pain barrier, which she's done. She's nursing a little bit.
Yeah, she's in pain.
And she's not going to be able to get the score on this wave. So she comes in. And unfortunately for Lacombe, you're right. She's pretty ginger. You can see herself hurting, and she's checking her ankle there. Those rocks that Pete Mel was just on ain't going to be a much more help to her. So that'll hurt. She can see the disappointment, whether that's physical pain or mental anguish or a combination of the two. And unfortunately for the young French surfer, she'll have to hopefully can rest that ankle up and be ready for the next event on home turf. And McCulloch, last 10 seconds here. So this is a score she needs. She needs a 7.36. Big number, but gettable. What's this wave? Unfortunately, just going on. She didn't get any opportunities, so looks like that's not going to be the number she needs. And Kelly Andrew and Pauline Ado. Popo will go through to the next round. You can see the disappointment of the young Australian surfer there. She's got a bright career, though. She's not going anywhere. She's a young surfer with a really good talent, good coaching, good sponsors, good backing. So we're going to see much more of McCulloch over the years. But she is done for now. And we are just rolling on through. The next heat will come up pretty shortly once we just get this last wave locked in of Sophie. Judges just locking that in. Once that's locked in, there we go. Become official. Official results. See on that woman there, Kelly Andrew winning the heat, and Pauline Ado coming in second. Really high heat scores, good surfing, and we've got more action. We've got more great waves, more great surfers coming in. Really excited about the next heat. Leilani McGonigal, Summer Macedo, Molly Picklum, and Savannah Lima. So that is action-packed. All the generations. Gnarly two of veterans, young up-and-coming surfers of the future, and a bit in between. So a huge heat on its way. What we're going to do is just go to a short break and come back with more live action, more red-hot surfing as the next heat, heat 2 of the round of 32 is on, coming up just after this short commercial break. and welcome back to the cliffs of Ericeira. We are here in the round 32 of the women's, and we are in the heat 2, and I was telling you about this stacked heat. Very, very excited about this. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Chico Alves in the booth. And we've got some talent coming our way. We were lucky enough to have Molly Picklum in the booth with us yesterday, giving us some insights. Really impressed with her attitude and her sense of fun and a sense of smarts. She just seemed like, only 18 years of old, but just really sure of herself, wasn't she? She knew her strengths, and she just had really nice to see a young woman with so much sort of confidence and ability. Did you get that vibe?
Yeah, I loved it when she said, like, yeah, we can compete against our heroes, but we can beat them.
Yeah.
With 18 years old, when you say that, you can feel the energy. She has the energy and the confidence to be better every day, and she rips. So yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, and speaking of icons, there's one right there, Savannah Lima. Just couldn't quite get that last section, but the Brazilian, one stage world number 2, finished the year as a runner-up to the world title. Probably one of the first, I think, surfers, women surfers that really brought the aerial game back into surfing. She's so fast. She was driving down the line. She's a real, a Brazilian, an icon, really. She's done so much for the sport and done it tough many times. There was one stage there that she couldn't stay on tour. She was breeding dogs, to sell as a business to get back on tour, and always comes back. She's had 2 knee reconstructions. You can never ever rule her out. She always comes back swinging. She always comes back fighting. Always comes back smiling. And she's just one of the greats of the sport. So that's what Molly's got up against her. She likes to meet her icons. Well, she's got one now, and she's going to try and take her down. Here we go. See the Hawaiian, Summer Macedo. She was the one getting advice from M.I. Deval. Saw what was good, what was working. Here she goes from a great Hawaiian surf family. And here she's just getting her starting. It's a bit flat, a lot of pumping and bumping, but she's got the connecting bit here. Finishes it off. Nice. So good strong start there from Summer. And that just leaves Leilani McGonigal, surfer from Costa Rica. She came in and offered some words of her wisdom as well. Really great surfer, her and her brother leading the charge in Central America. And here we go. So this is Molly Picklum, the young Australian up the north coast. Just waiting for this section. Nothing going here. She's just got a little bit more aggression in those turns. Got the ability to get the towel, and just made a mistake there. So just sort of forcing the issue a little bit. Didn't really need to do that at this stage, but that's the way she surfs. She goes for it. And Picklum just going back out there, as we see. That is McGonigal on a backhand. Gets it up, comes down. And now hoping for some type of inside section. It's turning. Here we go again. So she's got a bit of open face. It's a one turn in. Just wait to the next one. No big points, but just backing up the work she's done the outside. And she can finish it off here. She does, so she'll be happy with that. Always good to get that first wave under your belt. And here goes Picklum again. So didn't handle that first turn, didn't handle the last turn on the first wave, but on the way back out. As we've seen actually quite a bit already this morning. We've only had, this is our 4th heat of the day, but there's been a lot of surfers getting waves just as they paddle back out, snaggling those little wide ones. Oh, there's a paddle battle there too.
Yeah, Molly here with a quick carve there, really clean. Oh, almost digs the rail there. And then another cutback, and she finishes it off with this one. Boom, layback. Larry snap, and we saw the start of the paddle battle in between Leilani and Molly.
Love a paddle battle.
They're staying together.
They're staying together. Look at the 2 of them.
Oh,
it's on.
These ones are so hard because this paddle is so long to the outside. And yeah, they're going to be tired when they get to the outside.
Yeah, but no one's giving a quarter. Oh, I'm loving this. I haven't seen a paddle battle all week. That's what I've been missing out on. And you can see the 2, it means so much. There's 23 minutes left in the heat. But, by getting the priority, I think they've seen the sets as well. So that's also a bit of incentive. So it's both not only get out the back, but get the set. I'll tell you what, McGonagall's got that. She's put her young housemate a bit stronger, bit of a head start, and she's out paddled her. And look at these sets streaming through the lineup. And Summer Macedo was too deep. You wonder if McGonagall and Lima are a bit wider, or Picklum as well. And so who gets that priority after that epic battle? Yeah, they will be tired. They've been training hard. It's those type of moments where, you know, it's hard to pick. You know, your general fitness is always important, isn't it? You know, when you're fit as you can be, but in those extra moments when you really put it all on the line, that's when you think all those hard work. I mean, I'm not speaking from experience here, clearly, but all that hard work in the gym pays off. Right now, though, speaking of hard work paying off, we've got the winner of the last heat down there on the beach.
Yeah, and you didn't know that you won by a 0.03, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was close. Obviously, all the girls in that heat are amazing surfers, and yeah, I knew it was going to be close, and I knew Popper had a couple of really good scores, and yeah, I got on that last one, so stoked.
And how great is it to surf the same days as the guys, so equal opportunities, equal waves?
Yeah, I think it's great. They really are running the events well these days with no matter what the conditions are, everyone's going to have to surf. So yeah, I think it's really great.
And what's your opinion on your heat in general? Was it tough?
Yeah, it was tough. I knew I just had to put my head down and do the work. It wasn't going to come easy, and yeah, the waves are kind of slow and fat, and not a lot of good ones. But I think you just have to roll the dice and make the most of what you get.
Excited for the next days?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've been looking at that forecast. It looks really good. So I'm excited to get through that one, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
Great job. Thank you.
Okay, great job, Joanna, and thanks, Keely. Yeah, she's frothing. She knows the swell is coming. She likes a bit of juice. She doesn't mind the power at all, and I think if that swell increases, she'll be one of those that will relish it, not be worried by it. And she's a big chance of going all the way. One of the top-ranked surfers in the event. We saw Summer Macedo picked up a great wave from out the back and really did some big hammers on this one, Francisco.
Yeah, quick carve there, setting up the wave. Here she does a quick wrap around too, waiting for the wave to stand up. Yeah, quick jam there. Let's see what she can do on the inside. And yeah, Summer, she's powerful. Like, she has some boom, quick jam there to finish it off this wave. So I'm really impressed with Summer surfing. She has a bit of power, right?
Yeah, she really does. Got that Hawaiian sort of love of the juice, and she does some big turns, and she linked them up really well. So we'll just wait for that score to drop. You think it'd be a good one for her?
What do you think Tiago is saying to Molly right now?
Well, has he got some special listening device? I'm not sure, but he'll be telling her to stay patient, I reckon. He'll be backing her surfing. I think he knows what a talent she is. If she can just connect a couple of those set waves all the way through, you sort of back her to get the score she needs. And yeah, he'll just be trying to keep her centered in the lineup, keep her in the zone where they thought the best waves were. And Saka, obviously, Tiago Perez, one of the greats of Portugal surfing, and now just passing down his knowledge and his advice to some of the Red Bull surfers and lots of other surfers. Anyone who listens to him, really, he's been taking the Quicksilver crew that come down from France, taking them surfing, getting them the inside waves, helping some of the athletes. Keeping his surf school, but he's everywhere, isn't he? Saka, he's such a so ingrained in the surf culture of Portugal and so involved and leading the way. It's in safe hands.
Yeah, he's a busy man.
He's your manager, isn't he? Has he been stealing any deals? all this stuff's great. He's been going surfing, but he should be actually...
I've told him, mate. Have you seen the emails?
Yeah, give him a bit of love.
But he's focused, and it's comp week, and yeah, I'm really mellow with Tiago. So, wow. We had the same reaction, right?
Yeah, that was a big turn. I love that
was
from
amazing.
Silvana. She always does put on the line. Unfortunately, she's got it hung it up and then couldn't quite land it. She's a little bit frustrated because a single turn like that would have been huge. Some of those numbers dropping in now. So we saw Molly get a 6.13 for her last wave. 7-point ride, the best wave of the heat so far for the Hawaiian summer. And Leilani McGonigal a 6. So all surfers, probably with the exception of Silvana, just getting some solid scores on the board. And it's really tightly bunched. You see Summer just trying to get her scores in. She got a 7 and backed up to 4.23. So already in the double digits, which is always a good sign in terms of heat totals. And just absolutely now halfway stage of the heat. It's probably a bit of a lull. It's where everyone sort of can maybe just relax a bit. Chico, and just think about what they've got to do in the second half. Just a bit of a reset almost.
Yeah, I think for Molly with the 613 and with priority, she's in the best position right now with 16 minutes to go because, yeah, she's in the position to get the next best wave that comes in. So Molly is in a good position. I think Silvana, she has some work to do. She has only a 4 and 3, and she has 4th priority with 6 minutes to go. So, yeah, we can say the next best 3 waves are not her, unless she gets under them and she finds one of those double ups. So, yeah, I think Silvana should maybe get away from them and try to get something in the 5 or 6 range on those double ups.
Yeah, well, I think she listened to you there. She's just hovering a little bit on the inside of her opponents, trying to get a bit of distance between her and her other 3 surfers. Of course, this is the Challenger Series, so 4 events. The best 3 events count, including one from 2020 if they want to use it. That's Summer Macedo's coach just telling her just think she's been sucked up the point a little bit too much. It might develop, helping out as well. And yeah, we've got 3 events that will count. The top 6 surfers on the Challenger Series, irrespective of whether they're CT surfers or not, will get the nod. So there's 6 spots available potentially to get into the CT for next year, the 2022 season. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to be the first whole season, run from the start, all the events back on tour. We've got the locked in, we've got waves like G-Land. You know, we've got all these incredible waves coming our way. So 2022 is going to be a really important year for surfing and for the World Surf League. And these 6 people that can get that slot is going to be crucial to the to that whole year. So we see Gabrielle doesn't have priority. Picklum uses it. So nice little cut back there. Comes around the edge. Gets it up.
Wow.
And he needs a 4. This is where she can finish it. She's got a really smooth style. And looking aggressive. Wasn't a whole lot of options, but each turn she made the most of. So backs up that 6. Looks like she might go up into that 2nd spot and give her housemate and friend Leilani something to think about. So you see in this instance, what happened here, Chico? Summer didn't take that wave.
Well, Summer at 3rd priority, and I think she should be sitting further out to the outside of the one that has priority, because yeah, that can happen. And here Molly, I think she really surfed this wave well. That last turn was kind of late, but yeah, nonetheless, I think she will probably put her best score so far on the board. I really enjoyed this wave, and that third snap she got there was really crisp. I really enjoyed, and yes, 667.
Yeah, spot on. So you called it. So 6.67. That moves her actually up into 1st place. So Picklum just getting that result there, just chipping away. Good surfing, confident surfing, and she's picked up a lead with a fair bit of time on the clock. I think we're going to see some twists and turns in this heat before it's finished for sure. Still pretty happy with the call. Trav Logie down there with Miguel Cortez, just the dream team, the dynamic duo, making all the right calls at this stage. Just you know, they have to monitor a lot of things: the weather, the swell, the tides. There's a lot of heats in these Challenger Series events. There's a lot of, I think we had 50 hours in total of competing. and we lost the first day due to small swell. So, yeah, a lot to pick out, and looks like Savannah Lima's picked out a nice looking, and here, big swooping cutback trademark. Lima comes around again, just kicks out, so staying busy. Really love her style. She never lost in all this time. You know, she's 34, I think. She's been on tour, you know, came on the scene when she was just in her early 20s. She's never lost the spark and never lost her board speed either.
Yeah, here she started off with an amazing cutback. She did like 2 to 3 cutbacks and they all looked amazing. I think once Silvana gets a proper wave, she'll put an excellent score on the board. I think she hasn't found that good wave that she would like to. But yeah, if she gets a long and steep wave, she's going to go for the 7s and 8s and 9s, that's for sure.
Yeah, she just those lateral cutbacks were you know, it's so great to watch and so technical, but yeah, she needs a bit of a steep face and a bit of more sort of fins out, which she's capable of. She only got a 5.23, so she still needs a 6-point ride.
But yeah, with 4th priority, she actually did what I thought was kind of good for her, which was, now she has a 5. So for Silvana needing a 6 is like, it's really dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. 6 is, you know, she's been sort of been generating good scores on sort of average waves. So as soon as she hopefully picks out one of those waves that's a bit more to her liking, she'll do well. Right now, though, we're going to go for a commercial break. Going to come back with more action, see the remaining 11 minutes of this heat, and rifle through the round of 32 of the women's right after this. Okay, welcome back to the sunny skies, the exposed reef, and the beauty of Ribeira de Ilhas. Right-hand point break here down on the just north side of Ericeira, the famous surf town in Portugal. We are into the round of 32, and that was Savannah Lima. We've got a packed field here. Molly Picklum, the young Australian, 18 years old. Big things expected of her, and she's just making her way in the surfing world. This Challenger Series has come at a perfect time, I feel, for Molly. Just about ready to make a big breakthrough. 4 events, she can sort of fast track her CT career in a short space of time. I think she's got the talent, and she's sort of making a good fist of it in this heat. Currently out in front, and we see Leilani McGonigal though on her backhand, the only goofer in the heat, Chico. And she looks strong as well.
Yeah, she has been surfing really good. I actually thought that 6-point ride she had at the start was a little bit higher. I think she did really well, and yeah, she's doing super well here on a smaller wave, but like she did like 8 backside snaps, so yeah, she jumps into 2nd now with this last wave.
Yeah, she left a few points on that wave, but still enough to get a 5.67 to get her into the lead. Get into the all-important 2nd place. So that means that Summer Macedo, who does have that big 7-point ride, the highest scoring wave of the heat, she now needs a 4.67 to advance up into into 2nd. And Silvana Lima, there's Tiago Perez up there, so he's got both these girls looking after and advising them. And he's got there the DHD of Molly Picklum, so he's got an eagle eye. That must be the Saka sort of memorial lookout up there. He gets his own little they build his own little lookout up there just when he comes into town. But
if she breaks a fin, he has to run a lot. He's really high up there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got someone someone to do that for him, do you think, Thiago?
Who? Who's a runner?
Yeah.
Call the runner.
Yeah, call the runner. We got a problem.
We need the runner.
Okay. Speaking of runners, Savannah doesn't have priority. She's just trying to stay a bit deeper as we see more sets approaching out the back. Looks like Summer Maseda, she's the one that has that priority, and she also has only the smallest of all the surfers in terms of getting up into second place. She only needs a 4.67, and she's looking at this set thinking, can I get involved? The other surfers want it, but they know that Summer has priority, so they've left it behind. And Macedo, so this is the wave she needs. She's looked strong all heat, good first turn. She's picking the best waves. Just nice, really calm and composed. And she surfed that really well. So only 3 turns, but I think she knows she's got enough. Her camp are happy. Really stoked with the way she attacked that wave. Didn't show any nerves, did she? Chico just waited for the set and just took her time.
I was really confused because this wave actually looked really good out the back, and I didn't see neither Molly or Silvana paddling for it. Boom, big snap there. And yeah, no nerves at all. Boom, huge snap to finish it off. So I think Summer will jump to the lead actually.
Yeah, she only needs a 4.67 to get up into second place. So it's not a big number, and I think she surfed it obviously well enough to get that. It's whether just how much extra than the 4.67 she needs. Yeah, if she can get up in the first place and get that little bit of extra buffer, that would be ideal. We've got a score from McGonigal also just came in at that 5.67. You felt it was a bit better than that. So she did. She got a big 7.57. So Summer Macedo has now got a stranglehold of this heat. And we see Savannah just not going that one. McGonigal used a priority. And for a surfer of Savannah's experience, I think she's just been getting a little bit caught up in that sort of priority issue, isn't she? She's gone to paddle for a few waves and didn't have priority, so sort of getting herself out of position and a little bit caught up in the mechanics of, you know, what waves she can catch rather than staying patient, just waiting, almost waiting a turn. And she now needs a big score, Savannah. The Brazilian CT surfer needs a 7.57. Yeah, great clutch surfing from Summer. Just bite at a time, waited for the right wave, and then just delivered when it mattered. So really impressive from the young Hawaiian. Looks like she's got a firm grip on this heat with 5 minutes to go. I mean, things can change pretty fast around these parts in Ericeira. Things can happen. Here's a recap. So this is Molly Picklum. She hasn't had the great waves, but she's surfed them well.
Yeah, she has been on point, surfing the waves to the rhythm of the wave and finishing it off her waves. So yeah, she's been like not catching the best waves, but once she has the opportunity, she has been putting some scores on the board. And here, Summer, the leader of the heat, she has been surfing powerful, catching the good ones. And yeah, I've been enjoying seeing Summer surfing. I really enjoyed this last turn she had. She gets speed down the line, quick carve here, she's waiting, and here she blows the tail out. Really strong turn to finish it off. Boom. So yeah, I really enjoyed that last turn.
Yeah, absolutely ripping. And you see, here we go. So Picklum on this one. Quite aggressive first, cut back, another cut back. Now she just waits for it to stand up. Gets it up high there, a little vertical ridge, and then a little bit late to that, but finishes it well. So really aggressive, 4 quick turns, and then Summer, though, this is the wave that's got her the lead.
Yeah, this wave was really beautiful. Huge snap there. She comes off the bottom with a lot of speed and jams it really hard there. So well-deserved 7.57.
Yeah, she hit the lip. She committed herself, and that's why the judges rewarded her with another big number above the 7 mark. And yeah, she's safe as houses right now with 3.5 minutes to go. And once again, it's that sort of battle between the 2 friends and housemates. McGonigal needing a 6.8 to get up into first, and Silvana Lima needing a 7.57. So the ball's in Picklum's court. Not only does she have the points on the board, she's also got priority, so she can elect to choose which wave and hopefully try and improve her score. more sets is coming through. It's really consistent this heat. Loads of opportunity. And they've got some decisions to make. She's deep, and she's going to go it. And I think that might be a bit of an issue if she can get around it. That's a mistake from Picklum. She, you know, look, it's a hard call, but we both felt we saw that wave just running off too wide, didn't we, Chico? And from the start, unless she did a blocking manoeuvre, but that's a risky strategy. And we'll see how she goes. She's inside now. She might actually get a bit lucky. And she's lost the priority, and that's handed over the keys to the lineup to Silvana Lima, and here she goes. So this is a big score. She's got a big wave. This could come down. First turn is nice. Comes around the corner. Slashes again. A little bit hung up, but she's back in the business. She's trying to click the fins out here and does. Really great surfing, but she just needed it. You know, a big score was the problem with Silvana. She needed a 7.57. Here he goes, McGonigal. She's on the inside, so she too needs a less of a score of 6.8. Not sure if she'll get another opportunity to go back up, but she's put herself right in the heart of this heat. It's just that wave with Silvana Lima. This was a big wave. She surfed it well, but whether it's the 7.57, they'll be comparing this wave. This is Leilani, so she's requiring a 6.8. I don't know, Chico. She surfed it well, but is it enough?
Well, I don't think so. This wave was really small, and yeah, the 6-point right she had right at the start of the heat was a bigger wave, and she surfed it better. So I don't think this is going to go. She's not making a 6.8 on that one. But yeah, the question mark is Silvana Lima. I think Molly made a mistake there, leaving the door open to Silvana on that set coming. I think, yeah, we'll see. I really think Silvana is going to get really close to that number.
Yeah, well, she's still going out. She's not giving up. She might get one more. So you're right about that score of Leilani, only a 4.5, so that's not enough. And that means that Silvana Lima, wow, we talked about the score. She got an 8.5. So there you go. You just can't leave. You said, you know, Molly left the door open, and you just can't do that with a surfer of this caliber. She's just too good.
Yeah, you can't. She left the door open in a big door because this was a beautiful wave. And as I said, once Silvana has the push of the wave, and the wave allows her to really have fun, she's so dangerous. And yeah, Molly maybe lacking a little bit of experience there. And yeah, that's the way surfing is. She needs to build on this experience and yeah, and come back stronger.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, and it's a very steep one on the Challenger Series. And Silvana Lima has just schooled the young Australian with that last wave caught in the last minute. You can see the relief on Silvana Lima. It means so much to her. She's fighting for her own CT survival as well. So it's.
Is she crying?
It's huge. I don't know. She's crying with happiness. She's crying with relief. But she's into the round of 16. So that's huge for her. And we're going to take a short break, debrief, re-energise, and come back with more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. More great women's surfing to come. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's hotting up.
Welcome back to Portugal. Sunny skies on a Wednesday morning. Swell still filling in the iconic surf spot of Ribeira del Has. The MEO Vissla Pro is our Challenger Series competition kicking off in Europe. 2 big, important surfing tournaments to be disputed over the next couple of weeks on the old continent. And we're coming thick and fast with the heats. Round of 32 of the women, heat number 3 out in the water currently. And it's a stacked heat here to break it all down. Myself, Paul Evans, joining me in the studio, Pete the Condor Mel, and Pauline Addo, one of the outstanding campaigners out of Europe for a number of years now. How are you feeling, Pauline?
Good. I made my heat, so pretty happy.
And tell us about that this morning. It's kind of tricky out there, maybe a little less energy than we've seen the last couple of days. How did you find it?
Yeah, it's a bit smaller today, but there's still some really good ones. And the tide is low, so the lineup is super big. And the wave is a bit sectiony, so it's hard to tell where you want to sit and where the best ones are going to come. But when you get them, it's super fun.
And you, obviously, with a ton of experience competing in Europe, just up the coast in France, like a day's drive down there, this is a place that you'd be pretty familiar with, this Portuguese shoreline. Yeah, for sure. I've been coming a few times. We had a juniors event a couple of years ago. And we had a few QSs too, and yeah, this wave is one of the best in the area, so it's always good fun. All right, let's set the scene for the heat in the water. Alyssa Spencer, the American, already with a number on the board, 617 for her. She's taken on Gabriella Bryan. Massive result for her in the US Open, looking to carry that form over into Europe. Taking on another highly experienced European, Garachi Sanchez Ortun from the Basque Country, Zoe McDougall out of Hawaii as well. And all these surfers showing good form in the early rounds. Can they carry that over into this heat this morning? Trying to get a read on conditions and what they've seen so far. Just kind of learning on the hop. We've got a massive tidal swing. We've been talking about it, how big the tides are in Europe, how significant they are. But 3 meters on that swing today. I'm thinking of Garachi. She's got a lot of experience. She's a tough woman to compete against. Always up for the challenge. Yeah, for sure. And she came back from a big back injury, and she's been really working hard and training a lot. And I think she's surfing the best she's ever surfed in competition. So it's really nice to see. And from your point of view, this new format this year with the Challenger Series, we kind of condensed down the real big events to this part of the season. How is that in terms of your preparation? Has that made things easier for you to figure out what you need to do, where you need to be? I think it's yeah, a bit easier because you can focus your form kind of in those couple of weeks, couple of months, and you have the regionals before to kind of warm up and see where you're at. So yeah, I've been liking it so far. We didn't get a whole load of surf this summer in France, right? It was a big flat period. That ended a couple of weeks ago. We've had great waves. How about your preparation? How about your form? What have you been doing to get ready? Well, we had, I think, 3 or 4 weeks of flat pretty much. And it was, yeah, a bit hard to I mean, I'm not used to it. And so I did more like physical preparation. But even doing that, when I got back in the water, I still felt a bit out of rhythm, and it took a while actually to feel just like I was surfing good again.
Here's the replay of Alyssa Spencer's first wave, the 617, and all 3, or at least 3 of the 4 competitors ended up with good waves to start. So nice rhythm for Alyssa to get that very first of the exchange, and also Zoe McDougall on her forehand. She ends up with the 5-3-3. That wave shuts down pretty quickly. She decides to not stay with it. Sometimes you see surfers will stay with it, go into the inside, and then also Garazzi. And you had mentioned the back injury, Pauline. Do you know exactly how that was sustained, or was it just overworked, or was it actual surfing
she did
injury?
it surfing in France, actually. I'm not sure exactly what the injury was, but it took a while, and back injuries are always tough.
They are.
So yeah, it's really happy to see her surfing at that level. She just had a really good turn there.
Yeah, but it's interesting, Pauline, you touched on it, and Pete, I wanted to ask you, Pauline's talking about doing physical training and a preparation. You can get super fit on land in the gym, you could be in the form of your life, but it feels like there's no kind of prep for surfing even
for surfing.
rather than paddling out even on a 1 foot
Yeah,
day, right?
and that's why I think we call it cross training. I mean, there's nothing better than surfing a lot, but you don't get to surf a lot. Maybe an injury is not allowing you to get in the water, and that's always difficult. But I mean, the physical preparation means a lot of work you can do in the gym. There's a lot of work you can do outdoor. You know, whether it be riding bikes, you know, climbing mountains, whatever it needs to be. But nothing is better for surfing than surfing.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's obviously the base, and the more time you spend in the water, the better you get. But yeah, adding this, the physical training it adds this little bit extra, and you can work on your own weaknesses and get stronger.
One of the things I think that's good for cross training for surfing is actually doing some sort of ocean activity, whether it be paddling. That's always something, even stand-up paddling, or and now I feel like the foil is something that could be a really great cross training for surfing, because you're feeling the rhythm in the ocean. Obviously, salt water in your veins is a very therapeutic thing too, right? I mean, you need to have that salt water and that air just to feel real and human. So anything you can do in the water is what I would recommend, but also just mixing it up, right? Got to keep it interesting. You know, that's always something, because you just don't want to, like the gym for me, I'm just like, I do not want to go to the gym, right? But I would love to be out in the ocean doing some paddling. Stand-up paddling is always something just to stay in the ocean as well as stay you know, physically fit.
Yeah, I agree. It's good to mix it up.
All right, 21.5 on the clock in this one. The early running from our best surfer, Garachi Sanchez Urtun. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from an impressive Summer Macedo, who's standing by for a chat.
Yeah, very impressive. Tell me about what your heat in the water. How did it go?
My whole goal was just trying to be loose and to surf. I just knew that if I surfed, hopefully I would get scores and build my heat, and I knew that all the girls in that heat surfed really, really well, so I just knew that I had to smash it.
And getting some support from your boyfriend, João Chiaca?
Yeah, I have a really good support crew down here. Joao, my coach Pedro, we're with Imai DeVault, who smashed his heat this morning, so definitely have some high standards.
Absolutely. Did Imai give you a few tips before you went in?
Yeah, he definitely was telling me about the lineup and how to find the waves with the wall, because I think that's really important here, and I'm really stoked.
Definitely an advantage getting those tips right before your heat.
Yeah, for sure, and Joao, my boyfriend, he definitely helps me as well, and my coach Pedro. I'm stoked. I've never had that type of support for these events, so I'm really, really happy.
And what was the talk in the water with Silvana?
Oh, I was just asking her, like, I told her in English, we call this clutch. We call, like, clutch, which means, like, under a lot of pressure, and you complete the score. It's pretty crazy. I was proud of her. It was really good.
And we're proud of you as well. Good job. Thank you.
All right, great stuff. The smiling assassin, Summer Macedo. Good performance from her. She's happy as well. She might be, as we'll pick up the end of live action. McDougall, the Hawaiian, working a wall over. A little bit tricky, that wave to surf. Can really
Like Summer was saying, it's you need to find the ones with wall, and not all of them have it, so it's tricky.
In those situations when you are kind of you feel like you're waiting for waves and you're kind of starting to feel that stress pour on, is there any tricks you use to kind of keep yourself calm?
Yeah, I just try to. Well, it depends whether you have priority or not. But yeah, in my case, I was waiting a lot, and I just have a couple of breathing technique, and I try to be really aware of my just my environment, the waves that are coming, the way the ocean is moving, and also the way the other girls what they are doing. And yeah, but it's as a surfer, you want to surf waves and you want to be in the action, you know. So the waiting game is never what you prefer, but I guess you just have to stay calm and yeah, just try to visualize a bit what I want to do in my next wave, and yeah, so it worked for this time.
Beautiful backhand hook here from Melissa Spencer. She's been having some good runs lately. You know, she's the regional tour. She's gotten her first win on the QS. She went pretty deep in the U.S. Open, and obviously the goal in these Challenger Series events is to get enough points to graduate onto the Championship Tour. So ultimately, I think that's every goal here of all the women in the Championship Tour, or sorry, on the Challenger Series.
Gabriella Bryan swinging at this one, trying to put a lot of power into her turns, coming off the back of that huge result, Pete. It's so important to try and carry that form over. She looks like she's been doing that so far.
Well, right there, 8.17. And you know, there's a point of difference that she's bringing to the table that I think the judges are really enjoying, is the aggressiveness in the lip. I noticed it at the U.S. Open. You know, anytime she's actually going and engaging with the lip, there's this pushing of the board, there's this extra release, there's this extra power and punch to it. And the judges notice it. It's accentuating the turns when she's there. And it's not like she's working hard to get there. And then once she's there, that's when the aggressiveness comes out. It really kind of inflects the moment. And that's where I feel like she's really getting the extra, you know, point, half a point, you know, in each wave. And obviously at this level, that extra half point is the difference.
All right, little paddle here from Gabriella. Third place at the moment with that big number, looking to get rid of a low score in her backup. She'll snap an initial turn and then another one, kind of a similar maneuver, just sort of squeeze in every last drop of energy.
See what I mean?
And a stinging turn in the lip.
Right, every single one of those turns, she's actually putting a little accentuation on it. And it's just a little point of difference, and it's something that the judges are picking up on.
So let's see how the judges process on this. We'll get another look at this, Pauline. When you're trying to improve your backup, is that sort of need score in your mind, or are you just surfing the wave as you see it?
I think you always have in mind to be in the criteria, like Pete was saying, like you want to push harder on those turns to get higher scores. But obviously you need to do what the wave allows you to do and find the best way to surf it.
Big set unloading here. McDougall with a sort of late whitewater entry. That one will just kind of fizzle out a little bit.
Bit of a mistake there. I mean, she had second priority at that point and now lost it, but maybe picks up. Nope. That wave slips underneath.
This lineup will catch you out. You touched on how spread out it is, Pauline, but we do get these kind of wide ones that break out the back, then back off. And ideally, if one can kind of slip underneath, stand up on the reef here, those are the runners really offering the big scoring opportunities. Think about 8-point ride already from Gabriella Bryan, the type of wave she had, one of those kind of drainers on the reef. It's easy to get caught at position here.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's when you don't have priority, you can find opportunities too, and I think that's what Gabriella just did. She got her second score underneath the priority. So yeah, like I said, you have to be really aware of the waves that are coming and where they're going to break. And it's you have to, I don't know, find the opportunities.
We saw a little bit of vision just earlier of Yolanda Hopkins getting ready for her heats, and I had a little chat with her before. 4 a.m. she was up this morning, went for a run. Usually she does about 10K when she's surfing in a contest. She just did the 3 this morning. So
just 3.
Just 4 a.m. a quick run, and she is absolutely determined, focused, dialed in. We saw her take on the rocks. She was
like a little warm up, huh?
She was
10K warm up.
She was laughing about that. Saying, so I'll see if I can find a rock to keep guys entertained. And her energy looks great. She's a fiery competitor, Pauline, right?
Is that a level run, or is there hills involved?
That's just steps. She's doing the steps here.
Oh, really? Oh, jeez.
She's very determined and always the first one out. And yeah, she's been doing really good this year. She qualified for the Olympics. She's been doing good on the QSs too. So.
And how did you find that experience? You talk about the Olympics. That must have been a pretty incredible moment for you as well. I know France had great representation in surf.
Yeah, it was great. very different experience, super inspiring. We didn't get good waves, obviously, but yeah, not the atmosphere, the vibes were great, and it actually took a lot of energy out of me too, and I think for the other competitors too. But it was yeah, super inspiring.
Groundbreaking times for surfing. Positive stories being written. A great story at the moment written for Gabrielle O'Brien in first place. We'll stick with the live. It's a bass surfer, Garashi Sanchez. On a decent looking wave here. She's got some opportunity to get back at this. Just not super clean from her transitions. And her speed just sort of suffering a little bit as a result of that. She'll look to still try and snip away at this wave, build something up on and inside. Nice little flick from her. That'll be deemed incomplete, and she'll be a little bit disappointed with that wave. Maybe could have surfed that a little better.
Well, if you think about what the judges have been asking of the surfers in this event,
She'll just kind of shorten her line through that turn, snap aggressively, and then get back on the front foot, takes on the whitewater. That's a really nice turn.
Yeah.
She's matching this wave with some epic surfing maneuvers.
I wouldn't want to be in the in the octagon because she's got some kicks there. It looks like. Look at that. She's even kicking now. Yeah, a lot of use of the lower part of her body. Again, just a point of difference. You know, anytime you can look at your way you surf, and if you can kind of accentuate something about your surfing that showcases something that no one else really has, that's always good. You know, and then of course variety comes into that too. So being able to have many weapons, right? If you were to your backhand's good. You've got a bunch of different style of snaps. Being able to do that on one style of wave. We saw Alyssa Spencer there have some sparks on that final move again. And knowing what the judges too. I mean, do you spend time actually reviewing, coming down here and watching heats during the event just to kind of understand what that panel's looking for?
Yeah, for sure. I look at heats and at what scores the best. We obviously we know the criteria, but depending on the conditions we get, the judges adjust a little bit, so you have to adjust too.
What have you noticed about this panel specifically that you've?
Just everything you said before, like turns with like a lot of power, a little bit of like the exclamation mark, always score good. And yeah, obviously if you can have it at the beginning of the wave and also finish strong and keep the speed in the middle, because I feel that wave it's tricky to maintain your speed the whole wave too. That's when you're gonna get the good scores.
Looking to get a score going there was McDougall. This is live action from Alyssa Spencer, second place in this heat. She'll whip another one off the top. Good looking section here. That's a big turn taken on the lip, chucking loads of spray and another. And she looks like she's well dialed in with great rhythm on this wave and really well finished as well. Puts it up nice and late, just kind of extends with that rotation of the upper body, forcing out through the legs.
Good read too. I mean, that was one of those waves that kind of slipped underneath the outside section and had a great little inside wall. I mean, look, it had some foam on the face from a previous wave, but look at the line on it. I mean, it was able to set it up. This turn was beautiful, just really quick through the transition. And then, of course, the finish was extra strong. Sets it up, carrying a lot of speed into it, and then attacking the lip. A little better from that other angle, but I will say that it was still a nice turn to finish.
As we see vision from the drone in that second place position, 788 the requirement for first. But as you said, not only a great read in just finding this way, but also just kind of matching that pace of the sections. And Pauline, you mentioned difficult to maintain the speed, but if you can do that and tradition between your turns, I feel like the judges would like the opportunity to go up the scale. You know, they don't want to get bunched with their scores, and anyone that kind of links those maneuvers together at high speed are going to be rewarded. That's what's happened to Gabriella Bryan and Alyssa Spencer in this heat. Big sets out the back, detonating. Let's see where they leave our competitors. Just 3 on the clock right now. We've got scores to come in for Alyssa. We did get an improvement from Gabriella Bryan, so she drops to 7-7 for her last effort, extends her lead. Here goes Sanchez, 7.53 the requirement for her. She's got white water on the face to deal with. She'll pump down the line and realize nothing really forthcoming there. And she's been, I'm not going to say frozen out, but she's just sort of struggled to get the good opportunities in this one.
Well, it's not like she's putting up, horrible numbers. I mean, 11.74 is a pretty nice heat total. It's just literally Alyssa and Gabriella just have put in a bit higher class of surfing, and that's really the difference. There's that explosion in the lip. I mean, 2 different styles and approaches. You got a backhander in Alyssa who's been able to spot those and showcase what she's able to do on the backhand with the quickness and through the transition. And then you have Gabriella, who is literally just, roundhouse kicking the lip every time she gets a chance.
Just over 2 to go in this one. We're waiting for a number to come in for Alyssa. She could make the morning slightly more difficult for Sanchez and McDougall, as we'll tick down off the clock and see where this number comes in. But if she does improve, that total will go up. She's on your screen, Alyssa Spencer. She surfed really well out here, hasn't caught a ton of waves. She surfed them really well, as has this woman who just rips one off the rail with great power technique. Right in the pocket, super critical. And she'll sting one off the white water. No real kind of lip on that wave. She just kind of uses that white water as a little transition to go up and spank high and then flicks out down on the end. She has been looking really, really sharp. These two staying real busy. 1-2. Here goes Spencer from second place. Has a good crack of the whip at that one. And it looks like it's going to be tough for Sanchez and McDougall as we go towards that final minute. So Pauline, it's been great having you in. Quick thought from you overall here in Europe. You're on home turf, 2 big events. You must be feeling pretty good, must be feeling pretty confident about your chance of getting right up there in the ratings.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I get a good European leg. I didn't do that good in US. And yeah, I always feel comfortable in Europe. So yeah, hopefully I can get through a couple of more hits.
All right, great stuff. Pauline Addo joining us for analysis here in the studio and watching it all go down. Watching Zoe McDougall on a replay here, looking for a score. She needs a big one, Pete.
Yeah, she does. I mean, if you look at it, an 8.47, that wave shut down pretty quickly. You know, one high-quality maneuver there, but I don't think it's quite enough to turn the heat. Just too strong from Gabrielle O'Brien and Alyssa Spencer. I mean, look at the score that came in for Alyssa Spencer, 9.33. So both these surfers just extending that heat total. Amazing stuff.
EDP Ride of the Day contenders coming thick and fast early on in this round from our women. A massive number, 9.33 for Alyssa. Goes into the lead over Gabriella O'Brien, and those two just duking it out for first place. Real quality on display here. Zoe McDougall, she has improved dramatically with a 7.4, but it just came a little bit too late from her, and she's still left on the wrong side of an excellent score to move up. So we're watching Alyssa Spencer on your screen, who was in second place behind a very informed Gabriella O'Brien throughout. She just stuck at the task. There's the spread from our judging panel. Comes in as a 9.33, a massive number, the highest of the day so far. And Alyssa Spencer will just hope to bottle that form, carry it over for the next round. So important to peak in the latter stages of competition. Challenger Series action, of course, so much up for grabs. Career-defining moments in Europe, as we're used to seeing at this time of year. Autumn in Europe traditionally would come to wrap up a title race. This year, a little different. We're talking about next year's qualification situation. It's been really entertaining watching it go down so far. It looks like we're being blessed with more action from the ocean to keep it coming. That'll wrap things up for our heat number 3 of the round of 32. Really impressed with the way this one's gone down, Pete. They've not let us down and going up in that excellent range of some massive numbers.
Yeah, and thank you, Pauline, for coming in, saying hi. And next round, you got a good one coming up. So, you know, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more live action from our round of 32. Waves are still fun out there. Some big scores going down. Action is hot. Join us for more live action real soon. Beautiful shoreline of Portugal, playing host to some of the finest wave riders from around the planet. 2 of them doing a great job in that last heat number 3. duking it out for first place. Alyssa Spencer, the American, comes off best at 9.33, a huge score for her. Backs it up with a 7.5 as well, a massive total. And big contention for EDP Ride of the Day stuff. Also, Gabriella Bryan, the Hawaiian, super impressive once again, an excellent number of her own. And unfortunately, Zoe McDougall with a very healthy total would have been good for most heats. Pete, even Karachi in fourth with 11.47. That's high quality competing in surfing.
It's so true, you know, and I think that that's right now in caliber for heat of the day, because that was exceptional. The tide seemed like it was a good, nice medium tide. There was lots of opportunities, tons of waves. I mean, everyone got their opportunities. Just seemed like the two that won that one, you know, Alyssa and Gabriella, just a notch above in regards to their maneuvers that they were doing, and they've been surfing to the criteria.
Absolutely love the look of this next heat. So much quality out in the water. Freya Prum from Australia, 2 Japanese surfers, Manami Nonaka, Shino Matsuda, and of course Yolanda Hopkins out of Portugal. And once again, just reminding ourselves of the rule book in terms of our judging criteria. It's 5 kind of key things to deal with. Of those 5 peaks, thinking about today, conditions, which would be the focus of those?
Well, I would think combination of major maneuvers. That's one key element. You got a long point break. You've got this, you know, so you have to choose the right wave that's going to give you that. The middle part of the wave sometimes can be a bit slow, so keeping that speed, power, and flow through those middle portions of it. Showcasing variety, you know, so I'm kind of going at the different levels of what I would say, putting the pillars at the top, combination of major moves, the variety in which it's speed, power, and flow. And we haven't seen a lot of innovation and progression, which generally is that kind of above the lip style surfing, showcasing stuff that hasn't really been done before. This wave specifically is difficult. I mean, you talk to the surfers about it, they're like going, hey, you know, it's kind of hard to do airs out here. So, just because the way the wave is, the power of the lip, whatever it may be. But that part is, I would say, is highly rewarded, but we just won't see it as much. So focus on the other stuff that you know you can do.
These are ideal conditions for Ribera Dilias. We talk about the consistency. She does work on a variety of conditions, but just ideally, that's what we'd be picking at west-northwest as well. Well, we got that. Winds pretty light, kind of offshore at the moment. Not a lot of air out there moving around. Tide mid to high.
Right there.
Well, we're coming off, we're getting up towards mid-tide right now, yeah? So we had a 9 o'clock low this morning. Getting up to that midpoint of the tide towards midday. We have been lucky once. But have we been lucky, actually? Because this place is so consistent.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know if
always
this
like
is
this.
just, it feels like this is kind of standard.
Groundhog.
Here, right?
We're just straight up Groundhog Day. Like, it feels like when the tide is on the rise, it's almost better in the low to mid for me when I've been watching it. This is at least the vibe I'm getting. And then there becomes this, like, from mid to high is kind of where it gets funky. The water's moving around a little bit. You start to see the rock influence from the backwash from the shoreline. All this stuff kind of starts to play into it. And then the next best time is right after high tide. And you start to see that kind of back off into mid. It seems like the nice quality.
Yolanda Hopkins tearing into one here. And she will get busy on a wave, just plugging that energy down the line, putting the score up. First number for her. We do have a number in for Nonaka, our Japanese surfers out in the water. It's a 4.83. And a small number as well, locking in for Shino Matsuda. It was so impressive yesterday. Just loved how clean her work was. Let's get another look at Yolanda's wave.
Yolanda, she's bringing a little extra energy here, throwing down the front foot grip too as well. Compressed bottom turns in the lip. You know, and out on the face. Again, we saw what really scores high is when you can get into that lip. I felt like there was an opportunity there where she really could have kicked one pretty solidly. She kind of missed it, just did a little, the carve started a little early for my likes, but ultimately I think, you know, first wave of the heat, you don't want to make any major mistakes. She was able to complete that ride, and she'll get a reasonable number for it. Here's Manami Nanaka's wave, you know, kind of a mid-sized wave. Again, great flow and speed from the Japanese surfers. She ends up with a 4.83, but the best of it is going to be Yolanda Hopkins. And I think, again, it's the speed through the maneuver she's getting the extra numbers for. Great flow through that midsection, which can be a bit tough, as Pauline had mentioned earlier heat, that it is tough to keep that speed and flow through the mid portion of the wave. And then this is Manami Nanaka, and this is the score that is just a different angle of the 4.83. So the midsection there, again, a little slow, and the cutbacks aren't necessarily real high scores, and then the fall at the end. So that's why you kind of see a good 2-point difference between Yolanda, who ended up finishing her ride, a little more spice through the maneuvers, you know, in the transition of the maneuver.
Good number in for Yolanda Hopkins, 6.83 for her first wave. She'll enjoy that. As we see Freya Prime dropping the kind of bomby section out the back, and that wave, she just kind of surfs down it into a deeper part of the reef. The wave will back away, and no further participation from her on that particular ride. Spinning out the back, Matsuda having a look, but here is Freya again, and a mistake there, just got a little bit too wide out on the face, committed that rail to the water, and as the wave softened up, she didn't quite have the speed to wrap that one back into the pocket. So a couple of kind of false start stumbles from Freya. Highly experienced competitor, really polished surfer as well. She looked great. She surfed in one of the bigger kind of heats. I think a lot of swell energy when it was really pumping in the early round. Really impressive from her. Let's see if she can get a good read on these conditions as we maybe get a little bit of onshore, just kind of suggested a little texture out
just
the
a little
water.
bit of different strategy. You saw that they were paddling. Freya actually didn't, you know, she had second priority. She paddled deeper, and then Shino actually kind of maybe a little indecisive. She's just kind of circling around now.
Under 23 minutes to go. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. She was going great guns, and she's standing by in Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. You kept that one in your pocket right till the end. A 9.33 and a great combo.
Yeah, that heat was definitely really fun. I was stoked that I was able to find a couple waves that had some wall to it and stood up. Yeah, at the end there, it was so much going on. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what all happened, like what the scores were, because I know that all of those girls are so capable of dropping 8s and 9s as well. So it was definitely a really exciting heat.
Must feel real nice to get in the rhythm like that.
Yeah, definitely. Out here it can be tricky to find yourself in a good rhythm. There's so many waves breaking everywhere, and it's sometimes hard to figure out where to sit and just kind of find the good ones. But that heat, I was able to get in a nice little rhythm.
Do you want to send a message to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, Mom and Ty, if you're watching, I love you guys, and thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa. Back to you guys.
All right, great stuff there from Alyssa Spencer. 9.33p in contention, absolutely, for EDP ride of the day.
And as a competitor, when you're posting a 9 and you're like, oh, okay, that, I mean, in her mind, she's probably saying, oh, that was a good wave, right? But when you actually hear the 9.33, you're like, okay, board's gone, or board's on point. What I'm doing is on point, and you can take that confidence into the next round.
It's all working. It's all working for Shino Matsuda on this particular wave as she hits a nice pace to some turns before the wave runs out of energy. Yolanda Hopkins got herself a backup 6.1 to go with a 6.83. Already good number. 12.93 for Yolanda. Just over 21 remaining in this. So everyone with 2 scores in, a third score about to drop for Matsuda. We just watched that. And this is our sneak peek right out on the top of the reef, out on the point here. Ribeira Dilias, you see those sets shaping up. They'll kind of come out of the north to the right of your shot there. The swell will bend in, kind of bends in towards the coast, a little couple of clicks up, and then finally right down into a competition area here, providing us with ultra consistent conditions in terms of wave riding opportunity. Taking one of those opportunities right now, it's Yolanda Hopkins. Good looking wave, bang, good energy. She smashes one off the top and then into a rail jam in the pocket, keeping the speed going, crucially. Another nice jam on the rail from her. She'll just keep plugging away down the line, look for a finish down in here. A lot of energy into this wave already. And we could get a nice steep section for her to finish. She'll take on the lip there, kind of using the rail rather than really taking on the lip, fitting in another carve, quickly recovers out of that turn. She has gone a long way on this wave and ain't done yet, and she finishes off right on the inside.
Wow. Yeah, you should be pretty happy about that one. Yeah, that was solid all the way, start to finish. Carried a ton of speed through everything. It was great flow. Every time she was up in the lip, I mean, if we wanted to really dissect it, you were mentioning that she didn't attack and take on the lip. I don't know if the wave really gave it that. I mean, it's hard to say on the angle from the drone, but we'll get a more front-on angle here in the replay. But either way, you know, she's going to be carrying that one pretty good because she already has a 6.83. She already has the 6-1, and now she can add an excellent number.
Felt like she had the kind of foot down on the gas throughout the whole way on that wave, so just trying to match that pace. And she rode that thing a long time. I got out of breath just kind of calling it on commentary. And let's have another look, Pete.
Yeah, well, and I love that. That's the attacking of the lip on the outside section, so that was the best turn of the wave. And then here, just creating a lot of flow. I mean, she's got the cutties going on, and then compressing through the turns and talking about what Pauline was mentioning about how keeping the flow through the mid part of the wave. I think staying low and being able to pump through that slower sections, and then now it starts to stand up on the inside, and just great, rhythm through the ride, great turns and carving, and then the finish. And she made sure she wasn't going to blow that. So nicely done. I mean, what, there was 8 maneuvers on that wave?
8 maneuvers, 8 points is her reward. It's actually an 8.33 into the excellent range for Hopkins. A third wave ridden for her. She's been in the lead from the very first moment she caught a wave in this half-hour heat. 18.5 to go. Plenty of time for her adversaries, but at the moment, the busyness and the exuberance of Yolanda Hopkins is paying off big time. Spread from our panel. 3 of them thought it was 8.5. 2 thought it was a flat 8. And we got an average of those scores, and she would be feeling pretty great about life right now, Pete.
Yes, and that's the rhythm, when you start off with a good wave like the 6.83, and then you go for a backup, which she did, and then now all of a sudden that helps you to go. She went out there, got priority. Freya Prum, who unfortunately is on the opposite side of the rhythm. Really, she was sitting outside further than Yolanda, but she had to concede because she didn't have priority. She must have made a mistake, lost priority, and then it went right to Yolanda, and Yolanda just capitalized in a big way. Not that Freya is not out of this one, but Yolanda at this point feels like the rhythm is with her.
Here goes Nanaka, so wide and inside, but a good-looking wave. You see the energy. Really interesting to see from the drone just how it kind of draws onto the reef after sort of going a little wide. And she'll keep her grip in the pocket with some rail jams, just kind of keep things loose.
Yeah, with this one, you can see, though, it bent out to sea, right? So it didn't have that bowl coming back at it. And that's where I think you're talking about, if you're going to identify the wave here, if the angle is actually bending back onto the reef, that's when you're going to get more vertical face. If it starts to bend away from the reef, it's going to be mushy. It's going to have that kind of crumbly effect, similar to what that wave was right there. You just need that bend to come back. It almost feels like it's going to close out on you. You can see this wave here, again, it's pushing off the reef. You can see the angle. It never really had the big steep face. Surfed it well, great flow, but the wave choice, unfortunately, just let her down. Just never had vertical face. Maybe down here in the end, but even then, I think it was a crumbly little section that she had to climb up over, and then even the fall at the end. So not going to be a real big number for her.
Live action. We're looking at Shino Matsuda on a smaller wall for her. She'll stay busy, just kind of snip away at this. I've been impressed with the precision, the places where she's been putting her turns. There's another one of her backhand whips, a much smaller wave. Trying to get some of that energy out of Ribeira Diaz. Generate some speed to do turn to impress our panel. 3.9 the requirement for second from a compatriot who just improved with that 4.5. So softer wave for Minami Nanaka in blue, and this is the reply from Shino Matsuda.
And you had mentioned, and she's got that nice solid backhand. That was a beautiful first turn, straight in the next maneuver, but the wave lets her down again. So the wave choice a little bit, she made the choice because she had that first section, but then the midsection, it slowed up big time. Didn't have a lot in it. Unlike what we saw from Yolanda, who had her wave driving down the line. This one didn't quite get it, but she did have a better finish. Good start, good finish. So it feels like this is going to be the best of the other 3 competitors' wave, just because of that first turn and the finish.
Score comes in as a 6.2, so just goes to show maybe a smaller wave, not quite as long. It's the length of ride not scoring, but the shorter the wave, the less opportunity, just in terms of numbers of sections. She didn't need massive multiples of turns. She did some sharp backhand surfing, good enough for a 6.2. That's a good number on an average wave, and it's also good enough to put her in second place as we get to the halfway point in this heat. And our pullback shot there will show our swell wrapping in. Smallest day of our waiting period is still overhead on the sets. Still plenty of energy running down here. It's been really interesting, Pete. We kind of watching and learning as we go with this wave, and always got finding stuff out. So we just see some live action way up the top of the point. Here goes Freya Prum with a good looking section, good bottom turn, bang, smashes one, nice spray from her. She'll go into a carve, initially a little tentative, and then she'll kind of up the ante and push harder on the rail. Finish that turn well. And this wave will go a little soft in here if she can get a transition, which she can't, to an inside. So good work done out the back, but really lacking that finish.
Yeah, well, the first turn was really nice. She weighted off the bottom. It got nice and vertical. She attacked the lip. Judges will eat that one up. Then she went back into the next mature, and she ended up doing kind of a two-stage turn, right? Out in the face, kind of held off on it, because if she had just ripped that board back, then there are two combination of major moves, 2 turns out on the outside, but that one there cut short. She felt like it was going to maybe dig a rail. She had already had in the beginning of this heat where her rail dug, so she was a little tentative, probably thinking about that, like, hey, I can't just rip this board back. But I think that in that opportunity she really should have, and that would have really helped the score. And it ends up being, what is that, a 5 just came in for that, and it was really just about the 1 turn. If she gets that second turn in, that could go into the 6s and 6-5s.
Flat 5 for Freya Prum. In 4th place, 6.63, the requirement for her to get up into an advancing position. Minami Nonaka in 3rd position at the moment, a slightly taller order of a 6.8. That's the way things are going down here. 13 and 20 on the clock. Yolanda Hopkins in control. Shino Matsuda looking pretty good behind her at the moment. Join us for the conclusion of this heat number 4. We'll be back with more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro real soon. Welcome back to Ribeira de Ilhas, a world surfing reserve in the iconic surf town of Ericeira, Portugal, playing host to Challenger Series competition from the World Surf League. 64 women from around the world, the finest regional qualifiers, wildcards as well, through various ways of getting in to this much coveted Challenger Series, and then looking to kick on qualification for the championship tour. That's why we're here. That's what we're surfing for. And at the moment, it's Yolanda Hopkins. Already a great year from her, representing Portugal in the Olympic Games in Japan back in July. And she would love to just keep with that momentum, get a qualification situation, a couple of events on her home shores of Europe to do that. And a long way from home, looking pretty comfortable in the conditions. Shino Matsuda, she'll just S her way into a wave. The backhand turns, very dialed in. She does seem to be able to whip that board around nice and quick here. And the judges have been enjoying it in the last couple of days. Let's see how she goes. Little inside section here. So good at those little transitions, recovering from turns straight into the next one. It's a tricky wave through here, a lot of water in front of her, arresting her forward momentum, as she'll just keep on whipping away. Super light on her feet, just adjusts the feet there and spanks it hard on the end. So a good way to keep the energy up, Pete.
Well, I will say that the waves she's been getting, she's been surfing them above the potential of the scorer. That's good stuff, because when you can do that, generally, when you get those good waves, it'll be easier. But right now, she's having to surf these. She's kind of in a different rhythm than, say, Yolanda, who just was able to just hook into 3 beautiful waves, and here she is on her 4th.
Yeah, heat leader, driving off the bottom, nice jam, good power off the rail. She'll set up for a lip here. It kind of crumbles cooperatively, and she'll just tag it, and then looking to check back, staying in the power section of the wave, a little look around. So some turns done early on that one.
There's nothing better than competing well in your home country. Even your local break. I mean, if you're going to compete and do well, and all of a sudden there's that added pressure of surfing for your country in your home country. But to do well, it is nothing better. Watching this replay here, big carve, and she actually ends up getting this section and tacks it. Nicely done there. wave starts to back off in a big way, doesn't have that connection to the inside, probably won't factor into her top 2. But either way, she seems to be in rhythm with the set waves. Now watching Manami. This is an important wave for Manami here. We have yet to see a score, but she needs to catch up to her fellow countrywoman in Shido, who is going to post another pretty good number here. Little stumble on that one, but she keeps it together. This is a much better wave, but the judges will take note of those little stumbles. I mean, and look at the quality of this wave. You're looking at it going, I don't know, you know, and she saw something down the line. She weaves her way to it, but then whack, you know, and that's a section that was soft, and she was able to make it look pretty darn good with that whipping snap. And then she ends up finishing with a nice, beautiful snap too. And again, it's just like surfing that wave's potential, surfing it up. She'll end up getting probably a score that will factor into her top 2, I would feel like. This 5.43 feels like it's a little better. And she'll extend that second place position, even by the slimmest of margins, if she does.
Yeah, good aggression from her with that whipping turn. Even between those turns, she just looks kind of like she knows what's coming next. She knows where she's going with her board. Everything seems to be set up. Doesn't really ever seem to be kind of caught out, wondering whereabouts her position should be on the waves. Even on those softer ones, able to smash out those quick, whippy maneuvers. And the judges...
Yeah, she's surfing it way up. Look at this. The score is going to be nice.
They're going to reward that massively. Drops in a 7.6. You thought it would be an improvement. And spot on, it is. She'll go up 13.80 now out of 20, her total. So her last 2 waves, in fact, her scores have just been continuing on the up. She's surfing herself, as you said, Pete, not catching the best waves, it's just kind of surfing the waves over the scoring potential, and that's how you get through heats.
Yeah, so true. You know, if you can surf, you know, because sometimes you're not going to be in rhythm with the best waves, and that's just unfortunate, but that's how it is. And if you're able to take the waves that you have and surf them up in huge potential, you're going to make those close heats. Been the pretty good heat totals throughout the morning, you know, as far as like being the smallest day and probably the less quality of waves that we've seen, but the actual scores have been higher. I mean, yeah, we're getting deeper in the event, so the better surfers are making it through.
Oh, big turn there, and much better energy from Nonaka. She's looked sort of slightly dainty maybe on this wave, facing a little flat through some of her turns prior to that, but she smashed that lip there. And she'll be fired up from that. Let's see where that goes score-wise. Hopkins now on a bit of a softer wave early on. She'll just kind of stick with this, not really doing much damage in terms of maneuvers. And a kick out from her. Just speculating on an effort won't improve her situation. She's got that 8.33. It's a huge number. She's got 6.83 as well.
Yeah, she needs to be careful though. You know, Yolanda has the lead, and you feel pretty comfortable with that 8.33 and a 6.83, but it seems like the momentum has shifted to Shino and Manami. So she needs to be careful here. There's still 6 minutes to go. And he knows this too. He can tell you, hey, sit tight. You know, some coaching from the beach.
I feel Freya Prum's going to have something to say about this as well. We've still got 6 on the clock. She's out the back with priority as well. And she's going to want to find herself a good wave. If she does do that.
And look at this set right here. I mean, there's 3 lines, almost 4 lines in this next set.
So great spread, as you see. You know, you want to mark how those waves break, and our competitors there really just kind of lining that kind of diagonal point break energy as we see them scattered throughout the lineup here with a read on a wave about halfway out the back. It's our leader, Hopkins, taking a wave here, so deciding to stay busy, looking to improve, and she'll bash one pretty hard. 6.83, her back up. If she can improve that score, she will extend her lead. Feeling a little threat coming from our Japanese surfers underneath her, and not sure she's going to improve with that.
Yeah, no, he can tell. He did have her stop in the region, which she ended up picking up that wave, which I thought was a good call. Yeah, and also considering that Freya was sitting with priority very far on the outside, why go all the way out? You know, there's definitely scoring potential midway out. Even look at what Manami is sitting. She's not having that hurried paddle out. She's just kind of waiting inside this inside section, maybe even making a move here.
Looking at an inside effort, 7.38 her requirement though. She needs some real quality. She's heading in the right direction. 6.43 her last effort, but she's going to need another point on that to threaten. Here goes Freya Prum using that priority. What she got coming from deep, way out the back. Good hit on a crumbly section early on. Now this part of the wave, absolutely crucial for a score here. She can get energy, go through this middle part of the wave, and then hopefully for a finish on the inside. She'll kind of high line this one, looking for speed. She'll clip one, nice drift. That's technical, it's control. It's not a massive point scoring maneuver.
No, it's not. And I think she's been, unfortunately, dealt a out of rhythm hand. I mean, every time she's been with priority, she's had a set come, but the set doesn't really give her the inside portion of the wave. You know, she's been able to capitalize on the outside section, but nothing going on in the inside. And at this point, when you see what Yolanda's been able to do with her point total, and Shino as well, Freya's, you know, running out of time.
Set second up, a little bit of onshore texture, just ruffling our lip line. Don't think it will bother the wave face too much down here as we kind of wrap into the bay. But just little telltale signs of a slight wind switch out the back, and telltale signs of action from our surfer in second place, Shino Matsuda, who has been pretty good with the wave selection. That one, uncooperative. Here goes Hopkins, your heat leader. She is wasting no time staying busy. Great looking wave here, gouges a big chunk of water in the face of Freya Prum paddling back out. But she'll keep on plugging away down in here, using that rail, just keeping on applying pressure. Boom. And a bang, a big finish as well in the end.
Yep, see, and I mean, every one of the people on the beach are understanding what is good surfing. That was good surfing. And I will correct myself from when we were talking about, I thought she was riding Pollen boards, but she's actually riding Fatum. So I mentioned to her that I would fix that up. And so I'm sorry to Fatum for mentioning the wrong board, because I know how it is. You know, hey, you've got your surfers riding boards. You want to make sure. So she's been riding Fatums for a while now.
Equipment looks totally dialed in. She seems to be very comfortable on this wave, exactly where she wants to position herself on the wave. Here goes Matsuda, second place, 7.57, the requirement for her for first. She'll keep on S-ing away. Not going to get a big number from what we saw on that wave, but still looking pretty good overall in the context of this heat. She's been impressive, really. When we talk about how important it is to catch the best waves, Pete, if that comes together, great. But if you can't get the best waves, you've got to make the best of them. That's absolutely what she's been doing. Meanwhile, Hopkins, no let up from her.
No, not at all. And we were waiting on this score, so there were some critical sections on that wave. That was that gouging turn that you had mentioned, and I literally was sitting in my head going, ooh, nice gouge, and you just spit it out. And then the finish is also very strong because, boom, again, just accentuating the turn, hitting the lip. This panel loves that kind of stuff, so I feel like that she could see an improvement on that 6.83. Also in this set, Minami picking up another wave, needs a pretty big score though, a 7.38. Not quite as polished as her fellow country mate, Shino. She's been a little bit less in control, but that finish was solid.
Good whip on the end, using that speed to outpace the lip here. It's a tricky lip to hit, and she did well. Finished that one off on the inside with a nice flash of aggression, but the requirement is big for Nanaka. That 7.38's a big number. Into the final minute here, Freya Prum, continued frustration from her. She had a bit of a nightmare with waves in this one. Not really able to dial in. As we see the periodicity of this swell, you see nice gaps, good interval between the sets. What that also
definitely in the teens, right? I mean, it's probably 13 or 14 seconds. You know, the line's nice and uniform from the top of the reef all the way down. You know, even though it's not as big as what we've seen for the last couple days, the energy is still there.
All about that patient game, finding the best waves as they come in. If that doesn't come off, go to that plan B. Try and just manufacture scores on whatever you get thrown at you. Matsuda has been doing that in this heat. Still looking good for that second. A score to come in for that woman there. 7.38's a big number. Judges just work out how this is going to come in. Maybe if she improves, maybe she doesn't get the score, but improves, will bring down her requirement. We're going to tick down the clock here, and that's going to be it. We're not going to see another wave ridden. Judges with a little work to do, given the score to Minami Nanaka. We've also got a number in for Yolanda Hopkins, who's in first place as it is at the moment. And Yolanda really getting that strong start. We talked about the early morning that she had and her preparation, whatever she's doing, don't change it, right? Seems to be working for you.
Yeah, don't change a thing.
So Yolanda making her way in at Ribeira de las.
Well, there you go. She added to it.
And she does improve. So great stuff from her, 7.53. She'll be hearing that read out, much to her pleasure. She makes her way in on a whitewater. And a big old total there, 15.86. Any kind of professional surfing heat, you're getting a high 15 out of 20, Pete, you know you've had a good morning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 16 is considered excellent, which is a pair of 8s, and we've seen a few of those today. Matter of fact, one of the surfers who was able to get that number is coming in next. But congratulations to Yolanda and Shino. We're starting to see Manami's score here. It's going to be one of her best waves, but not enough.
It is going to be it is her best wave, but it's a 6.83 and it comes in just under, so she will remain in third place. She surfed well, just came off about half a point shy from her compatriot Matsuda, who looked like she was in great form out there. That's going to wrap up heat number 4 of our round of 32 from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We'll make things official with a graphic there. Hopkins, she continues that form. She'll keep swinging and come back strong in the next round. Shino Matsuda, impressive early on, impressive today as well. We'll be looking forward to seeing those surf again. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Mundy and Alves. We're also going to bring in Alyssa Spencer into the studio as well, get some insights from her at Big 933 earlier on today from her. Looking forward to her chat. Join us some more live action from beautiful Portugal coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the beautiful coastline of Portugal. That's looking down on Ericeira, fading south all the way down to the coast to Lisbon, just around that Castro corner. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's a tremendous day of competition. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined as ever by Francisco Alves, and a special guest is Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa, you had an amazing performance in that heat. Congratulations, some big numbers, right?
Thank you so much. Yeah, that heat was really fun, and I was stoked I was able to get a couple fun waves that had a nice wall that stood up.
Okay, and yeah, how's your time in Portugal been? We're just having a bit of a chat. You've been getting a few free surfs and having a good time?
Yeah, it's been amazing. This is my first time here, and I'm loving it. The waves have been so much fun, and the people are so nice, and the food has been really good too.
Wow, what a time, what a trip, and winning some heats as well. And we're already looking at some of these heats coming up now. I'm going to get Alyssa to help us through some of these sort of scores and talk about the insights as a competitor does. And we've already got some big scores. So Carolina Mendez, the local hope, with an 8.33. So a big start to the heat. And Breezer Hennessy, you know Breezer very well. Might pick your brain a bit about Breezer and what she can offer to this event. Hanako Kurowa from Japan and Ariano Ochoa. So yeah, another big stacked heat. But yeah, you've seen Breezer. You're part of the same sort of family up there, the Rip Curl House. Are you staying together in this particular trip? Are you in with that gang, or are you somewhere else?
We're we're not actually all staying together this trip, but we've all been hanging out and surfing a bunch. There's like 3 girls staying at that house, and then me and Briefs are actually staying at our own places. So yeah, it's an awesome little crew, and I love surfing and hanging out with all those girls. It's been really fun.
Yeah, and obviously Breezer with that CT experience, and obviously she's trying to get back on now, but it must be great just to, you know, get the tips from those girls that have already made that leap, and you know, obviously where you want to go, right?
Yeah, no, it's super awesome being around them, and Briefs is an amazing like role model for me, and I really look up to her and what she's done so far. And yeah, hopefully both of us can get back on tour this year.
Let's hope so. And Alyssa, what's a bit about your background? Where's your hometown? Where'd you grow up surfing?
I'm from Carlsbad, California. Yeah, I've lived there my whole life and just grew up surfing around Carlsbad and Encinitas, and yeah, I grew up surfing with a lot of the boys down at Seaside, and they've all kind of pushed me to kind of grow up to where I am today. So,
yeah, what a surfing hotspot, isn't it? Who did you look up to when you're growing up down there? Who was the sort of, you know, the best surfers, or you admired the most?
Yeah, down in Encinitas we had a lot of good surfers growing up. There was like Taylor Knox and Damian Hopgood and all of them living there, and then the younger crew like Jake Marshall and all of those boys. So yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, wow. Just as you see out the back, so on the backhand there, Ariana Ochoa, bass surfer, had a really good heat yesterday. Goofy foot, just managing to sort of get a bit more vertical on your backhand sometimes. Comes around the corner. Here we go again. If she get one more in, she'll be happy. These waves just waiting for this last section. She can hit it. She gets it up there, so she finishes off. So a good strong start there from Ariana, the bass surfer. And, you know, it's so important with one of the competitors, Francisco, getting off to a strong start, an 8.33. You've just really got to match it quite early, don't you? Otherwise, you can get left behind.
Well, I think when someone starts that strong with an 8.33, you kind of like think about that second spot position, about making through. I think, yeah, when you start that strong, you kind of like try to ship in an excellent score too. And I think Ariane here, she got a good wave, and the conditions are really fun right now. I think it's that time of the day that is not too high or too low, and the wave kind of connects all the way. So yeah, on your heat in specific was really fun, and yeah, it was a pleasure to watch that 9.33.
Yeah, well, speaking of connecting some of these turns, Yolanda Hopkins, I think, might be down there, the heat winner from the last heat. There is an interview there now with Joanna Garnell. Take it away, Joanna.
Yes, she is. Yolanda, was that what you were looking for, that 7.53? Because you were taking wave after wave.
I mean, it was so much fun. I was already pretty comfortable in the heat, but I definitely wanted to up my backup. And I just saw that set come, and I just trying to find those ones with a bigger wall so I could actually like smash off the lip. And yeah, by the end, that one just came off me. And I saw the rocks coming close to me, and I was like, oh no, I'm going to smash the junction. I'm not going to not hit it.
You were destroying the lip because your fins were almost coming off.
Yeah, one of my fins, the middle fin, almost popped off. So luckily it didn't. Otherwise, it would have been a bit tricky to land that last turn. But yeah, it was super fun out there. I'm so glad I had a heat.
And you were also missing your rocks there on your 8.33. That was a really long wave.
Yeah, I don't know how many turns I did on that wave.
They were saying 8?
8 turns, so well, at least it'd be 1 point each turn. But yeah, now it's a bit easier not to hit the rocks, but we'll see next week.
Well, in the next wave, make 10. That'll make 10 turns, because in that case, you'd get a 10.
Yeah, hopefully. Next heat, I will do that. I'll make sure.
Thanks, Yolanda. Back to you guys. Yes, you can. I almost forgot again.
Eu queria só agradecer a toda a gente que apoia-me aqui em Portugal. Eu tenho sentido o apoio nos meus últimos campeonatos e obrigada por virem à praia e mesmo pelo apoio. Obrigada.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Alyssa, what did she say then? Do you know? No, we've got a Portuguese speaker here in Francisco. So just saying thanks to everybody, and there was some good waves ridden while that interview was taking place, and Narco getting a good wave, Kurokawa. I'm sort of noticing, Alyssa, that some of these young Japanese surfers, especially the women coming out of that country, has been amazing. There seems to be a real push and a lot of depth. You notice that the Japanese posse really coming through?
Yeah, those girls have been surfing so well, and like Amora won the 10,000 the last year that they ran it in Spain, and she's been absolutely ripping. And then there's all these other girls that are just been surfing so well. I think, you know, honestly, every girl has been doing so much work during all this off time, and we all have a lot to show now.
Yeah, and here we go. So there's a replay, Francisco. So Carolina Mendez looking pretty strong.
Yeah, was this the 833? Yeah,
it was, yeah.
Quick carve there, really clean surfing. She's, yeah, looking down the line to see if the wave stands up again. Quick snap there, really stylish. I love when she puts that knee, inside knee, with style, and boom, finishes it off really strong. So 3 major turns out the back with a solid finish, and yeah, 833.
Yeah, and then Ariana, this one looked good too. Alessa, she sort of connected the dots here and got a 6-point ride, but you'd be pretty happy with the 6 as your first wave, right?
Yeah, starting off strong with a 6 is nice in the beginning of the heat, and all of these girls have pretty good scores so far, so I think it's going to be really exciting to watch the whole rest of this heat pan out.
You talked about, obviously we've talked a lot about this wave and how it's got all sorts of moods and shapes, as we see. Breezer, so here's Breezer finally getting up and running. First really good scoring wave. She's got that powerful style. She really puts on the line. Clicks the fins out, eyes down the line. So yeah, some great surfing from your friend Breezer, and all the girls getting a start. But yeah, there's so much moods and tides, and you were saying like trying to get a wave out here with the competition on. It's not easy, is it? Especially some of the early morning sunrise sessions have been busy. So have you managed though to get to sort of work it out and find your groove out there?
Yeah, it can definitely be difficult to find your groove at a wave like this that's constantly changing with the tides, and you know, early morning surfs are really crowded, so it can be hard to get your pick of the waves. But yeah, just trying to find the rhythm like in heats and just identifying which waves are going to be best, I think is kind of what my strategy has been.
Yeah, well, it worked out in your particular heat, and there's a big score dropping for Breeze. It's on 8.27. So, yeah, Carolina Mendez setting the bar early, and then immediately the rest of the heat is following. And yeah, you just see these waves, as you said, Francisco. This is about the bang-on tide. Just sort of comes in on that early section, and there's some money to be made in these little sort of mid-range bits here. If you can get nice and square, as a Choa, throwing some spray, hits the lip here if she can. She does. So, and another starting to find a rhythm, and she like that as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's starting to pump, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a push of the swell. I think I checked Alisa's it, and I saw a couple of sets pouring through. Looked really fun, and yeah, Ariana finding this steep wave you look for on any heat out here. So yeah, Ariana here coming off the bottom and starting off with a big snap out the back, and you could tell this wave was gonna stand up again, and yeah, she made sure she belted a couple of times. Here she goes for a third turn, and this last one was really good. Boom. Yeah, I like this wave.
Yeah, strong surfing from Ariana. Just getting ahead of the curve there and belting some ones. She's going to need to, you know, improve on a 6. And I'll tell you what, there's some big numbers coming in. So another 8.3. So an 8.3. So 3 surfers in this heat, 3 different surfers. They've all got an 8-point ride. So yeah, doing an incredible job. It's only the Japanese surfer just getting a little bit left behind. If she can post a big number, this heat looks absolutely stacked. Big numbers, big talents, and it's all going on. We've also got some big talents out there on the microphone right now, in the form of Peter Mel. Pete Mel, what's happening, mate? We seem to have lost Peter. We'll come back to Pete when he's ready. Bit of a technical issue there, but 16 minutes remaining.
Check.
Oh,
mic check.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, I'm here.
That sounds like the beautiful voice of Peter Mel.
Velvety, isn't it?
I can hear you, but I can't see you, unfortunately, Pete.
All right, here I am.
There he goes.
We're looking at surfboards. We're at the Unwanted Shapes. It's a MEO Visit Portugal Unwanted Shapes, the COVID-19 edition. I'm in the boardroom, and I wanted to showcase some of the boards. These boards were all designed to bring COVID waste as a way to bring awareness around, unfortunately, the fact that masks and rubber gloves and all these things are all around our oceans, and we need to bring awareness to keep our oceans clean. This board here that we're looking at is Matt Andrews from Bristol, the UK, the Rock Hopper, and you can see all these masks in there involved in this board. And that's what we're doing, is we're bringing awareness around. We've done this for the second time. Our original one was up in Peniche. We did the first edition around plastic waste. This time, it's going to be around the masks and the rubber gloves, and it's sickening, to be honest. So we're going to bring awareness to it. These boards are built to be actually ridden. They're not just hanging here for looks, although they are beautiful. We're actually going to ride these things, and on finals day, we're all going to put these things in the water. We're going to wax them up, and we're going to give them a spin.
Cool. And someone like Matt there from Bristol, how do these guys find out about this? Well, where did we find these shapers? Was it a global call out? Was it targeted, or anyone that was interested?
Right. Yeah, it was an open call to everybody, and we all had their ideas sent to us. There was a panel of judges. We call them a jury. There was Timmy Patterson, John Pizell, myself, Christian Bradley, Marcio Zuvi. There's one more I'm forgetting, Chile. That's right. And unfortunately, Chile isn't able to get out here. Obviously, from Australia, a little more challenging to get out here. But this thing is awesome, and we're going to be able to ride these boards. So I just wanted to highlight some of the shapers. We also have Miguel Blanco. He's right here from Portugal. We saw him in the booth yesterday, and he's actually a great shaper. This is his fish and his version of the COVID-19 MEO Visit Portugal Unwanted shapes.
Okay, well, thank you. I can't wait to see those boards out in the water. A great idea, great innovation, and raising awareness about what is obviously a really serious problem facing us at the moment. So, that's Pete with the boards. What about your boards, Alyssa? We've got Alyssa Spencer in here, who just came in from a barnstorming heat. Who's your equipment? Who you've been working with mainly in your career?
Yeah, I've been riding Channel Island surfboards for the past 4 or 5 years, I think. I absolutely love their boards. They've been working great. And yeah, I have an awesome quiver right now for all sizes of waves, from small to big. All of my boards are super dialed, so I'm really happy with what I have under my feet right now.
Okay, and what's your biggest board? Because we've got some swell coming. I just had a bit of the look at the report, and yeah, tomorrow that swell from the hurricane start to kick in. We'll see breeze are just going to town on that wave. But yeah, we could have some proper, 6 to 8 foot waves potentially out here, and that's a whole new ball game. So yeah, what are you packing for that?
Yeah,
my biggest your Nazare gun.
My biggest board I have here right now is a 5'9".
Oh right, no, you'll be sweet then.
Oh yeah,
be fine.
yeah.
You step up to the 5'9". Yeah, right, okay. But probably a bit of a pintail, as you see. Live action here, Bruiser just starting to get a roll on here. You can see the confidence is coming, and she's got some big numbers on the board, and there she goes. And can she hang on? And she does. And Alyssa, that's the difference, isn't it? That's the sort of CT level. You just see those little flashes of brilliance, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That turn was a really strong turn on the end. And yeah, when you do big turns like that on big sections, you're definitely going to get rewarded with a score.
And she'd already had some scores, right, Francisco? So while we're talking, she's building a pretty solid house right there.
Yeah, I think now she's just having fun. She has a 8 and a 7, and that wave showcase how much fun she's having, and that last turn was massive. I think she can actually improve on her 7.9 with only that last turn. That last turn was really impressive.
Yeah, some great surfing. So Breezer, a bit of a lock on that. We've seen Carolina Mendes, who had that 8.33 really early, the Portuguese surfer, and just hasn't been able to back it up as yet. Still in a pretty good spot, although even with that big score, needing a 6-point ride with 12 minutes to go, she's got a bit of time. She actually yesterday managed to pull out a wave just at the very, very end. So she'll know that she's got time and she's got patience. Right now, though, there's a bit of a lull in proceedings. We're going to come back and see how Carolina gets on with that score. So many great surfers entering the water. Don't go anywhere, folks. Going to a short commercial break and come back with more action right after this. And we are back live. The sun is coming out. The fans are flocking down to the golden sands of Ribeira de Ilash. And we've got some the Japanese surfer here, Hanako Hirakawa, up and riding. She's way back in this heat. She needs some big numbers. All her opponents have logged 8-point rides. She's just having to fight back. She's in combination. Not sure if that wave will do it. But yeah, there's some big numbers coming in. And Breeza Hennessy, an 8.43. Chico Alves, well, you called it, mate. You knew that was going to go on above the 8-point, and you thought it would improve on the 7.9. Well, it's done even more than that. So what a performance from Breeza. She's just surfing so well at the moment. But for Hanako, Alyssa, just struggling to get back, struggling to get in the heat.
Yeah, I think it can be pretty tough out there if you're really not in a rhythm with the waves, but she's kind of sitting underneath, and sometimes those smaller ones can have a good line on them, and you can get lucky and find two at the end. So I don't really think that she's completely out of this heat yet, but yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult with these girls dropping such big scores.
And Breeza here, this is the 8.43 that we've just lost that, unfortunately, but yeah, looked like that last wave, last big turn of hers was the money maker, and she was looking confident. It's been a bit of a strange year, obviously, with the pandemic and then competition being on and off. You know, has it taken time to get back into that full-on competition zone, or have you sort of just been so keen to do it, it's been an easy adjustment?
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of both. It's definitely been a long time since we've been in the Jersey, and especially all these events are so close together, so it's a little bit different for us. We normally have the whole year to kind of spread out all of our events, and you know, it's definitely makes it a little more challenging with all the ups and downs of the emotions of winning or losing and having events so close together, but I think it's going to be a great rest of the year.
Yeah, well, you've got France coming up soon as yet, so we might talk about that after this wave. Okay, so Mendez will be waiting to back up her big score. She needs a 6-point ride as it stands. She started off strong, hasn't shown any nerves, some big open-faced calves, patient, and now just landing up. So she did some big turns, and she doesn't feel like she's not mucking around. She's straight back out there 8 minutes to go. She knows she can do better, but Francisco she waited a long time for it. Did she make it count?
Well, I think 8 minutes to go, maybe she should have waited for a better wave. I think she only needed a 5.97, and that wave wasn't really a set wave. But yeah, she pulled the trigger, and let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it might be close. She did some big turns out the back, didn't she? But you could tell by her own sort of body language when she finished, she was straight back out looking for the next wave. But
what do you think? The 5.97?
Yeah, I think it'll be definitely a score for sure. Yeah, I'm not very good at those scoring type shots. Maybe we've got Alyssa Spencer. Could put her on the shot. Okay, this is the wave that I was going to ask Alyssa to talk us through. She's a bit behind the section, but she warmed up pretty fast.
Yeah, she had a great opening turn right there. So much power. Breeza surfs with so much power, and she had a couple nice cutbacks in between. That was another strong turn, and just kicks out of that one. But she's looking really good. I think now that she has a couple big scores, she's just really loosened up and kind of just having fun.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? You've got some great waves. You know, it's a long right-hand point break. She's got a heat total, which is huge. And yeah, now, I mean, to improve on the lower score, she's going to have to do something pretty special anyway. So out there having fun. There's a bit of a paddle battle going on there, Mendez and Ochoa. I mean, I tell you what, Francisco, they've had some heats together over the years. You know, junior surfers from Europe, really fierce competitors. You can see them having a bit of a tussle. Ochoa's got the priority just over Carolina. But it looks like Breeza. Again, we'll talk about having fun. So she drives down the line. She's got open face, hits it nice and late, gets around the section. Another one here, cuts back to the foam. Gets another one in, starting to get loose. She tells she can feel it. She gets a big section here, just a bit late, and goes down close to the rocks there as well. You want to stay, you see people holding their heads in their hands. Out the back, Ochoa, is she going to go? She's forced to because Mendez is pouncing, and that's a paddle. So she's lost priority. So that was a bit of cat and mouse there, Alyssa. You know, she sort of almost sold her that wave, and then she worked out that it wasn't a good wave and had to pull off. So advantage Mendez in that particular instance.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great sell for Mendez to get priority back. It's definitely difficult to do that. I feel like girls are pretty smart, but yeah, that's.
And how do you feel when you make that mistake yourself? You know, you can't always be perfect despite all the hard work. Hold that thought as Mendez now. She's battling. She windmills away into this one. So we didn't quite get the score. She got a 4.33 for that last wave, and then that wave there, not enough either. So she's back to square one. But yeah, when you make one of those mistakes, which happens, I mean, it's, you know, all these great competitors still make mistakes, even the best. But yeah, how do you recover sometimes? It must be difficult.
Yeah, I think just letting yourself know that there's going to be another wave and you'll probably be able to find another opportunity. So yeah, just keep your head high and don't give up until the end.
Stay positive and don't give up. So this is Mendez. She started off so well, Francisco. Like, this is in the first couple of minutes, and at this stage you think, okay, well, she's got an 8.33 and she's off. But as it's turned out, she still needs a score.
Well, I think she started off really well with an amazing wave, but then all the girls responded to that, and that might maybe affected her a little bit. Normally when you start off with an 8, you don't expect everyone to throw 8s at you. But yeah, this was the case, and Brisa came back really strong with some really powerful snaps.
So your advice is not to get an 8 at the start of the heat?
No, it's just...
Is that what you're saying?
Don't expect
That's an unorthodox approach to competitive surfing, but yeah, I see. Now, I know what you mean. Like, everyone had upped their game. She set the level, and everyone just rose above it. And unfortunately, Carolina, she's left to score with a bit of time. Her show was that one, so she warmed up. She got an 8.30, having fought back into the heat and a backup of a 6. You could feel here, there's a big wall, double overhead. These cameras are quite high in the click here, just that we have to have that to the broadcast, but it actually makes the waves look a little bit flatter than they are, and she really wound up. But there was Brisa that got around this section and started unleashing classic Hennessy.
Yeah, that first turn was amazing, and she backed it up with a quick carve on that second one, and I like this last turn. Throwing a lot of water in her maneuvers overall. Really powerful and speedy, so looking really good.
Yeah, it's always a sign of how much rail you're engaging, how much spray you develop, and yeah, Brisa throwing plenty of shade out there and looking really strong. Down to the, yeah, if she gets through this, down to the round of 16. So, Alyssa, what you sort of, when you come here, did you set any goals in terms of where you wanted to get results, or what you think are keeper results? What was your sort of take on that?
Yeah, I think now, keeper results in 10,000s, I think, are quarters and above.
Right.
So that's my goal for all of these events that I'm doing. Yeah, and here I'd hope to get even better because I did get a 9th place in Huntington.
Yeah.
So my goals are set at semis or better.
Yeah, okay, and you only one heat off, so yeah, achieving the bare minimum. So yeah, on track, which is great news. And Carolina, okay, so she was on track. Got a little bit stuck on that first turn, a bit more vertical there, gonna have to go for it, and she's gonna try and sell that. I think she had more success selling that wave to her opponents rather than that claim to the judges, but the judges have some work to do. As you see, the Japanese surfer finally getting back in the game here. She's in a combination sort of spot, so she was already in trouble, and it just closed out. She just had one of those heats. Sometimes you just got to say, look, it hasn't been my day, and a shower, so she might make life a bit more difficult for Mendez. Nice vertical turn in that pocket. Comes around again, starting to get a bit of rhythm here. And another. So many backhand windscreen wipers going on, and another. So yeah, I think if she improves her score on her last wave of 6, that could be difficult. And Hennessy again, Alyssa Spencer, she doesn't stop.
Yeah, she's getting tons of good waves. All these girls are just going back and forth, but Brisa on another great wave here. She's surfing so well with so much power, and yeah, she just looks super loose.
Wow.
Yeah,
the rock was close there.
Yeah, it's starting to get, yeah, as the high tide comes in, those rocks start coming into play. You get an end section that you get to hit, and there's points on it, but there's also these million-year-old very hard lumps of rock that are coming into play as well. It's a Japanese, so oh, that's a better hit. That shows her what she's capable of. So Kurokawa, she hasn't given up. To her credit, she's kept hammering away, trying to do her best, but unfortunately hasn't been able to get any of those big sort of excellent range scores. And we've just seen Carolina Mendez, she was the one that needed, well, she needed a 7.3 actually, so I think she's failed in her mission at this stage, because Ariana Ochoa, she got a 7.33 for that last wave, so she's done really well. That's the Japanese server clicking up there. That's a great turn. This might only be a 2-turn combo, but it'll be a good wave, won't it? Because she did 2 big turns. Unfortunately, just a little bit late with 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like it's a bit of a wrap there. And Ochoa, she'll be happy. Breeza Hennessy has got her score, but it's too late for Mendez. So, well, that's sort of wrapping it up there. What a heat. Alyssa Spencer, really appreciate you coming in the booth and hanging out with us old-timers and getting your insight into what has been a fascinating heat. Breeza Hennessy looked really well. You're into the round of 16 coming your way. You've got a bit of day this afternoon. What's the plan? You gonna hang out, go surfing, or what's in store for today?
Yeah, maybe go try and find some waves somewhere and just relax for the rest of the day and get ready for tomorrow.
Okay, well, best of luck with tomorrow. I'm sure, hopefully, if you get a win, or even if you don't, you're welcome to come and sit in the wicker chair and have a chat, because we always appreciate the athletes' insight and taking the time out. There's Breeza just coming around the rocks. She's not going to deal with those climbing the rocks. She's taking a long way. And Carolina Mendez is so disappointed to have an 8.33 and not be able to seal the deal. She had some opportunities towards the end there and didn't take them. And unfortunately for her, just Ariana Ochoa just really stepped up and shut that door. So Mendez, another Portuguese. We've lost a lot of the Portuguese surfers in this event. I think Yolanda Hopkins might be perhaps the only one still left standing, or Teresa Bombolo coming up as well soon, but very few in the men. So a bit of a shame for the host country, but for that young surfer, she's really, really stoked. She'll have eyes on quarters and semis and even finals. She's a CT seed. She's one of the top seeds, so she'll be dangerous. And after a great heat, we're going to keep going on through the day. We've got another 3 heats of the women's round of 32. The men's is on hold after that, so we're going to make a call on that. We could go through the rest of the day. We'll see. But you'll see the golden sands there of Ericeira. The crowd's starting to build. Still waves. The learners up there next to the cliffs. They're getting involved in the beautiful Atlantic Ocean here. The official results are in. Breeza first, Ariana second, Carolina and Hanako already start to think about the next event in France and how they can do better. But we're going to go to a short break and come back with the Heat 6 of the round of 32 for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. There's more live action, more great surfing, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Welcome back to Beira de Ilhas, Ericeira, Portugal. We have got another stacked heat coming up. We are rifling through the round of 32 of the women's this morning. We made the call early, had 2 heats in the men's and then the 8 heats of the round of 32, and then we're going to make a call regarding the next day's action. But right now, let's focus on the present. My name is Ben Mundy and I'm joined in the booth by a local surfer, former QS warrior, now star of his own YouTube channel, Chica Boshika. I'll tell you what, mate, it just keeps firing. The waves pouring in. It's good surfers. You must be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm so happy because I'm beside you first.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. And then because we've seen the girls rip, and they're surfing really good, and the level is so high that they are making me exciting to go surf. You?
Yeah, well, I just saw 4 big backside hangers from Sibley. So she's straight up and into it and finishes it off. So she'll be really happy with that. See those boiling rocks. Oh, it's all starting to happen now. And yeah, she was off to a really good start. Yeah, that last heat saw a couple of heat totals up, in excess of 16s, 15s. So massive scores raining down. Judges not afraid to reward big numbers. And this was a really solid start.
Yeah, this wave was a double up, so she looked down the line and she saw something, and she was right. She comes off the bottom here and boom, vertical snap with a lot of projection there. And another one. This was a tough section to make, and Samantha here did a really good job on making those sections and finishing a wave off right on the rock. So I think for the quality of the wave, she did a really good job on connecting the turns.
Yeah, she did. And we've also got out there Vahine Fierro, the Tahitian. And she's just putting also a goofy foot up. The Tahitian, really smooth surfer. She's surfed yesterday, got one of the waves. Well, she did get the EDP ride of the day for women's. So yeah, she's in form. And now we have Tomoda Barnett, and Kiala just getting off the top there, clicking it off and finishing. Good surfing from Tomoda Barnett. And Fierro from Tahiti. She's there's a real sort of classic scene over there in that sort of Tahiti zone, beach breaks of Papua and around Chopu, where the likes of all the Fierros, there's about 400 of them, all sisters and brothers and family and uncles, are dueling with the likes of the Cali Vast, his family. We've got sort of an older, well, not older, but one of the ringleaders down there in Mateus the Drolet. So just a really tight-knit, family-orientated but exceptionally group of surfers all pushing each other. And Fierro, really one of the sort of ones to watch. Had a great surf yesterday. Let's see if she can back it up. India Robinson too, the Australian. She surfed really well yesterday. She picked the really good waves in the heat, surfed them really powerfully, some big spray, big turns. So she'll be dangerous as well. So no massive names in this in terms of CT experience, but yeah, loads of potential.
Yeah, Vahine, my goofy that loves right.
Yeah, which is, to me, is just pure madness. But anyway, I mean, I've got over that. She mentioned that the other day, and I had a bit of
a quick chat with her.
Yeah, I had a shot. I just said, look, I wanted to understand it. It wasn't so much I was angry. I was like, well, I was just disappointed.
I just want to understand how.
I said, as card-carrying member of the Goofy Club, any chance to go left, you do. But yeah, I mean, she loves the backhand. There is some great passes there, isn't there? Those waves just to the other side of Chopu, where there's some great right-hand point breaks that she surfs. But right now, we've got Joanna Garnell. She's down there with the winner of the last heat and the owner of some big numbers, Breeza Hennessy.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, eights were flying all across the board. Could you feel the pressure, or were you just having fun?
I think a little both for sure. I think when there's that many eights, you're stoked because you have an 8-2, but you're like, wow, this is actually a lot closer than you think. But the waves were super fun, and yeah, it was a great heat. All the ladies were surfing amazing, so it was awesome.
And being able to already have participated in the CT, it also prepares you for this type of pressure.
Yeah, the CT has definitely been a roller coaster of emotions for me. I've learned a lot. I learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about competing. But yeah, I think every event, and I think every time, you get in the water, it's a different type of pressure, and that's how we have to adapt and I think grow as surfers and human beings for sure.
And does it help having your mom here to support you?
Yeah, she comes everywhere with me, so I'm super lucky. But I definitely miss my dad and my grandparents and all my family back home. But it's always important to have, a really good support crew around you, and I'm super lucky.
And we were chatting with Alyssa right when she left the booth, right before our interview, and saying that you changed up your strategy.
Yeah, I went out with my epoxy and I thought it was a little bit smaller, and then when I was out there I was like, oh my gosh, it's firing. But I kind of just had to adapt and be like, okay, I'm on my epoxy. I need to, just go all the way through and try to adapt, like I said. But yeah, it was super fun, and I think honestly any surfboard out there would be amazing. So no complaints.
Your equipment is certainly working. You did a very well, good job, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you so much. Y gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Mucho amor y por allá.
Okay, so Breezer, always a breath of fresh air, always positive, always smiling, always also just really has the ability to put her thoughts and her strategies into words really well, really articulate young lady, and great to hear. She's talking about growing as a person during these events. Shiko, what have you grown as a person throughout this event? What have you learned about yourself?
Well, I've learned that I can be around you for longer.
Right.
Like I've been thought it was possible to be as long, and then now I can tell I can go. So further and further, like with you, and like
you've grown resilience, which is good, as we see.
And I'm committed.
Good. Kiala, the Antimota Barnett, she's banging down the line, really sort of wide stance, and has a lot of power, a lot of spray. Good start. All surfers now getting some waves under their belt. Nothing major except for that 5.33 so far. A few scores to come in, so a little bit more grouped together, these surfers, rather than the last ones where there was some huge numbers raining down, but that makes for potentially more exciting heat. We've got Fierro, so Vahine, she's off on her backhand, sets herself well, comes around the corner, a nice little top turn. Not having the flow of yesterday, but that last turn was big. You heard Francisco groan with excitement as she just clicked that top off, so great to see. If we're going to have a look at the from the front, I reckon we're going to see some pretty good action. Fierro, first real sort of scoring opportunity. She got a 4.17 for a first wave, and you think she may have bettered that with that one?
Well, I think so. That last turn was really crisp. I think this is her best wave so far. And this was really well served. Quick snap there. She comes off the bottom again. I understand now why she has good reasons to mostly like rides, because she rips on her backside. And yeah, she's been connecting so well her turns. And yeah, I think this is going to be her best score so far. I like this combination here. Quick snap here, and then she gets a 2-for-1 turn, I think.
Yeah, so a couple of waves there. So really,
I think this was another wave. Actually.
That was another wave. Yeah. So she had 2 waves there, but both good and getting back in the game. India Robinson starting her account. Nice green wall. Oh, wow. Big turn. She's so powerful. She always goes 100%. Just gets a little bit body talked on that one, a bit caught up, but she recovers. Such a good, strong history of Australian power calves. You know, those surfers that, just love to bury the rail. You think about some of the women surfers like Pauline Mensah, for example. She was a great power surfer. And some of the men, where it's Matt Hoy or Wade Carmichael, it's a bit of the Aussie trait, and India Robinson's got it in spades. She loves an open face carve, and she went to 10 on this one.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with her surfing. These 2 carves were so strong and so smooth at the same time. And she was able to connect another one here. Boom, a lot of water coming out of that board. Like she puts a lot of power in her maneuvers. And those 2 carves up the back, I think the judges are going to love it. So yeah, can't wait to see that score feed in and see if she, with 18 minutes to go, if she can get a backup.
Okay, Sam Sibley on a backhand again. Good goofy first natural backside frontside attack, and then she just makes a mistake, showing a bit of her inexperience there. Sam Sibley got off to a reasonably strong start. You can't really afford to make too many of those mistakes, because people like this, Ferrero, she'll just pounce. She's starting to get a bit of a rhythm up. You can feel she's starting to feel it out there again like she did yesterday. That spray is a point of difference. her opponents haven't been able to generate quite as much spray, especially on the backhand. Another 4 turns, technically really sound. And I mean, we talk about these girls. Even Breeza Hennessy was all smiles, wasn't she? But and Vahine's known for always having those pearly whites out. But they are gnarly competitors, aren't they? They're happy and they're positive people, but they're gnarly competitors.
Yeah, her energy was amazing. She was really happy and all smiles, but you can tell once they are in the water, they are 100% committed to make it happen. And I think that's the beauty of the sport, is when you can connect your energy and being happy, doing what you're doing, surfing, and at the same time being committed and putting everything on the line. I think that's the spirit.
Yeah, if you can get that balance right, you're going to be a lot better person and a lot more successful one, you'd imagine. And Vahine just starting out on her journey, but she's only got 1 goal, and it's been that same goal for a while. She was a European Junior Champion, and the CT is the goal that all these surfers have set themselves in the Challenger Series. They know that probably, well, just 3 good results, or potentially even 2, and you've got the golden ticket to the CT for 2022, and that is such a big prize for these surfers. You know, you can go from just battling away on the QS, trying to do your best, to bang, all of a sudden, your year is planned. You've got Portugal, you've got Pipeline, you've got G-Land, you know, so an incredible change. We're going to go to a short break and come back with more live action right after this short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, folks. The surf is pumping. And we are back live here in Ericeira. Oh, you can see how close those rocks are. So Kiala just popping out before she hit that submerged, well, barely submerged shelf. Beautiful drone footage. There's our little spot down there. That's the comp site. And there is Kiala, who just made the right decision to opt out before she hit those rocks. Paddling at a furious rate. Good paddling technique, good style. She's motoring back out to the lineup. 14 minutes gone in this. And we have this wave here, Francisco.
Good,
strong.
Yeah, good bottom turn and quick carve there, and boom, a lot of water coming out of that board, and good connection in between turns, and another one. So Keala here with a really good wave, and yeah, as you said, finishing up the wave right on the rocks. As we see the drone footage of the same wave. Quick carve there, she goes off the bottom, off the top, really strong turn there, a lot of water coming out of that board, and then another one there. So really well surfed wave, and yeah, look at the rocks there.
It's great, that footage, yeah, well done. That was really, had that nice angle, the nice pace of the wave, meant she could just let her surfing just come in a natural form. There was no waiting and no downtime, and she's going to get a big score. She got 7.33 for that wave, so that's put her right up into the lead. And relatively new, unknown to the sport. She's obviously a big backing where she's from, and had a pretty good junior career. But we've got the fog just there rolling in through the thing. Yesterday we had to have an hour off as that fog came in and just took away the visibility. So hopefully that fog can just stay away. I mean, it's pretty from above, and it's a beautiful phenomenon. But in terms of actually the event keeping going and keeping marching through, we'd like to see that just stay offshore for a while. But yeah, what a look! It just fills through the bay. The water is heating up and just causing a bit of condensation out there. But hopefully that won't play a part. Still, it's pretty clean at the moment. Good waves, good tide. We've still got 2 more heats after this of the round of 32 to wrap it up, and then we'll make a decision on whether we'll do the 4 heats of the men's round of 24 in the afternoon. That's still to be decided by the Travis Logie, the contest director for this Challenger Series event. So that's to come. And right now, though, this heat's warming up nicely, Chico. It's just a bit of a slow start, but starting to simmer. Starting to Caitlin simmer.
A lot of S.
There's a lot of S's in there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
You may have had a bit of saliva you throwing in your direction.
Exactly.
A conversation on irrigation. That's what I was often told growing up. But yeah, it's starting to simmer.
Yeah, I think it was kind of slow at the start of the heat, and then a lot of waves start to come in, and they took advantage of that. And yeah, here we see Samantha with a quick jam there, and late hit there.
Yeah, late hit. Just had a strong start, Sam, and she just hasn't quite been able to re-get that mojo back. She looks a little bit frustrated with herself. Just couldn't really get a mojo on this one.
Yeah, she comes off the bottom, gets kind of a carve. She digs a little bit the rail there. Her front foot looks a little bit further, too much to the front of the board, I think. That's why she's like, on this wave in particular, she dig the rail a little bit more.
It's funny too, often if you just dig that first turn, often it can set you off for the rest of the wave. It can put you behind the section, or it's just one of those things. Sometimes it's hard to recover from making a mistake in that first turn.
Yeah, it's really hard when you're competing and you start off the wave not as good as you wanted, and when you dig the rail on your first turn, yeah, here we see some
Chelsea Twatch.
Just some meditation, right?
Meditation, yeah, visualization. Barbados has already had a win this morning. Josh Burke put in one of the best performances of the early men's heats. And now another Barbadian, former CT surfer, going out to form battle.
Who was your favorite surfer today?
Today? Well, I think, that Josh Burke, as I just mentioned, top of my head. But yeah, he surfed one wave, so technically sound, so just easy to watch. It was real honey, just flowed through his turns, really sharp. So yeah, I like Berkey. And of the women's side of things, well, a little bit hard to go past Breeza Hennessy in that last heat where she just sort of lit up. I actually didn't get the chance to see Spencer's wave. She came and joined us in the booth, but I missed her 9.33.
Yeah, I watched it, and I think it was the best wave of the day for the women's side so far. Elisa got like a really good double up and smashed it really hard, like proper 3 belts with a lot of water coming out of that board.
I also liked Savannah Lima. She did a last sort of buzzer beater with a minute on the clock, a big wave, and absolutely rinsed it. And I always like to see Savannah do well. I think she's just so great for the sport, such a great character, such a great role model. So good to see Savannah still progressing through to the round of 16. India Robinson there. She's got priority. Looking at this wave, doesn't need a massive score. So I think she's going to look at this. Her other competitors are just making sure she goes it. So Robinson, nice first turn, loads of power again. Oh, and feels that. You can feel she's got and another 3 turns. So she's already got the score in my eyes. Now she's just going to try and put some butter on it. Wow, good surfing. Only had 4 sections, Chico, but I tell you what, she connected with them.
Well, she had pressure. She had 8 minutes to go. She had priority. Not many waves coming, and she delivered. So, like, I'm so impressed with her surfing. She was sitting in 4th, needing a score, and she surfed this wave like she was winning. Like, first big snap there, and connects with this again, throwing the tail out there, and again. And I love this last one. Wow, really extended carve there. 4 turns, and I think
I'll probably say this is the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, she absolutely ripped that. Okay, Sibley trying to get a mojo back. First turn's pretty strong. Waits for the second and just can start to feel the frustration. And I'll tell you what, her job's about to get a whole lot more difficult once Robinson's score comes in, because that was potentially a big number. That'll make Sam Sibley's job even harder. Looks like Vahine Fierro, after that amazing performance yesterday, could be in a bit of strife as well. She's got that 6-3 and a 5-7-3. And we're still waiting on scores to come in for Robinson. They're taking their time with that, trying to place it on the scale, as it was a potential heat breaker, a game changer for this particular set of 4 surfers. So, yeah, big surfing. Really enjoyed that.
I think it's going to be 9 for sure.
I think it's in the 9-point range. Cool. You know, I mean, even if you hadn't seen the scores pop up, that would have been impressive, Francisco. But yeah, she's bang on a 9-point ride. So India Robinson, a 9-point ride. She just heard it then. She could see the smile on the face, the kick of the feet. So right now, I'm going to sit on someone. It just grind them into the dust.
Well deserved. Like, that wave was so good to watch.
Absolutely. Look, one judge went as high as 9.7. So you know, it was exactly. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, what a performance.
No worries. I think, yeah, well deserved. 9.7. Yeah.
Fair enough. That was so clean. And that means that's left the Tahitian. We were sort of talking her up. And now she needs a 6.61. So a solid score, not particularly out of the realms of a woman of her abilities and her competitive strengths, but she's got priority, which is another little bonus in her favour. So she's going to have to pull out a bit of clutch surfing if she wants to progress to the round of 32.
I think India Robinson is just leaving the pack and going for a free surf now. She's feeling so good that she's like, okay, I'm going to leave you girls on the peak and have fun.
Yeah, so this is the heat recap. And it was Kiala Tomoda Barnett that got off to the first sort of strong stage, really smooth surfing. This was a 7.33, just connecting all the turns, got a good rhythm of the wave, and she just managed to keep throwing a bit of flare and kicks out. So strong surfing from Kiala. And then, well, Sibley started off. So now this is Vahine Fierro. This is her best wave. You can see that she's starting to find a bit of confidence, a bit of rhythm here. A lot of spray. That was her 6.3, which looked to be the goods until the other surfers came right back into it, didn't they, Francisco?
Yeah, this wave from Kiala was really well surfed. Big snap there, comes off the bottom. Another carve, really stylish, and she gets it in time to fit 1 or 2 more before the rock section. And yeah, Kiala responding to Vahine really well. As we see here, the 9 from India, really well surfed wave, connecting all the dots and seriously like putting so much power in all the turns she did on this wave, I think.
Yeah, well, one of the criteria is speed, power, and flow, isn't it? And she absolutely showed all 3 of those. She ticked that box really, really well. And now it's decision time for Fierro and Sibley. Fierro with priority, and she's the one that can potentially get 1 more wave. Kiala Tomoda Barnett, she'll be nervous. She's relatively new to this level of competition, so she knows, it cuts both ways. One, a big result here would be one of the bigger sort of results of her career so far, but she'll also be nervous. She'll know that Vahine is dangerous, and she'll know that she can't do a whole lot except just hope that there's either 2 waves in the set and she can improve her score as some sets arrive. So they're coming in, marching in out of the fog. Fierro looks interested. This is where the nerves kick in. Where's it going to break on the reef? Is she in the right spot? She's not, so she can't even get that one. So, she got all excited. You think he's going to come through. So paddled a bit off the reef. High tide coming in now. So we start to see this yesterday where it just starts to shift in or shift a little bit wider on the reef. And your old markers start to disappear. And new ones are needed. And that could all happen in the space of a single heat. It's not as if, you know, you get an hour or so to prepare for it. It can happen really, really fast. And Fierro now starting to get a little bit anxious, I'd imagine. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And she is still needing a big score, 6.61. And she is getting nervous, as we all are, to the Tahitians. I'm not sure what time it is in Tahiti. It might be about, oh, God knows, I'd have to get the clock out. But yeah, they'll be up, they'll be watching, they'll be nervous. And she'll be waiting for something simply as well. Although she needs a much higher score, 7.57. She's still well in the game, although her priority issues could make it a bit difficult. Right now, it's all about that second spot with Fierro in second. Only less than a point really behind her competitor, but looks like, okay, Vahine's going to pull the trigger on this. So here she goes, the Tahitian. A nice wall. Can she maintain her composure? First turn is nice, just waiting for it to stand up on the reef. It's a little sluggish, and unfortunately, I think that high tide is just taking its toll on that wave, and that might be her shot at the title. One of the day's best performers yesterday. Unfortunately, looking like she could be facing an early exit, and that just shows, doesn't it, in this game, Chico? You know, yesterday she was on fire, and then the very next heat, it can all change quite quickly.
Well, we've seen in competitive surfing that who wins comps is the most consistent surfer and not the surfer of the day. Many times the surfer of the day ends up losing the next round or 2 rounds after. And yeah, I think she was reaping yesterday, and unfortunately today she couldn't find the waves. So surfing is all about finding the waves, and she couldn't find herself out there. And yeah, I think she needs to bounce back from a hard lead, I think.
Okay, but she's got one last chance. 30 seconds on the clock. So Fierro, a little insider. There's some rocks there.
Oh.
She's going high on it, and she just manages to dodge, and oh, that makes me feel a little bit funny in the tummy. She needed a 6.61, as it turns out. She's not sure if she's got it. I tell you what, she took it all the way to the rocks to try and get that result. She's not, I mean, she's grown up on coral, pretty much born on it. So here we go. What do you reckon, Francisco?
Well, I'm so impressed with this last wave, as I was calling a shocker. Well, oh my God.
Wow, so
sorry, I'm
3 turns, a smaller wave,
part of the wave.
But she hooked him up there. It's going to be very, very close. And the money is 6.61 is what she required. I think it's come in as a 6.03, so she didn't get it. I'll tell you what, though, she didn't die wondering. Absolute total commitment. But Vahine Fierro is out of the event. And thanks to the incredible surfing of India Robinson with the 9-point ride, Kiala, Tomoda Barnett with a solid heat score as well. But that's it. So we move on to Heat 7. The last 2 heats of the round of 32 of the women's. Incredible surfing all around. The cliffs of Ericeira just going off into the distance. That fog just hovering in the distance, just hoping it stays right where it is. So while we've got a break between the heats, we're going to go away, have a word from our sponsors, come back with Paul Evans, Peter Mel and Dimity Stoyle in the booth. A new lineup, new surfers, and plenty of good waves await. We'll be right back right after this commercial break.
Lunchtime in Portugal, sunny skies and sets still pouring on through to the reef here at Ribeira de Ilhas. We've got a super heat about to go down in the water. And joining myself, Paul Evans, in the studio to break all that down. Dimity Stoyle, welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me.
How are we doing? How's your vibe?
It's been pretty painful watching today. The waves are absolutely pumping and the girls are ripping. So I wish I was in there still, but no, it's been fun to watch my friends.
Straight into action in this one. We're going to see Macy Callahan, Mahina Maeda, Teresa Bonvalo and Chelsea Twatch. Absolutely stacked heat in terms of talent. Obviously, Macy, good friends of yours. How's she feeling coming into this one?
Well, this is a huge heat, actually. This is really stacked. All these girls, rip. So I think Macy was just watching the waves, getting really excited and just wants to put on a little bit of a show. So she's feeling good. And you mentioned, like, disappointed not to be out there surfing. How did your heat go? Just give us a little insight into what went down. Yeah, I had a really tough heat, round one. It was just really tricky conditions. I surfed here a lot before the event started, and I never really felt like I got any better at this wave. It's such a hard wave to read, and my heat was just really high tide, and it was what I thought was good waves out the back just didn't give me an inside. And overall, coming into Europe Challenger Series, of course, we're going up to France next, so a crunch time of year, but just sort of like sitting back and reflecting on your year. We really enjoyed you on the broadcast in the Australian leg. Yeah, that was so fun. How's your year been going overall? You've been having fun? Yeah, it's been such a good year. Like, it's been so much fun. I've been stuck in Australia for nearly 2 years, which has been nice. And did the commentating for the Australian leg. That was so much fun. Just had such a crazy time on those 4 events. And so, yeah, that was a huge... a bit of something new for me. It was really fun. All right, number already in for Macy Callahan on your screen there in the pink singlet, 667. Good way to kick things off that tide. We'll fill in pretty quick, 3-meter swing today vertically, and that'll rush in pretty quick now as we get around that mid-tide point. And super important to get points on the board, and a nice opening effort here for Macy. What a start. This is the way you definitely want to start your heat, with a 667, although because especially those that last heat had some really high numbers, so you got to be mindful that potentially there may not be as many bombs. So finishing off on the inside with a couple of quick hits and a good number. So in terms of your crew, Dimity, who you rolling with? Who's in your squad? This Challenger Series, I'm staying with Macy and her boyfriend Sheldon. We just hang out nearly every day at home and surf together, so it feels really nice to be comfortable with our friends on the road, and we've all travelled together, so it's good. It's a good vibe. Pretty strong Aussie contingent as ever in this level of competition, but a lot of vocal support as well, all important towards getting those performances as we watch a wave of Chelsea Twatch and a couple of quick driving turns from her, just kind of keeping that rail nice and whippy. Chelsea's been ripping in the free surfs, I've noticed. She's been catching so many good on a lot of the bombs, actually. Every time I looked when I was out there, she was on another bomb, and so she's read this wave really well. So you mentioned, well, let's just stick with live action here as we'll see Macy swinging on a wave, looking to get back up straight away. Good decision from her, using that rail, and then she'll just wait kind of patiently. Again, keeping with that rhythm, as she'll be a little reluctant off the bottom as just the wave wobbles a bit, and then it will try and line up for an inside. Doesn't get a finish, but nevertheless put another score up. Callahan already with a number on the board. Looking to back that up, get something for everyone else to aim at. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, look at Macy. She's got a nice board. It's slightly smaller than her last one. I think she rode this in Huntington. And she's getting really nice release because her back fin's smaller than the other two. So she's riding like a medium side fins, and so it gives her a nice little fin slide. So she's looking good. And Chelsea. See, here she is riding a different board. She was riding in a free surf as well. It does look smaller, and it just fits nicely. She gets really good carves on those ones, so that was good flow. Well, the Barbados contingent was stoked this morning with a great performance from Josh Burke. And Chelsea Twatch also flying that flag for Barbados. Let's check out Teresa Bonvalo out of Portugal. And she'll swing on a wave with a nice looking kind of shape to this sort of slopey face. She'll just kind of swing around on that backhand. There's a nice turn, kicking up some spray off her heels, and then on the gas, tries to squeeze in a last turn. She's always a little bit late to try and finish off there. I think completion for her.
nevertheless, getting a little bit of work done. She'll just check that equipment.
That would have been a really nice combo if she'd ridden out of that last turn, because had a really nice little snap on the end there and just need to throw it up. But yeah, look, she's fired up.
Some vigor in that paddling. Let's get another look at this ride.
So yeah, good little setup at the start, but it wasn't until the last 2 turns here she finds a bowly part and just hooks that. That was a really nice snap. If she'd thrown it up there, that would have been a big score.
So 22 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Set stacking up on the refit. At Ribeira Dilias, of course, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira Challenger Series competition. And as we look to take surfers out of this round and put them in the round of 16, high stakes. Thinking about those qualifying results, top 3 scores from our Challenger Series counting, and a crucial leg for our athletes as they look to put themselves in contention for potentially a shot at qualifying. Someone who'd love to do that is Vahine. She's been trying for a number of years to make the jump up the Championship Tour, and that wave just ran away from her. Impressive surfer, Vahine. She's done well here. She was crowned World Junior Champ at this wave, getting good results in the past. That must make you feel good. You feel like you got a little bit of mojo going with the spot.
Yeah, definitely. If you've had a win at a spot, you just definitely build a connection with it, and every time you come back and surf it, you just feel like that the place looks after you, you know? Waves come to you.
So Vahine with that 4.83 early on in this one, just a real small number there. That'll be a throwaway for her. She'll make her way back into the lineup. Everyone kind of bunched together now. We were way up the top of the point an hour or so ago, maybe 2 or 3 heats ago. We've moved pretty much in towards what's traditionally the kind of mid-end section of the wave. And everyone's sitting pretty close together. So those priority decisions may be a little bit more important as everyone keeping fairly close quarters, as opposed to when crew is spread out. But we have seen quite a lot of scores coming. People even just paddling back after the wave. It's that kind of spot where you can just pick something up.
Yeah, and today has been probably the most sort of lined up that it's been the whole event, and with priority it's been really important, because most other days out here have been, you know, you might use your priority thinking that it's a really nice wave and then the inside doesn't really connect, but today it's been, this wider bank has been so spot on. It just looks perfect, and it's so nice to watch the girls just unleash in some good waves.
So over here in Europe for the Challenger Series, of course, you know, travel opportunities have been few and far between. So obviously everyone's pretty happy to be back on the road, but at the same time, how do you kind of find that balance between, I mean, there's a lot at stake here, right? A shot at the CT. How do you get that balance between being stoked to be out traveling, but also kind of knuckling down and thinking about that next heat?
Yeah, it's so nice to be traveling again. I haven't been to Europe in a couple of years just due to restrictions and everything, so it's so nice to be back here, and it just feels so good over here. Like, I love the vibe in Europe, but I just feel like the work has already been done at home, and I got a lot of surfing in, training, and just prepared for that, so that just try and maintain it on the road. And surfing for me is number one. Like, I feel better when I surf more and surf fun waves, and yeah.
A lot of opportunity here in Ericeira, a bunch of breaks. Feels like a few of those places in Australia sometimes with a bunch of waves. There's been comparisons made obviously to Bells with this wave, but even like in West Oz, those little surf zones with a bunch of reefs all work on different swell directions and winds.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't surfed Koshas yet, but I really want to, because I've kind of tried to just stick to the event break just to prepare for this event. But now that I'm out, I'm happy to go and cruise up to Peniche. I've heard it's got really fun beach breaks like Stratty. So yeah, like, I'm definitely, there's so many waves around here. I'm so excited.
Lots of surfing opportunity on this coast of Portugal. Our focus remains with Ribeira Dilias, playing host to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira 2021, our second of 4 Challenger Series event. Set stacking up here. It's been a little bit quiet, this one. Under 19 minutes remaining. Callahan very much the best of this so far, with a couple of numbers, getting her in double figures to the score of 11.34. Feels like a healthy number, as this one is a little wave starved, and another kind of soft wave will go under everyone. I think we'll see this increase the tide. I mean, it will noticeably come up, change conditions during this half an hour, and that strong start from Macy will just sort of start to feel even stronger as the heat count continues.
Yeah, definitely. I think as a competitor, you just have to be so onto the heat, the rhythm of the ocean and what's happened in the heats previous, and that last heat with like 9 points and 8-point rides, like just the last 2 heats actually has had a lot of excellent scores. So you got to be mindful and know that the tides change so quick here in Europe, and just got to be prepared and almost think ahead. What's my heat going to do? So I think Macy got a perfect start, getting a 6.67.
Good numbers on the board already for our Australian. Macy Callahan, travelling partner of Timothy Stoll, is joining me in the studio to break all this down. Intriguing watching these next stories get written in terms of qualification. Bunch of new names, tussling with some more familiar names as well. It's all part of our mix on the Challenger Series. How is the crew in general? Is there much sort of bonding going on, and people kind of stick to their little kind of crews? How does that work out?
I think after the break, everyone's gotten a lot closer. You know, I think everyone just appreciates each other now a lot more than ever. And yeah, I think the girls are just like, you know, life's too short to hold grudges, and it's just we're all in this together, and we're all doing our own thing. At the end of the day, comes down to your performance, nobody else's. So it's nice to just make some friends and hang out and try and enjoy each other's company and beat them.
Especially a big smile on your face when you're winning.
Yeah.
Under 17 to go. Macy Callahan, your heat leader with the priority. She'll use that way up on the reef, and a nice little snap to open up from her, and another one just jamming off the rail, spreading the wings. Picking up some more spray energy. She'll bring it in to the inside. Nice little hit to finish as well, and it's pretty smooth.
Yeah, it was nice. It looks like she's got a lot more energy this heat. And I love it when she gets in this mood, because a lot of the time she's so cruisy and will just throw a big turn, and it's actually a crazy good turn, but because she's so chilled, people think, oh, it wasn't, you know, but it's nice to watch her when she's all fired up and does little big snaps like that.
Oh, she improves her total by just over a point, gets a 5.77, so changes the backup score and nudging that score line up. 12.44 for Macy Callahan in first place at the moment. Teresa Bonvalo, just a one-wave ridden, looking for a 6.62 for first, the Portuguese. Meanwhile, Chelsea Chada Barbados on the inside on a little bowl section with a little bit of chunk to it, and deep water means that that wave will just kind of fizzle out. Not the kind of wave she was looking for. Third place currently. Doesn't need a big number for second, but just the one wave. I'll try that again. Just the one wave ridden. Got there in the end. By Teresa Bonvalo. Well, you think should certainly be improving at next available opportunity.
Yeah, and with priority, well, second priority actually, Vahine actually needs priority, because she did take a look at a good-looking wave and on that last attempt, and it was too deep, unfortunately. So set's coming here. She's gonna have to use it wisely. So much pressure.
Halfway point in the heats. Still Callahan with that lead. She's just strengthened it, and we need to see some surfing from our athletes who are back and needing numbers here. One of them is Mahina Maeda, looking to get out of fourth. Only needs a 1 at the moment for second. She might be thinking about that score. She'll be thinking about going as far up on our scoreboard as possible. A couple of quick hits. That wave didn't really open up for her.
Yeah, she's I don't know, that wave was probably not the right choice, but at this point she does need to get moving and just ride some waves, loosen up, and yeah, start to feel her own rhythm, because if she's not, you know, can't just sit there, and sometimes you do get a little bit lost. So yeah, it's a nice setup, and then this wave just had one section. She's just belted that, and then just got stuck on the backside hit, so that shows there might be a little bit of nerves there.
Just trying to liberate herself from that whitewater section. It does kind of grab hold of the board here. Surfers trying to build up speed in order to execute those point scoring maneuvers. It's good enough to get a small number of a 3. It's good enough for second at the moment. Under 12 remaining in this one. Bonvalo dangerous, just needing a 2 herself for second place, but with that 5.83, the best of the chasing pack in this one at the moment. Callahan looking good out in front. We'll see some sets stack up here, maybe multiple opportunities for an exchange as well. Looks like Chelsea, she's interested here. She's found herself a little wave. She's up looking for speed, spying a section. She'll kind of swoop back. And then nice little steepness to this bit. She can get some speed here and take on the lip, which she does. That was really nicely done. And Good hit from her. Judges consistently been scoring surfers for going into the lip rather than out on the face. And that's a good effort from Chelsea.
Yeah, definitely. The commitment on that last turn will definitely add a lot of the points to that score, and it's nice to see because it does get very repetitive on such a long, drawn-out point break like this. But when there is a bit of excitement in the turn, it definitely makes the judges take notice, and that's what you got to do really to get the big scores.
Super quiet from Teresa Bonvalo, just that one wave ridden still. Let's have another look at the replay here. Let's get another look at Chelsea.
Now here she goes. She's got a nice flow to start off with this. Beautiful little carve to set up. Look at the inside here bowling up. Gives her a lot of speed for this last hit, and she just jams it. That was a really nice finish.
And I think fair to say, a lot of our surfers have been saying it. It's not as easy to surf this wave as it looks, right? That section is kind of hard to take on. It's more powerful than it looks. It sort of slows up and quickens up, does weird things, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, this has got to be the hardest wave that I've ever surfed in my life. Like, I thought I was ripping on, or thought I'd had a really good wave and I'd do a big bottom turn and just bog my rail and just and then try and hit the lip and it just bounces you off. So it's difficult. And so watching girls rip out here is really cool because it's hard. It's a lot harder than it looks.
Troublesome opposition in many regards, Ribeira Diaz, but there are rewards out there. Who's going to make the most of them? We will advance 2 surfers from this heat into our round of 16, crucially, to sort of set up for that coveted kind of maybe quarters onwards, we think. Looking like a good keeper score in terms of getting into that top 6 for the women for a qualifying spot. The Championship Tour in 2022, 11 and 25 remaining in this one still. Macy Callahan getting the early work done and looking good. And knowing Macy as you do, how do you think she'll be feeling right now? She kind of a fairly cool customer in heats. I mean, she's winning, which is generally pretty good.
Yeah, she definitely is. I haven't really ever served a heat against Macy, but just watching her, she's just so chilled, and I think that's part of her personality really, is just she fires up when she's on the wave, and then she's generally pretty relaxed, which is a good way to be.
Little lull in the action. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back with more live action, find out, can Macy Callahan hold on to the lead? Is Teresa Bonvalo going to make a move? Portugal certainly hope so. Join us for more live right after this. Welcome back to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, live from Ribeira Dilas, the western-facing shores of Portugal, playing host to Challenger Series competition for 2021. We're looking to qualify surfers for the Championship Tour, and we're enjoying the show being laid on by some of those surfers looking to get in that spot. One of them, Dimity, a good friend of yours, your travel partner, Macy Callahan.
Yeah.
So far, so good in this one.
Yeah, she's had a really good start to this heat, and she's also got priority now with 9 minutes to go, so she's in a strong position to definitely get the win, if not advance.
That's the way it's going down in this heat. A little bit of a slow one, just in terms of the number of waves ridden, but that won't bother surfers in advancing positions at the moment. That is Macy alongside Chelsea Tuak, who got herself a 5.2 for an effort where she took on the lip. We talked about how much the judges have been enjoying that. Just a couple of turns for her. It doesn't always need loads of maneuvers. If you can load up and get into the lip, and the judges paying out with a 5, it's a decent number for her.
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about surfing, is that they really reward good surfing, and that's the way it should be. If you just, you don't have to get the best wave and just ride it all the way in. If it's good surfing and it's short and it's powerful, it gets rewarded. So that was a good score for Chelsea.
But on that flip side, what don't you like, Dimity? What would you change? What, you know, if you could change something about pro surfing, about competing, better waves, more events?
Yeah, well, I think the Challenger Series is a really good start for change. Like less surfers, better conditions, more.
All right, during the break, we got this second wave from Teresa Bonvalo, and a good way to put herself a backup.
Yeah, here she got this, and she had priority, so she was looking for a good backup. It's that inside section is really hard to surf, especially as the tide comes in. It just gets ribby.
And finishing up right on the inside in here, I think maybe a key point for that from Teresa is does have a ton of experience. She didn't try and oversurf that wave, right?
Yeah.
She's kind of going through the motions a little bit for a skill level, but sometimes that's kind of what you need to do.
Yeah, and she's from Cascais, around that area, right? So she would surf here a lot more than everyone else. So if you have a surfer like that, you're always almost mindful as to what waves do they catch and where do they sit. Like, but don't follow. You just, keep it in the back of your mind.
Well, she has been super quiet in this one. Just her second wave ridden. It is good enough, crucially, to put her in second spot. It's not been a great event for our Portuguese surfers, certainly on the men's side. Yesterday, we saw some favourites from hometown heroes go down. In the women's side, Teresa Bonvalo very much flying that flag. Yolanda Hopkins looking good this morning for Portugal. Of course, these two are Olympians representing Portugal this summer in July, the Olympic Games. And Portuguese women surfing really looking to step up and qualify some surfers for the CT. We're not far away. Names like Teresa, she's been there or thereabouts for a number of years, and right now she's looking all right to advance in this one. Plenty left to do though, not a long way back for Chelsea and Mahi.
Yeah, sorry about that. The Aussie boys took out a lot of the Portugal local favourites, so I was down yesterday afternoon cheering them on. We've got a really cool Aussie squad that we're all looking after each other this year, so it's fun to be a part of that.
Always cool to see those little crews come together, everyone supporting each other. So important that as well, a long way from home. And you talk about, like, personally, it's an individual sport, right? So if you lose out yourself, you think, okay, I'm disappointed, but at the same time, so cool to have that group collective energy and will on your buddies.
Definitely. Like, if I want to be qualifying, I want to be qualifying with my friends. So that's what Macy and I have, and a lot of the other Aussies all feel the same way. And so we just, look after each other and back each other up, because everyone has their moments. And if it's not your moment this event, it might be next event. So you never know.
Just over 5.5 remaining in this one. And it is Macy Callahan of Australia holding down center of your screen there in the pink jersey. Also holding on to priority as well. She's got a little bit of a lead over Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal, who needs a 6.62 for first place. There's the scoreline from Macy. Pretty healthy numbers, 12.44 in the context of this heat, which has been wave starved, right? We've had 10 waves ridden between 4 surfers in 25 minutes, and that's not a lot. And that strong start, I mean, we talk about it a lot on commentary, but it's really paying off for Macy in this one thus far.
Oh, definitely. Like, exactly what I was talking about before. Those last 2 heats were absolutely pumping. There was 8s, there was 9s, 7s as backups. Like, everyone was ripping, and it was just, you get moments like that during an event where your window, it's like the perfect tide, perfect time of the day, everything lines up. And to follow heats like that is really difficult. So this heat's been a good example.
Setting up for a good finish, though, with 4.5. You look at the requirements for Chelsea to work in third place. It's not a big number. That 5.61, well within her grasp. Also, Vahine Maeda, who we mentioned, won the World Junior title at this wave back in 2014. She only needs a 5.97. Here goes Macy Callahan, your heat leader. Using that priority, she sat on it for a while. She's found herself a set wave. And she'll swing off the rail, almost kind of carving off the tail on that last turn. And then looking to throw up a little variety. She just talks it out with the body, throwing up some spray in this lunchtime sunshine in Portugal. Multiple hits on the inside for Macy. She'll belt one again, and she'll get out that rock.
Rocks.
It's going dry.
Oh, no, protect the board and the face.
We've seen a lot of drama on this section on the end, and the commitment from our surfers to try and get that last turn. And this is where we had a cross. Pete Mel was standing here. This was Dry Rocks a couple of hours ago, and he was kind of explaining how the surfers end up right in this zone. And there's Macy. She looks all right. She's out.
She's good. She's out of danger now. Protect that board. Looks really good.
But amazing to see that commitment. And our surfers going into that last maneuver, not really thinking about consequences, real keen just to put that all-important finish to the wave. The judges have been paying that all week here. Let's get another look at Macy's wave.
Yeah, so Macy, really nice looking wave to take off here. Use her priority really well. And she's got a lot of speed here. Really nice carve. Keeps right close to that pocket. Beautiful little snap there. So coming through to the inside. Keeps the board moving, and I like that finish there. So commitment. Look at this snap. she only pulled out of that early because she had to, or else she'd just literally be landing on those rocks and see you later, fins.
So commitment rewarded from a judging panel, a 6-5. She improves her back up and she nudges her scoreline up. 13.17 for the Australian Macy Callahan at the moment in the lead. She's been there throughout this heat. And with just under 2.5 to go, she'll be feeling pretty good about where she is. And this one's all kind of gone according to plan. She's had one of those heats. And she has found the better ways when her priority's been with her. We have a good set to come through. Chasing her, Teresa Bonvalo out of Portugal in second place. That woman, Vahine Maida, looking for a 5.97. That is not a big requirement for her at all. But in order to get that, she's going to need a wave with just 2 to go. Let's see if we get late drama here. And some of these kind of lower scoring heats, particularly yesterday, we had a bunch of exchanges at the end of heat. Surfers back on the beach, finding out their scores. Live action. This is Chelsea Tuck out of Barbados. And it looks like a priority move from Teresa Bonvalo will take this wave. And Teresa looking to play a bit of defense from second place. And she'll swing on a nice little running section. She got a little, maybe just a little late trying to go 2 vert on that turn. She'll get an incompletion, but what she did manage to do was stop Chelsea from posting anything else.
Definitely, and Chelsea only needed a 5.61. We saw her get a 5.2 for basically a nice setup and one big hit. So if she gets any opportunity on that inside, they actually went pretty close. I'd be surprised that it might not be.
And how annoying is this? You're the surfer rider, you need to score, you're like, I'm underway here, and then you go, oh no.
Chelsea pushed it a little bit with that bottom turn. She got pretty close there. So in her position, it's best off just to kick out and stay as far away from that surfer with priority as you can.
Go left.
Go left.
All right, Teresa Bonvalo using that priority. We talked about her experience as a competitor. It's just a 2.17. It's a throwaway score in terms of her total, but what it meant was Chelsea was unable to add to her scoreline way out the back. We're looking at Chelsea here with a good-sized wave. Let's remind ourselves, 5.61, the requirement to threaten Teresa Bonvalo. She's going to need to try and go into the lip, as she did in her previous wave. Final 30 seconds here. This will be a last chance effort for her. It's a reasonably well-surfed wave, but it feels kind of lateral and out on the face. I'm not sure the judges are going to use much of the scale with that.
I feel like she just needed that wave to open up and stand up one more time on the inside. It looked good at the start, though.
So we'll count down final 10 seconds in this heat. We're waiting for a number for Chelsea. If it's better than 5.61, she'll threaten Teresa Bonvalo. Let's have another look.
It was good that she came from deep here, and that's what you want to do at this wave. You want to come around the whitewash and come behind and hit the lip. But heat's over now, I wonder. So that carve was really nice. And just here's where the wave let her down.
She'll come up a couple of points short. It's just a 3.6 for Chelsea, and it's not going to be enough. And that will process nice and quick from a judging panel. And that'll leave us there with our final results for this heat. Callahan looking really good, 13.17. Bonvalo behind her. She had to use that priority, used it wisely. It's just another side of that tactical story. And good enough to advance to the next round. Keeping the Portuguese participation happy. We'll say bye for now to Chelsea Tuck and Vahine Maida. Look forward to seeing them up in France next week, as our Challenger Series will reconvene in Europe for a second event at 2 stops. That's the way it's going to go down to wrap up this heat number 7 of our round of 32, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We're going to be back with more live action. Heat number 8 coming up next. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more live action. Stay tuned. Sunny skies and swell lines at Ribeira Dilhas, Ericeira, Portugal for the MEO Vissla Pro Women's round of 32 in live action. Out in the water, heat number 8 stacks up like this. Luana Silva of Hawaii, Sol Igea from Peru, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson from Hawaii, Sarah Wakita from Japan, Paul Evans in the studio alongside Dimity Stoyle. And that last heat, kind of a tricky one, but obviously you're stoked with your buddy Macy making it through.
I think Macy served a perfect heat, you know, get good start, back it up with another really good score, finish with priority, get a third building on that. So you can't really serve much better heat, really.
Let's think about new names and kind of emerging talents. Been really impressed with Betty Lou, also Sarah Wakita and Luana Silva. There's a lot of talent out in the water now.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a really fun heat to watch. They've got, I love watching Betty Lou and Sarah Wakita. They're so cool to watch. And then we've got Luana Silva and Sol Igea. How do I say that?
Yeah, I think you nailed that.
So yeah, it's cool to watch talent from different areas too all come together and yeah, just face off.
All part of our international picture on the Challenger Series. For 64 women qualifying for these 4 events. US Open in Huntington went down. And now we're over in Europe, in Portugal. The first of 2 European events. We'll be up in France after this. Our waiting period will run through to the 10th. That's this coming Sunday in Portugal. And the swell forecast is looking really good as well to jump up. This was kind of a smaller day of our waiting periods. Still managing to run in good conditions down here, but excellent scores from the get-go. 8s and 9s this morning. Some validated decisions from Travis Logie, who's making the important calls. And making the important calls, and this will be our judging panel. We'll award our surfers scores for surfing, and the 2 best of those will advance through that next round. Let's get a look at some early action. This was Sarah Wakita early on.
Yeah, well, starts with the first wave, gets a nice runner, beautiful carve to start off. Big snap in the lip, that was really cool. She's got a nice inside, carves in that bowly section, gets a little bit caught up. That wave, you can see the tide filling in pretty quick now. Will she get a finish? No, it just pulls off there. So that was a nice start for Sarah Wakita.
And again, a look at a replay here. This was Sol, the Peruvian, swinging on a decent looking wave of her own.
Yeah, well, she's got a really nice bowly wave here, and how beautiful is that style in that carve. She's just got nice flow, and the first 3 turns were money in that, so I think most of the points will come from that. And here is Betty Lou. So she gets up and riding, a nice start. Beautiful carve on that one. Straight up into the lip, that was a nice combo. And a third, wow, that turn was beautiful. That's definitely going to be, in my eyes, this is going to be the highest score of that exchange, and big finish. So that's a really good start from Betty Lou.
And Luana Silva, so a super busy opening exchange. She got a nice looking wave too, Dimity.
Yeah, everyone got waves. There must have been a set. Wow, that was a really cool snap too, and a big finish. So that was so different. The difference in those waves, there was long waves, and Luana's wave was just really short and compact. And here's Sarah Wakita, big snap. She comes around this one and then backs it up with a really nice carve. So another great combo for her. Can she get a big finish? And she does. So wow, I'm lost. There were so many waves just then, and they were all really good.
After a little bit of a slow heat, just in terms of the number of wave riding opportunities, everyone getting a good wave and some heavy duty ripping going down there. Judges with their work cut out. We reckon big numbers coming. Luana Silva had a bomb. Betty Lou had an absolute smoker as well. A massive number in already. So Luana Silva getting 8.87 in the pink there. So judges going into the excellent range straight away. And I reckon a really good number coming for Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson as well.
So that shows that you don't need length of ride. What Luana did in the short space of those 3 turns was perfect. Just beautiful flow connected each turn. Nothing in between. Just had, power and flow. And look at the score.
She'll be feeling great about that. No problem really hearing the score being read out. With this high tide surface much closer in here, and even with a little bit of kind of light to moderate onshore, I think she would have no trouble hearing that fact. She's just nailed an excellent score, a high 8.87. Great way to start a heat. 22 and 45 seconds to go in this one. Plenty of time. Let's hope the action continues. Scores in for Betty Lou's first wave. It's an 8-3-3, an 8-3-3 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So this one just opening up, absolutely smoking stuff. We've already got a 5-1-7 in for Sarah, and she's got second score to come. She's got the finish on the end as well.
Yeah.
That could be a good number 2.
Wow, yeah. Opening for Team Hawaii with a bang. Seriously, 2 8s, and Sarah Wakita got a 7-5 on that second wave. So that was really nice. She's got 2 scores already, so straight to the lead. And it was really nice because she on Sarah's second wave, she almost pieced those maneuvers together perfectly. There was nothing in between, good flow. So
getting a strong finish as well. The spread from our panel there, ranging from a 7 to a 7-8. All processes in as a 7-5. First place for her, Sarah Wakita, the surfer out of Japan. Got a real nice kind of clean rail technique. We've already seen flashes of brilliance from our Hawaiian surfers, getting 8s already, getting into that excellent range. And we're setting up for a smoking heat. Solid gear from Peru. She surfed pretty well, just a short away from her. A couple of turns, good enough for a 4, but looks like the way the quality on show here, that's not going to cut it in this heat.
yeah, well, she has priority now, so now she can just sit and wait for a wave like Luana's and Betty's, and, you know, just wait for that wave to do the work, because it's not only you just need the wave to cooperate as well.
Plenty of time left to go in this, but a great opening exchange, setting the tone. The judges having no hesitation, going right up the scale into the excellent range. Think about our EDP Ride of the Day contenders, a couple more in this heat. Betty Lou there, that's a scoreline. You see that second number, it's just a throwaway. A quick in and out, so she'll be looking to wash that off as soon as possible, but she's in a strong position in this one. One of 2 surfers with an excellent score already on the board. Let's hope the ocean keeps providing us with opportunity.
I love it when a heat starts like this, when there's 3 surfers straight off the bat have just got, you know, that very good to excellent range, and it's just, let's see who gets the backups. And
here goes Sol Aguirre out of Peru, driving off the bottom, snap off the top from her, and again into a bottom turn, using that rail, just kind of jamming in the pocket. Similar to her first wave, it's just a short one, and not really the kind of wave she would have been hoping for. Nevertheless, it's going to count for her at the moment. That's her second wave ridden, so we'll go in the top 2. It's going to probably come in similar to her first effort, maybe a little under.
yeah, so using priority on that is, it's always hard to pick, you know, get moments like this, but she's still got 20 minutes and looks like there's another big set coming, so now she might be able to just relax and pick up a nice inside under priority.
And I guess, you know, you're in a heat, you're hearing big scores getting read out for your opponents. That maybe in some ways kind of in your own mind, just, you know, you need to bring your best surfing, right?
Yeah.
It's not, no kind of half turns, no being too conservative. You just got to kind of unleash. And a lot of people, like surfers, naturally are more confident trying to do that.
Yeah, well, if I was in her position now, I just heard the scores and dropped in that first exchange, just lost priority. What I would do is I'd just sit underneath everyone on that inside bowl, just pray for another big set to come through and just unleash and just try and do my biggest turns on big sections, and, you know, try and find an insider with 2 big hits. That's all you need to get an excellent score. So it is possible without priority.
Yeah, the other thing here, without having priority, relative advantage to some spots. This is a tricky line. Even if you do have priority and you're right in the sweet spot, we've seen sets break outside, then kind of back off for what would be the takeoff section, and then provide opportunities right on the inside.
Yeah, definitely. And the inside, some of those have been going unridden. You just watch them and they have a really steep, beautiful bowly section that can allow you to do some big maneuvers and then a big finish. So got to keep your eyes open for those.
Okay, we've got a paddle here. It looks like Betty Lou with a ton of speed, and she'll hit a really hard turn in a critical section. Great use of the rail. She'll fling one up in the lip, recover from that, get into a little kind of 2-stage cutback, bring it down to the inside. She'll look for a finish here, off the bottom, off the top. Big hit from Betty Lou, and she'll get out of there before the rocks. And what a way to back up. Already an excellent score, and another good number, we reckon, coming her way.
Yeah, she's feeling that one. I could tell. It was really cool to watch that. Just her choice of maneuvers was pretty perfect for that wave. As we see, she takes off, comes around from behind and straight up into that big carb. That was insane, that turn. And then, you know, no break in between that. Just a beautiful foam climb snap. Really nice carve here, and the way she just comes from behind and smacks that lip there, that was a really cool finish. So I love this girl's style.
Love the way she tightened up on that first turn, didn't she? Really eased into it, like leaning on that rail, and just kind of that aggression. So much spray as well. Judges all like that.
It was really nice to watch her during the carve almost hold it for that extra second longer so she could come straight off the bottom turn, straight up into a snap. So to read the wave that well is what makes big scores.
Waiting to hear that read out. It's going to be another really good number. Comes in just under excellent, 7.5 for her. Massive total. She's ridden 3 waves, and 2 of those waves come in for a combined total of 15.83. That's massive.
Yeah, and that puts pressure on pink and green now.
Here goes Luana Silva, already got a really good number of her own in 8.87. She'll deal with a little traffic on the face. That's a big hit from her using the rail. A similar kind of turn to Betty Lou, and she'll sting one up in the lip. And these two are going hammer and tongs. I love this battle.
Yes, they are on. Look at these girls. They're fired up. That was a really cool backup wave as well. It's going to be a big number. And she's fired up. Look at her. She's excited.
Luana Silva just belting that thing a couple of times. Just had the 1 wave ridden prior to that, so it will count for her. We just think about that 7.5 that we just saw for Betty Lou. And good numbers from our judges, really rewarding aggressive surfing, and that's what we were watching here.
Yeah, well, we just almost came stuck on that first turn, but recovers really well. That carve was nice in the pocket, and that turn was a lot of spray, lots of power and speed, and then finishes it really well. So, you know, I was going to say she would be in a pressure situation after Betty dropping that 7.5, and she didn't look like she had any pressure whatsoever. She was just surfing so well.
Only looking for a 3.8 to get into second place. Pretty confident she'll get that. Not sure she'll threaten her high score wave. Maybe just a little softer and shouldery, but it will be, we reckon, the number she needs to go into second and kind of set up a legitimate total for her. Just 1 wave before that last score coming in. 15:20 to go. We get down towards the halfway mark, and this one opened up absolutely smoking heat. Excellent scores in the opening exchange, the beginning of the heat, and that set ourselves up for a scintillating heat number 8 clash from our round of 32. We're taking 2 surfers out of this round into the round of 16, and at the moment our 2 Hawaiians looking pretty good. Judges still processing on that score for Luana Silva. They do have access to a bunch of replays just to make sure they use comparisons of other waves as well, but you know, let's assume that this is going to be something a reasonable kind of good score for Luana, and she's going to be feeling pretty good when this comes in, about finishing off the heat and getting through one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, and it's just nice to watch waves, heats with waves like this, you know, flurry of actions, non-stop really, just opportunities for everyone. It's good. Another set coming on the horizon as well, so it's non-stop.
Bombing energy out of the North Atlantic has been pretty true to our forecast, and we are going to pump up that swell and the period, crucially, going into the weekend. And this is a powerful wave, and as we go up, we're maybe like 11, 12 seconds on the interval today. That's pretty standard for the North Atlantic. It's quite rare to get those real long period swells. You get in the Pacific, 20 seconds, stuff like that's relatively rare over here in the Atlantic. But because we got a hurricane, actually, Hurricane Sam, sending us energy for the weekend, we're going to get big period swell. We're going to get a lot of power on this reef. So another reward for making through, apart from all the points and all that, you get to surf this place on the Cook.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about, you know, just get through my heat when it's tough, you know, tough conditions, because you know that you're generally going to miss out on some pumping waves. So you've got to get through the hard ones and get rewarded with the pumping waves.
Good number coming in for Luana Silva. Judges taking their time on that. 2 judges have dropped in, but it's going to be a really good number from her. And the energy from this way being matched thus far by our Hawaiians, who've sort of stepped up to the challenge, kind of met the challenge and kind of kicked on some, showing extra flair with aggressive rail surfing, taking on the lip too. Judges love that. Sarah Wakita of Japan with that 7.5, a good number, but a backup of a 5.17 will probably need work when this score comes in from Luana Silva. It's going to be a decent number. Let's watch some sets stack up as we continue to wait for the score to come in, but just waiting for our last judge now. And we'll find out where that woman is exactly in terms of a total on the heat, but she's going to be in a good spot. It's a 7.93.
Straight to the lead.
And she goes into first place. How about that?
Yeah, and that was a really well-served wave. And so she is in the best position now, and just can't wait to watch how the rest of this heat folds out, because we've got two surfers with amazing score lines. Sarah Wakita has priority. She has a 7.5, so she's in the game.
Does have that 7.5, but crucially looking for an 8.33, so she's going to need to deliver excellent surf, and priority here is with Sarah Wakita. Here she is. She's driving on a wave. She waited patiently for this, and she needs a good number. She'll fly down the line here, keeping that speed. That board pretty quiet underneath her as she then belts the lip, gets a kind of a short radius turn, little kind of snap through the lip. It's nice surfing, it's crisp. It's not going to be an excellent score though.
Yeah, did you see Luana do the sails technique on the start of that? She definitely made Sarah go that wave, and you know, it could have had a really nice inside, but unfortunately see, watch this. Luana's like, if you're not going, I'm going. And then she takes off on this one. Nice setup carve. She's just looking through the inside, had to build up speed to get around this section. This turn was looking like it was going to be amazing, and she just got slightly stuck behind the whitewash there. So then, unfortunately, the wave just died off. So she's going to have to think up a new plan now. Here's Luana. Oh yeah, big snap on that first turn. Comes around, nice carved combo that. She's got a lot of momentum on this inside, and the wave dies out. She kicked out before Sarah there, so trying to get priority over Sarah.
Luana Silva riding the second wave of that set behind Sarah Wakita. Meanwhile, out the back, here goes Salt Aguirre from Peru. Doesn't like the look of it, and she's struggling here. Needs a combo right now. Basically needs a couple of 8s with 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go, so she needs to choose waves that really offer up a load of scoring potential. She needs 2 of those waves as well. It's a tall order. We've seen it done at this level many times. Let's see how she goes about that task. Still building up experience, of course, and this will be all part of the learning process as well. And, you know, people say a bit of a cliche, you can tend to learn more from defeats.
Yeah, I think so, in the long run. At the time, it's pretty hard, but...
Well, let's find out who's going to be learning lessons and who's advancing through the next round. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action right after this. And a very warm welcome back to sunny shoreline of beautiful Portugal. Ribeira de Ilhas, the venue for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Right now, out in the water, we're live with Heat 8. Just over 8 minutes and 40 remaining in that, and it's been an absolute smoker of a heat. A lot of quality on display. Luana Silva at the moment out in front. And we're going to look at Salt Aguirre during the break, trying to get back in the heat here, Dimity.
Yeah, well, she got this wave, and she's, wow, big finish on that one. So that's nice. It's, you know, just building up confidence. I think what Sol needs to do at this point is just ride some waves and build her scores and try and get on those better waves that allow her to do turns like that, because see there that she's got the ability. She just needs a little more experience and a little bit more, I don't know, maybe better waves.
Interesting to see Luana Silva's last score. We got it on our scoreboard, a 7-1. For her, that's just a throwaway. She doesn't need that number. That's no good. It doesn't go in her top 2. But what all that means is the job for Sarah Wakita, Japanese surfer, is ripped in this heat, and her total's pretty good. She'll be getting through a lot of heats with 12.67, but it's not going to be enough in this one. She's going to need to ramp up and go into the excellent range right now. 8.33, the requirement for her. A little time will tick away as well as the set will kind of wash a little bit under our surfers and a little bit wide. You did mention sitting inside and trying to pick up those opportunities. It definitely feels like there are little options in there. You can snaffle something.
Yeah, there definitely are. And for now, I'd say that'd be the best idea for Sol, as she's got 4th priority. What Sarah needs to do, needing an 8.33, is just put on her best salesman's outfit and just try and, you know, push these girls, Betty and Luana, into you know, medium-looking waves so that she can get priority for the last 5 minutes. She needs a bomb. To get an 8.33, she needs a wave like what Betty and Luana got, just with steep wall, allows her to do big turns back to back.
She's already got that 7.5. We know she's got the surfing to do it. Will she get opportunities? You mentioned being in that 3rd priority situation. It just does feel like that's a lot more significant on this higher tide. You see there from our drone shot, kind of illustrating the point, just how close together our surfers are. And on lower tides, kind of multiple takeoff zones. We've seen surfers go deep up the reef. We've seen people take off wide and get scores. But right now, they are kind of more like that normal kind of reef break style takeoff zone where everyone's sitting together. A little effort here from Soligaire, and she'll go on a little inside number. Smart choice from her. Taking Dimity's advice, just keep surfing. That particular one not offering much points.
Yeah, I think with the inside section, you need to wait for the sets, because those are the ones that sometimes close out at the back, come in, reform, and give this really nice big inside section. So it's just needs to be patient and, you know, hunt on the inside, but you still need size to get those big scores.
Under 6 minutes here. It's still our pair of Hawaiians dominant in this one. That woman, Sarah Wakita, needs a big number, 8.33, to advance. The total, as we mentioned, would be pretty healthy in most heats in this event and many others, but at the moment, nothing like enough. She needs to get a big score. There's that woman there who's in a combo right now. That means she needs 2 waves. She needs basically a couple of 8s, essentially, to have any chance of advancing out of this one. 2nd place already with 15.83. So we give our EDP ride of the day and our top 5 moments of the day. This one's been an absolute smoker of a heat. It's funny, you know, we get those, sometimes we get a quiet one, we get one fire to life, but right from the get-go, as the heat recap will illustrate, this one absolutely came to life.
Yeah, and Betty on this first wave, you know, she's been so quiet the back half because she just started with 2 bangers. And look at that, she's just been able to sit, wait patiently, and this last turn here was really nice. So she backed that up with another big score as well. And Luana's just been on a heater this heat. So that first turn was amazing. Then backs it up with a nice little snap. So that 3 turns got her the highest score of the heat. So it shows you don't need a long wave, just powerful turns. Betty Lou, that turn was amazing. Best turn of the heat for me. That was my favorite turn. And the way she just carves this carve, she just held it a little bit extra longer so she can get a big bottom turn and big finish. So I like the way she read that wave. And here we've got Sarah Wakita. You know, nice carve on that. Comes around, big snap, throws a lot of spray on that turn. That gives them a really nice inside carve for that bowly section, and big snap on the finish. So she's definitely got the ability to get the score that she needs. And Luana, she's just having the best heat. Little slow start to this wave, but right there she rips in, does a nice big carve, comes around the section here, big snap, throws a lot of spray. So she's got lots of speed and then hits it really nice on the inside. So good surfing.
Luana Silva ripping it apart and on her way to a massive total of 16.8. She leads this one, has priority as well. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat number 8 of the round of 32, which, according to my maths, would mean it's the last of that round because 4 surfers in the water. Let's check out Soligaire here, looking on the inside to get something going. She'll need something pretty big. Just a little speculative paddle effort. She'll flick off straight away. A little bit of clock time will run down. But looking at that heat recap, just loving to see the rail work as well. In one particular turn we saw from Luana Silva, just like wetting every single part of her rail. So impressive to see.
With so much speed, I think that's the difference. When you do a turn like that with speed, it just looks so nice and it throws a lot of spray.
All right, well, a heat leader here, something of a relative mistake for her. I'm not sure it'll cost her too much, but loses priority as a paddle for a wave and doesn't get on. So priority will flip now. A little opportunity for Sarah Wakita. So she now has the ball in her court. In terms of that priority, she'll get the next wave. And her requirement, it's a big one, but I guess a clear picture in her head, she basically needs to hammer it.
Yeah, if you're in third place right now, you need an 8.33. There's 2 minutes to go. She's in the best position that she could be in. She has priority. So if in the next 2 minutes a set comes, she just needs to pick the right one. It looks like they might be too deep for this first one. Luana's looking for the inside. No good, but at least she has, you know, if an opportunity comes, she's got priority.
Right, and as we tick down on the clock, just over 1:45, it's been a cracker of a heat to watch. It's been great having you in the booth, in the studio, Dimity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for your insights on this, as we'll just pick up live action with Sol Aguirre out of Peru.
Whoa.
Oh, nice layback. And
That was nice.
she's not sitting back and thinking, I'm out of this. She's going to just try and rip her way and throw something on the scoreboard, see where that leaves her. Under 90 seconds, she will get a number for this. It's not going to be the requirement she needs. Does actually need a couple of scores. She needs 2 extra numbers, but she served that pretty well. Nice aggression from her.
Yeah, definitely, and that was what we were looking for her to do earlier in the heat. You know, she had lots of speed and just literally threw everything into those turns, and that's what you got to do at this level. So here she's got a lot of speed at the takeoff, bit of a whitewashy one, but she just throws everything into that first turn, and then watch this finish. Big snap. That was amazing, that turn. So must have felt really good just to, you know, she hasn't had the heat that she might have wanted, but look at the score, 6.9 for basically one huge finish.
Good number for Sol. I think absolutely right. You nailed it there. That is going to feel good for her. She's probably not going to get the result she was looking for in this heat, but just to smash a big turn, get a good number, and to know that she's still at this. She's just not quite had the waves and the opportunities. The surfing looks on point. Meanwhile, live action out the back with priority. Sarah Wakita, crucial, looking for 8.33. She needs to go ham on this. She pushes hard on the first turn, a little too hard. You know, that wave, not much on offer after that, so I think that's why she's really trying to force the issue.
Wow, that hurts, really. And here she might have another opportunity, but no. She just had to throw everything at that first turn, and that wave is hard. If you go too high, you do get stuck sometimes, so tough to watch.
As we watch Luana Silva, who's absolutely torn this place apart. She'll bring this in. And I'm sure she'll get a lot of congratulations from her support crew. Just belting a turn on the inside. She's just enjoying herself. Kind of like almost at that free surf energy. We just go out and surf waves and rip, but with a couple of excellent scores. A big total. One of our 2 Hawaiians putting a bit of a clinic down here. So a great heat to watch. Free surfers heading their way out to the peak to try and get a few practice waves ahead of rounds. So that's going to wrap things up for the day. And what a heat to wrap things up with. Massive performances, big scores. Our 2 Hawaiians absolutely dominant out there. And in afternoon sunshine in Portugal, that high tide making things a little tricky. So it's going to wrap things up for today. And a really impressive heat to watch. The view of Ribeira Dilias, official results there on your screen. And just check out those numbers for Silva and Johnson. Massive total, 16.8 for Luana, 15.83 for Betty Lou. And they will advance to the next round with a ton of confidence, having curried the favor of the judges. It's going to wrap things up for today just in terms of live action, but we've got plenty more to come in the broadcast. The Estrella Galicia post show, that's coming up soon. We've got top 5 moments of the day. We've got EDP rides of the day. We're going to say thanks to Dimity Stoll for her thoughts in the booth. We're going to bring the Space Ghost and the Condor back in for the Estrella Galicia post show. Join us for that right after the break. very warm welcome back to the Estrella Galicia post-show, coming at you live from the MEO Vissla Pro in Portugal. It's been a fun morning of competition. Some great scores throughout the day. Excellent scores. That last heat, an absolute smoker, as we bring in Ben Mundy and Pete Mel to break down what we saw from today. Top 5 moments. A lot of great moments, guys, but again, Ribeira delivering the goods.
Yeah, absolutely. It just that swell is so consistent today. We thought it might have been a little bit smaller, a little bit sort of petering out, but it just, if anything, it got more power during the day.
I would take offense to that. Petered out. Come on, bro. What I'm going to say, round of 32, every single women heat, excellent scores. They ripped all day long. That was cool. That was like an incredible display of surfing from the new stars coming up.
And just coming on to wrap up the day around about lunchtime today, that's a reflection of our tide. We do have a slightly smaller swell in the water. We've got bigger tides as well, 3 meters on that swing, and it's just filled in on the reef. But even our last heat of the day, it's great to see those excellent numbers coming in. 2 surfers advancing with like 16 points. That's massive.
It is massive, and that's, I mean, that's the highlight for me, is the round of 32 is on fire.
Let's bring in the top 5 moments of the day. We've seen some big highlights, some great action, and we picked out the 5 of the best. And the first of those 5, we will see Josh Burke from Barbados, who tore this place apart early doors.
Yeah, it was early doors. You can see that lovely morning light. And Josh Burke had a great first heat, and then this wave. This was small. This was an 8.73. He spun the tail out. He got progressive. He actually backed it up with another amazing wave as well. So Josh Burke from Barbados, we're talking about soup bowls. I mean, it's not exactly soup bowls out here, but it's a right-hand point. He loves a bit of reef. He loves a bit of rock. And he just looks on point, Josh. I was really, really happy. And then this was just really technical surfing. This first 2 roundhouse cutbacks just set him up, and he knew he was on point, and he mixed a variety. And those carving turns are really highly technical and just great to watch. So Josh Burke, and when this started happening early, we were like, okay, we're on here. We've got a good day of waves. And Josh Burke set the tone, I thought, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, over here traveling with his mum and dad and his girlfriend too. Looks very comfortable. There's the Bayesian support crew, Chelsea Tuak as well, cheering him on. And an epic way to kick things off. Our moment number 4 saw a great clash between this woman here, the local favourite, Teresa Bonvalot, taking on Macy Callahan. And Pete, this heat didn't disappoint either.
No, it didn't. And again, this round of 32 was just non-stop. I mean, this was one of the highlights of it. Definitely Macy Callahan putting on a bit of a clinic. You know, the tide had filled in pretty substantially, but an adjustment made by the women to move kind of into the inside reef, and it was a good adjustment because there was lots of waves in that area, and this is when the swell kind of shifted to that more westerly direction, and so it was like focusing on the inside section, and the women did not disappoint. And I know the fans here locally are going to be very happy about Teresa getting through, moving through into the one-on-one competition that's going to be coming up. And with the swell rising, I would have to say that Teresa has a very good chance to take home a championship here. And if she can if she can keep it together and showcase that talent and bring that Portuguese flag waving around here, there's going to be a big crowd rooting her on.
Yeah, well, those Portuguese flags been sailing at half-mast after some of the men's, the big shocks. Kikas Moraes was out, and we lost Vasco Ribeiro, so it's the women now that are absolutely flying the flag, as you say, and Macy Callahan here, the Aussie, was surfing well. But yeah, great to see Teresa and also Yolanda Hopkins, a couple of Portuguese surfers still in the event.
Moment number 3. This was an absolute classic of a heat on the women's side. Names like Alyssa Spencer, Gabriella Bryan, and Zoe McDougall absolutely blazing, Ben.
Yeah, the young, what's the next generation? I think Alyssa Spencer, she's only 18. She came into the booth actually just not long after her performance and was just really calm and collected. It's just so amazing how mature and relaxed these young women are, and they're just absolutely ripping. It's a new guard. And we saw some incredible surfing in this heat. It was blow for blow.
It was, and then all 4 competitors putting up gigantic numbers. I mean, we saw Zoe McDougall. She didn't even make this heat, but she had a 14-plus heat, which, that's a pair of 7s. And usually pair of 7s will get through a round 2 heat. Not today, though. It felt like you had to put up excellent heat scores. 8s or lates is kind of how we say it. And Gabriel Ryan is still on fire. Same with Alyssa. These two have just been going against each other for a while now. But this time they both got to advance.
Yeah, big finish as well, and she just absolutely nailed that, a 9.33. Great surfing.
Our second moment of the day feels like a little deja vu from what we've already seen this week, but Pete Emai DeVault on an absolute tear once again.
Yeah, tuned into his equipment. I mean, he's been riding these full carbon styrofoam epoxy boards, and he's been doing it with such a plum. I mean, this is his second excellent heat score, 16 points in the round of 64, and then it does it again here in the round of 48. I mean, incredible stuff. I mean, we saw the lower tide a little bit more challenging. It spread the lineup out, but not for Emai. Emai was just clicked in, and his board, again, just looks like it's glued to his feet. You know, that's what that styrofoam does.
It's KT surfboards. He's really innovative, isn't he, the way he's manufactured surfboards from the windsurfing background. Even Emai was like, I don't really know what he does, but they look magic.
Yeah.
But it's a real new
And he's been riding them a while, too, right? It's a different feel. I mean, he talked about in his interview saying, oh, well, I ride poly and I ride the EPS, but like to make that switch back and forth could be a bit of a challenge. I haven't yet to see ride anything else.
And our number one moment, we talk about championship tour class and quality, and that's exactly what we got from Brisa Hennessy, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. And talk about running eights. In this heat, there was a load of eights all through it, and she had to step it up. And it was just that, you see just that little bit of extra class of these CT surfers, their ability to manufacture a score or take your breath away with a single turn. And Brisa, once she got the bit between her teeth, she just got more and more confident. She got on a roll. You could feel that she was starting to hit the form that saw her as one of the best rookie years we've had in a while. And so yeah, it was great to see Brisa sort of just unshackle really and show just how good a surfer she is.
So a super strong performance from Brisa Hennessy. We talk about that fog that we saw yesterday. There's a lot more moisture and humidity in the air. We've seen a lot of spray flying in these top 5 moments, right?
Yeah, that's so true. And I can't reiterate how fun it was to watch that round of 32 for the women.
Which brings us to think about EDP Ride of the Day. And it goes down to Josh Burke for the men's side. Absolutely smashed this one out of the park early on. What a performance.
Yeah, I watched it live. I watched about 4 replays, and I've watched a couple of times in the post-heat show, and I can't get enough of it. It was just seamless surfing. And Josh Burke, he's been around a while. You know, he's been sort of just hovering around those qualifying series rankings and always been a smooth contender. Maybe a little bit even hampered by the fact that he was in such a way with a place with amazing waves. But here today, he just found his groove, and with the Challenger Series now offering a direct route to that golden ticket, that CT qualification, it's good to see him like really starting to step it up. And on the basis of that wave alone, he's got what it takes to go all the way.
Josh Burke tearing it apart. Let's think about the women's side, and it could only really be one woman. Alyssa Spencer, Pete, she was on fire. 9.33,
yeah,
massive.
Just on the backhand, she was able to connect this wave. That was that inside section that has been paying off dividends for the women throughout this entire round, and she didn't disappoint. Matter of fact, she was in second position at this point. Gabrielle Bryant looks like she's running away with it, but not after that wave. She ends up getting the 9.33 and a little soul arch claim. Loved it. Loved every minute of it.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, that's going to wrap things up for our Estrella Galicia post-show. A great morning and early afternoon of competition. We're going to package together some highlights and send you out with them. In the meantime, 7:35 call tomorrow morning to see our running order for the day. We're looking like we got waves coming. We're confident about that. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.